Welcome in. Slightly on the late side, but that is what this time is for. We are starting our 3 years from 2008 to 2010, and this is a era that is very steady, very confident. There are a few moments when it feels that the industry is, or that people in general are struggling with what they enjoy about games, with what they are looking for. That is not always, and never could be, all to my taste, but well, we can die over 100 times trying to finish a single level of Super Meat Boy. No idea how to finish this level anymore. This is all... There we go. It is a moment where a lot of... How shall I say it? A lot of games go back to being quite a lot harder than they were before, but those games are niche, like Super Meat Boy, being a very fast-paced, very... well, you died, let's go again kind of game. They have a small impact. And there is also Dark Souls, Demon Souls. Dark Souls, I think, is only released in 2011. But going back to deliberately hard games that, unlike though their early counterparts in the arcades, are not made hard to gobble up your coins or make revenue for an owner, or artificially lengthen a game such that you may need to rent it out more than once. This is a difficulty that is absolutely deliberate, that is absolutely there to enhance the feeling of, to enhance the game, to make it better, and to allow people to be more to have a greater payoff when they do beat the part or the boss or wherever you are, what is really complicated at the moment. It is to enhance that feeling of satisfaction. It is also there to enhance the feeling of danger. If they tell you that the world is dangerous, it is actually going to be dangerous, not only going to be mildly problematic. And all of that with the idea to help support the game, to help support the core gameplay loop, to help be a better game, rather than, well, we need to be difficult because we do need revenue. So a fantastic shift, and for the rest, it is very steady with a lot of smaller improvements going on, with refining what worked, with understanding audiences, and somewhat with trying to broaden an audience beyond the niche that they are trying to occupy. For now, though, it is more a trying to see if you can reach a bit of a larger audience that you can bring in, rather than trying to make games for everybody. That time has not quite arrived yet. And to go on in our journey, I am going to bring up well, first up is going to be a game that I have played a ton of on stream and everything. It is one of my favorite games ever. It's probably top 10, but it's always hard to say because I do have a lot of games that I like. So Monster Hunter Freedom Unite is up next. I'll be seeing you in a few minutes after the breaks and everything. The list today, the complete list today, Mark, is Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Phantasy Star Portable, Spore, Command & Conquer Red Alert 3, Blast Blue, Calamity Trigger, Gran Turismo, the PlayStation Portable version, League of Legends, Dragon Age Origins, Valkyria Chronicles 2, Xenoblade Chronicles, StarCraft True, and my end of day surprise. But as always, I'll be taking a quick break to the top of the hour where I'll finish up everything that I need to do, and I'll be seeing you in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience with the break and the ads that will be running during it. And I'll be seeing you at the top of the hour with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. And here we are with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Some of you have asked, why didn't I showcase earlier games? The quick answer, yes, too many other games and not enough yet impact from the Monster Hunter series. Why? You might think that a little weird, since Monster Hunter was one of the earlier games to incorporate multiplayer play through the PlayStation 2 and a few other things. Well, it is unfortunately there that others have done so before. So others have done similar things earlier, mainly on PC. So we had Blizzard with both StarCraft, with Diablo 2, that years earlier started to use the online connectivity, possible online connectivity, to foster huge communities, and as such, that part of Monster Hunter is unfortunately not as relevant as some people may think. It may have been their first own experience, but yeah. And as for what they build with the gameplay, while it did slowly become a huge phenomenon in Japan, it had not yet come over as much to the rest of the world. But I did want to start Monster Hunter Stories as Monster Hunter's story where I really picked it up, and that would be in Freedom Unite. It would be remiss of me to not feature a series that I do play so much on stream and that I do like so much, where I picked it up. So, Monster Hunter. The concept is rather pretty simple. Let us go on a simple mid-difficulty, high rank hunt. And I do quickly. Okay, I did do that. What do we have that is weak against? The fire weapon that I am carrying, Blangonga, will do nicely. Let's get some hot drinks out here. And everything else is fine. So, yes, it already underwent a few iterations with Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter. Back in the day, you would not have added the 1, releasing in 2004 for PlayStation 2, and then in end of 2005, that would have been the release of Monster Hunter 2, or DOS, and the corresponding Monster Hunter Freedom in the West, and Monster Hunter Freedom 2, and then Freedom Unite for the second mainline Monster Hunter release with Monster Hunter DOS. It is here, in my opinion, that the Freedom team established the ongoing formula of only saying that it's the Freedom team that did that is not entirely correct. Monster Hunter has been a very large collaboration here, establishing basically the idea of we are going to mainly have large beasts in longer combat, i.e. in a way purely a boss rush. There is no in between needed. We are making a lot of bosses, and those are going to be what will have our player mainly fight. And then from that they added quite a lot of everybody was given their own armor, everybody was given weapons. There's a huge variety in weapons, and this bloody bulldrome is super annoying currently. Working quite nicely together, the bastards here. I was unaware of the bulldrome being about. And he's bloody lousing. Removing the effects of the paintball that I threw at him. Well, Almond is doing me a mighty service there. Oh. Yes, of course. Are you bloody serious? The Blangonga is really trying to aggravate me. Unfortunately for the Blangonga, somebody else has already managed to aggravate me. And that somebody else is now dead. I'm not going to be leaving the material behind, but bloody hell, Bulldrome has been a chore. And I do account Bulldrome for all of the lost health, while I had to fight the both of them. Not Blangonga. Some people might think that is unfair, but it is a Bulldrome and he deserves everything he's getting. Okay. Now, I was explaining how Monster Hunter brought up the idea, what if boss fights? What if we make them varied? What if we put all our efforts into making large beasts that are going to be the bosses that we need to fight, rather than bothering with requiring the player to first slog through copious amounts of other types of enemies before they can go into a quick 3-round boss fight that is over in a minute. Let's have the boss fight be our main attraction, and let's allow them to craft their weapon and armor out of those bosses. And that result is, well, Monster Hunter refined in those and in the Freedom games, and that very recent, well, that with World about 10, yeah, that would have been about 10 years ago. Damn, Worlds is already a decade-old game. Becoming a large phenomenon outside of Japan as well. It also did spawn some copycats about the same time. There is a MMO, Vindictus, that very much takes the idea of we're going to be fighting large monsters instead of many mobs, and puts it into a properly MMO format. It takes ideas from Monster Hunter. It is not in the a clone. What is it? What is a clone in gaming? In the strictest sense, there are fewer clones in the early shooter period, or first-person shooter period. It looked what looked like clones were actually variations on the same genre, and the genre was being limited. Can you... He's just a little bit too quick for me to recover. But calling the idea of having the boss fights and cutting everything else in between out purely an invention of the Monster Hunter series is also, in my opinion, not quite fair in that. At one point, it is an obvious continuation of previous mechanics and previous ideas, so while they really did it well, and they did it with gusto, and I think they did it in exactly the right way in order to be eminently interesting to play, they would not have been... It wasn't necessary for them to really come up with the idea. It was probably something that more people were thinking about. And there we have our Blangonga down, taking, as always for me, a little bit longer and gulping a few more potions than I thought necessary. But this is the loop in Freedom Unite with a few more monsters. And every monster is... Well, you've seen two. There's Buldrome, here's Blangonga. They have their own style, they have their own way in how they fight. And of course, there's quite a few of them in order to give you enough to do until you're going to be fighting some of the more dangerous and strongest dragons possibly in video games. Strongest in report to the player, not strongest in world destruction capability, although the Fatalis trio is no slouch in that either. But in comparison to the power level of the player, they are probably some of the strongest opponents ever set in front of a player. And so the loop continues. We arrive home, we put everything into our box, we do take what we used up beforehand. I do require... Where is my whetstone? There is my whetstone. And a little bit of honey from the back here. Where do you get all of those things from? Well, you have a farm to help you. This is a feature that I dearly miss in later Monster Hunter games. You just come over and enjoy a little bit of downtime as a hunter. Why do I say that I dearly miss it when most people probably don't? Because for me, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite understood their players very, very well, and you, as a person, not only need action, you also need downtime, and this is, in my opinion, the perfect opportunity to provide the player that downtime. For there are no dangers here, you're not going to be surprised by a larger monster, as it can happen if you are in the middle of a map and trying to mine there. Here it is just you, your pickaxe, your net, your trowel, and you are just going around and gathering up some material. And together with the music and the outstanding view every time I come here, I can't help but marvel. Fair enough, I am using a bit of a texture enhancement pack, but it was... Do remember that the screen on the PlayStation Portable was a lot smaller, and the lower resolution and the smaller screen meant that the impact would have been the same on that device without the texture pack. Just take a look at that. I mean, it's a wonderful landscape of a river flowing lazily about in a mountain valley with the mountains rising tall up in the back. I love Poke Village. I do also love the farm, as you may have noticed, by giving you some of the mineral and bug materials that you will be needing to create, to craft your weapons and armor. And from there on, it is just crawling with a nice detail. And to be fair to the farm, it did not look quite like this in the beginning. I did have to spend some effort to gain some village points in order to upgrade it up to this level, but that means that there is more for me to do rather than less for me to do. Otherwise, their big focus is, as I said, on the different monsters. There's quite a few here. There are a few types of velociprey like dinosaurs, like for example Veloci, Gen, Gia, and Iodrome and Prey. So the drones are the leaders of the smaller pack monsters. Usually you do mostly fight the drones one-on-one. As we already said, there is Bulldrome, one of, well, sorry, the most annoying and to a degree miserable monster. I not only dislike him, I also dislike his brood. They are absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible here, and unfortunately they are a pest that cannot really be undone. We have a happy helper here that likes to go onto adventures, so we do give him the points he wants, and he is going to bring a leak and sink. And now he's a wet cat. That's unfortunate. Some favorite pastime in Japan, for whatever reason, fishing. There we go. That's not the first fish that bit. Send to box. Let us empty our item bag here. And let's do some fishing. Which I usually don't really do. Neither do I cast the net that regularly. Please come all nice and down, and then you are going to do a turnabout. And as far as I remember, always exactly, it's still working. Shoot the tip of the turnaround and you're going to have your largest catch possible. There we go. And then of course, who is going to be taking that away? You're going to be able to fish, as already shown, yourself as well. So there's quite a lot to do here. There's quite a lot to do around the village. You do have the farm, and then I'm going to show you a few more spaces, the smithy and your home, which also is a lot in service of trying to allow you to be the best hunter that you can be. I would want to catch the small yellowy fish. Unfortunately, there is so much about that it doesn't get the chance to bite. It's going to be the small red one. A scatterfish, material to improve bombs. As is the bomb arowana and some of the other fish. They are all quite usable, either in creating more items or in allowing you to create arms and armor with it. That is the wrong fish again. And the one I hoped would be able to get it now was already too close. Now we have two. I did manage to catch one of them at least, a small golden fish. Indeed, that is what I thought they'd be. And as you see, over pages, I have gathered a lot of material already. Let me show your home. You'd be back here quite often. It has the big item box. You did maybe saw me rummaging around a little bit in here. What my favorite weapon is in the game is probably pretty easily discernible. And this is one of the few games I feel like really does give you enough space to collect a lot of the arms and armor. Yeah, and my favorite armor, and there's going to be a few more that need filling, but I haven't gotten around to yet. So, that is the item box. That is, again, the access of this. It also gives you access to what is outside called the small item box. It gives you... Oh, my kitties did really make some delicious steak for me, and then I'll be ordering in the next round of steak, please. Don't mind, please just make good steak. Then you sit down to have a meal to boost some of your stats, and I had forgotten exactly what stats it boosts, because yes, it does not boost stamina, although in later games it does. And yeah. It is going on from there. Some fantastic music and a whole list of monsters. Let me show you. Here they are. I should have hunted every monster already. There are some subcategories that you won't be seeing, as well as the Fatalis not showing up. Maybe I should go through the monster list in the reference manual. So, Fatalis comes in 3 colors: black, red, or crimson, and white. Legendary, really strong. You'll need to go back a few times before you can even kill them. Later on, they did remove that feature. I, in a way, miss it. It does take away from how strong they actually are. Yamatsukami, a floating gas bubble that is really fun. Lao Shenlong, the walking piñata, and in this case, yeah, it's a long walk of the piñata, Teostra and his wife Lunistra, Camelios, Kushaladora, and Kirin doing most of your effort of being the elder, what is called the Elder Dragons. Then we have the here still called Pelagi. They are renamed into fanged beasts, I think. As their category. Blangonga we've already seen. It has a subspecies that is more brownish in color, called Copper Blangonga, being yeah, fanged beasts. They came away from calling them Pelagi, like or Pelagus. Has a subcategory where he is in the desert rather than in the snow. The small versions, Congalala, the indigestion monkey, Bulldrome, worst ever. Shengoran, a monster I do really like, and I have barely enough time if I wanted to sit down with it. Shogun, the Senator, comes in two versions, blue and brownish, called Terra Shogun Senator. The Daimyo Helmet Tower, again coming in red and purple. Lavasioth being a Piscine, and thus belonging to one of the most annoying categories of monsters. But easily beatable here. There's an easy way to cheese it. I'm not sure if I will have time to show. Plesioth coming in blue and green, both being quite annoying. Cephadrome, again being quite an annoying one. Coming in one version, but having a smaller, having some smaller versions of himself, being allowed to harass you whenever. Ukanlos and Akanto, two huge monsters. One living in the frozen tundra, one in the volcanic caldera. Nargacuga and Tigrex, two more of the flying wyvern. He likes to charge. This is a jumpy cat. And Nargacuga and all his subspecies, of which there are none in this game, are my favorite monster. Diablos, Monoblos, two very similar monsters that like to charge and burrow. Gravios and its juvenile form, Basarios. Take from a distance. Yes, you can stand underneath. Don't get gassed. Kezu, the nearly blind, smelly, weird-looking, ceiling-clinging cave wyvern, comes in two forms, white and red. Rathalos, Rathian, both coming in three forms. Rathian coming in green, pink, and golden, and Rathalos coming in red, blue, and silver. Some other smaller monsters. I am going to be showcasing Hypnog, one of a bird wyvern. That's what the category is called. Of Hypnog, Gipsaros, Yangaruga, and Kutsku, and of course the Velocigia, Gen, and Iodromes. Yeah, let me showcase. Let's showcase Velocidrome out of the drone version there. Where are we at last? You have minus 20% affinity and you have plus 20% affinity. Again, taking middle difficulty, i.e. high rank, although that is with how I am equipped more. Not so much. It's if you're not getting, if you're not trying to explain a whole lot and you're not getting bothered by two monsters, it's pretty easy. And yeah, these are the dinosaur drones. Later on, you can shatter the crest. And yeah, not terribly dangerous to a seasoned hunter. With a little bit of luck, I can guess... Well, I can only guess the rotation. I did want to go up there, but it also is about the perfect timing for the second one to jump in and join us. They are slightly jumpy bastards. Weapon selection will grow in future games. Trying out a few more weapons, but since from the beginning the basic idea of what the game wanted to be had already been established, and it is going in its basic form going to remain. I do have some niggles with the newer games, as I so often have. I am maybe already the miserly old person that can't allow young people to have fun with what they have. No, I am not. I am happy for everybody that is enjoying those games, but I am fully in my right to point out the parts where I feel that they could have, where the old way of doing it wasn't broken. Let's put it like that. There was a mining spot here I had missed, but we did get a few extra items in, either to fill up some stacks or to sell. Kira, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far, and happy 4th of May to you. I hope you're going to have a good day. I hope it's not going to be too troublesome. That the neighborhood is going to be remaining mostly quiet, and that you can have a great day. And thank you very much. But personally, and I don't mean that in a bad way, thank you for wishing me happy 4th of July. I am not, it's not a celebration I partake in. But you may, and so very much happy 4th of July for you. And I am back at the farm. I'm going to do the quick version of it, where I'll just be accosting this poor cat. Although he is doing it voluntarily, I am not forcing him to do it like that. We also might just roll the barrel inside for all that I mind. I do manage to get a big one here, and we're going to be well rewarded with a panoply of bugs. Well, I still hope that you're going to have a very fantastic day. And that, again, you will not be bothered too much by the fireworks that are going to be going off today. And so we finish our quick version of the farm. Yeah, I did do the honey. The honey is something quite important. You do not want to be running out, and I should have done the mushrooms before. So, something I haven't showcased yet, and that is very important. It is also, in a way, a collectathon. 15 pages of weapons here. Fair enough, some of them are going to be transforming into others. So there's a little bit more here, and some are going to go into other lineages just because, well, the basic lineage is not all that strong. So you have about 7 pages each for great swords and long swords, and I just completely skipped out because I was like, well, I should not have the Kirin Thunder longsword yet, and it is a nice great sword to have. So you have the sword and shield and dual blades, as well as hammer. Hunting horns, again, each about 7 pages. Lances and exploding lances, and bowguns coming in, and there's a reason for why there are a few more pages here, coming in light, in heavy, and finally there are the bows that are not bowguns, I do agree, but they are bows, so part of the name. They do, and they did carry on. Haven't set down to create much of these yet. Because, well, mainly, well, I do use long swords. Water, fire. And again, we're having... No, let me quickly eat something and then go back to the smithy, because I have forgotten to show the... to show a very important part, and that is the armors. They come usually in 2 varieties, gunner armor and blade master armor. My small collection of armor is... This is basically all blade master armor. So usable with great swords, long swords, sword and shield dual blades, lances, gun lances, hammers, and what are the horns called again? Hunting horns. Yeah, bloody hell, brain. And I have a small selection of gunner armor, of the main one of which being my Lavasioth armor here, due to the skills that it has. And then we have the weapons. I do have some, although only this light bowgun, maybe this bow as well, but this is the bow that I'm using, and all of the, well, most of these weapons here are usable. And I hope that I do find the time to showcase one last monster. It'll be a G rank monster. Yeah, 1 is all that fighting I should also be faster than 2. Although from time to time it is not. And again, we are in a very dense jungle here. But I will not be able to show you the waterfall, unfortunately. Well, maybe Hypnoc does allow me later on to showcase it to you, but it is all in his hands now. I still feel like one of the most beautiful monsters. Hypnoc was exclusive to Freedom Unite and Frontier, I think was the name of the online one. Yeah, Monster Hunter Frontier. Frontier also had access to the Hypnogs. It also had a bit more variety of Hypnog, having a few more subspecies. Although it is quite clear that Agnozom has copied a few of Hypnog's moves here. It is, though, very sad to me that he hasn't returned yet. He's such a fun monster to fight. He has such nice armor as well. Ouch! That did a lot more damage than I thought, and I got scratched quite a bit already as well. Yeah, ouch. The Frontier people were mad we had Hypnog and they didn't. Ah, bloody hell. At least we had a mostly nice snap. And that one I need to heal turned into 3. But we did look that up, and Hypnog was released in Freedom Unite before he got released in Frontier. Worked on in parallel by both teams, but that is, to a degree, I find that sad. I do wish, and I genuinely wish, that we could have all the monsters all the time. Fair enough, I do understand that you do need to recreate them, you do need to build the skeletons for a new game and all the way. All that. Well, the lava fish, no, I'm also happy to share. No. Lava fish is... And I had been burglarized, well, not burglarized, robbed by a cat there. Luckily, your scream is rather silent. What are we picking up? A secret pouch. I was hoping for a wyvern here. Yeah, I seriously am not sure why they feel that everything needs or should have been exclusive to them. But yeah, I am happy that we did get Hypnog here, and I hope that Hypnog is going to be making a comeback, for it is a fantastic monster. And poor Hypnog has lost his footing. Do need to heal up a little bit. That was rather wet. Like, come on. I ought to have hit that. He is going to be resting a little bit again. But in general, I do think that Monster Hunter has really by now taken a huge impact, and while there have been people trying to again starting around this time trying to make similar games in a similar vein to Monster Hunter, none of them have really succeeded in the way that Monster Hunter has. And it is still, to this day, the only game that really does fights, and the game like this, where it's really you against huge monsters. Ought to know that you don't stand in front of an angry monster, because they can just suddenly charge you. And I have lost a little bit more sharpness. Come on, you. Okay, I'll be honest, I did not expect to be able to get hit there. But then again, what else is new? Yeah, you're angry again, but you're not angry for very long anymore. So, to do a little bit of a recap, why did I wait until Freedom Unite to showcase the Monster Hunter series when they've been around for about 4 years already? The first Monster Hunter game coming out in 2004 in Japan. Because, well, I did have other games that I did want to showcase during those years. I had personally less experience with Monster Hunter, with the first Monster Hunter, than with Freedom Unite, but also because the outstanding feature, the hunt of big monsters, making the game basically into a boss rush, into farming boss rushes, basically. Kept niche enough until I feel this time, especially in Japan, Freedom Unite on the PlayStation Portable was a huge phenomenon in Japan, to the point that a lot of people felt that if they didn't have this game, they felt excluded in larger gatherings, because everybody would be like, "Oh, do you have Monster Hunter do you have Monster Hunter Portable Ultimate?" I think they called it in Japan, after all. And then they would sit together and be going on hunts, whereas you, with your game, would be not maliciously, but would be excluded. So this is really the time where it became a big phenomenon in Japan, and I think it deserves a lot here, a lot of recognition here in the West as well. It was the breakthrough game for me, and I think for many, many others. Let me, as I go through, just showcase a few of the armors. The idea of creating this boss rush mode where the most of the fluff, so to say, is cut out, and you're really focusing on getting this one big monster down rather than fighting through its minions and before being able to confront it, is, with the exception for one of the monsters here, not something that is done by the game anymore. And it is, as such, really about learning the patterns of the bigger monsters one by one, mastering them, and then being able to fillet them and take their material, take all of their materials for your own need, and then rinse and repeat and go on to the next monster. As a reward, you get all the materials you need in order to be able to create all of the weapons and all of this armor. And there are not only cosmetic differences, there are also quite important gameplay differences. There are skills that are associated with the armors that change how you would play, and what you can do and how confident you can be in certain situations. What enemies' attacks are going to be affecting you, how much damage you're going to be taking. There's a lot to it, although for me, building my perfect armor is rather easy. All that I am looking for are the evasion skills and some sharpness, if I can manage to put it onto the armor. And as such, the Narga armor is absolutely my favorite armor. And yeah, this is Monster Hunter. It started a little bit earlier, but I think I managed to showcase what the core of Monster Hunter is about: the hunting and harvesting large monsters, making making out of them your weapons and armor, and then moving on to the next one. That being said, we are getting up to the top of the hour. I'll be back in a few minutes with Phantasy Star Portable. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience during the break. I'll be back in a few minutes, as I said, and also thank you for the ads, for your patience with the ads and during the ads that will be running during the break. Thank you very much, and I'll be seeing you in a few minutes with Phantasy Star Portable. And Tira, I hope that you enjoyed your very early breakfast and that it was quite delicious. I'll be back in a few minutes, and if you do need to sleep a little bit more, Tira, please feel free to do so. I know how early it is for you. But I'll be seeing you after this break now, finally. And I'm back with Phantasy Star Portable. Well, yeah, you're absolutely correct. The Poke Village music is very calming, very fitting. It's a great piece of music, and it is now over. I can understand, yeah, how you feel, but I would want to move on. Okay. That is not a save file I meant to load. Okay. So, in Phantasy Star Portable, you have the ability to choose between 3 races: human, Newman, Caste, and Beast. Beast and Newman are basically variations of humans. Balanced, more magical focused, very focused for ranged weapons, and well suited to melee. I do like to fight in melee here. They have some types ranging from quite tall to quite small. We'll be seeing some of that. There is a more extensive character creator here, which is fun, even though, to be fair, most of the faces are more Japanese focused. And yeah, this is going to be us. There are different jackets and stuff you can wear. Why all this effort in a portable game? Well, for one, there is a extensive multiplayer option, and fashion hunting in Monster Hunter is a thing, and also here having a good fashion is important. That's too high, far too high. Let's do it like this. What is our beginning job? Hunter is a good melee type. Ranger is a support firearms type. Force is more the mage, and so I think I'll definitely be going Hunter. I do like my melee combat here a lot. Giving it my name. I hope it saved that. Okay, it did save that. And we have a partner machine that is able to accompany us. Come on. And this time I'm missing the button. But come on, brain. Shouldn't be that hard to get the buttons right, at least. We'll be saving the character, of course, and we'll be given our first mission. There's the multiplayer mode. You do want the ad hoc networking capabilities of the PlayStation Portable to be switched on for that, but you can go through the single player mode and use what you get there in multiplayer later on.
In a faraway galaxy lies a sun orbited by 3 planets, the Gural system, a place inhabited by humans and their creations, castes, Newmans, and beasts. For 500 years there was war among the races, a seemingly never-ending conflict. Then, finally, an era of peace, ushered in by a system-wide alliance. A peace that lasted 100 years, shattered when the Goral system faced an invasion by the mysterious Seed. The 4 races of Goral stood together in the face of this threat, and after a violent struggle managed to lock the Seed away. Now, several months after the Seed have been sealed away, at the Guardians' colony, headquarters of the private security force, the Guardians.
Hey, you're here. Congratulations on completing your training. As of today, you and I are no longer instructor and student. We're both Guardians, eye to eye. I figured I'd come and see how you were handling your newfound independence. You endured everything that I put you through. I've got high hopes for you, kid. Well, you'd better go to reception and pick up your official license.
A basic tutorial, as is so common and to a degree so annoying if done
Welcome
poorly.
To the Guardians, protecting the future of Goral.
Aunt Mina
Congratulations
is
on completing your.
a cute
You've been
receptionist.
assigned to the Mobile Defense Force. Here is your official Guardian's license.
So now we are Guardians, able to undertake missions around
Today,
the
you can
system,
start accepting regular missions. This will
all
be
in an
your
effort
first mission as a bona
to
fide
keep the
Guardian.
peace.
Now, let's see.
Mind if I come along?
Oh, hello, Laya. Are you sure?
I want to see you in action. You'll be leading this time. It'll be your job to get us through this mission.
Well, if that's settled, let me. At the moment, a number of guard machines. Your mission is to investigate the cause. Destroy the guard machines if you have to. Now then, this is
And we're introduced to another partner, a cast called Vivian. She's only a few months
It's
older.
nice to meet you. I am Vivian. I completed basic training a few days ago. I look forward to working with you. This is called a handshake, right? It indicates no hostility and an expectation of trust. Am I correct in my assessment?
Cut the chatter and just give me a firm squeeze.
Oh, my apologies. I look forward to working with you and Laya.
Same here, Vivian. If you've only just finished cast basic education, then this must be your first time out in the world, huh?
Correct. I was manufactured less than 1 month ago.
So she's not even a month old.
I may have some shortcomings, but I hope you'll look past them.
Oh yeah? It seems like you're a lot less imposing than other casts I've come across.
Vivian is a new general-purpose model with analysis and combat skills far surpassing those of the Lu type. Perhaps that's why. Her model has a tendency to be much more sensitive.
It's like she's organic or something.
Is that a bad thing?
Oh no, not at all.
Well, that should conclude your mission briefing. Please select Machine Frenzy from the... Please be careful.
So, that's been a lot here. And again, another tutorial. If you are aware or if you know about the other games, making you want to play the music in Rise, what made you do that? The Poke Village theme or the music in
I'm still a
Phantasy
novice,
Star Portable?
only recently having been born a caste. I don't have much experience, and there's a lot I don't know about the world.
Poke Village, I see, yeah.
In the course of experiencing new things, I do hope to become a great guardian. Oh, we need to exchange partners.
Well, if you are going for it, I hope you're going to be
Take mine
enjoying
too.
it. Yeah, either way, I really do hope you're going to be enjoying what you are doing. And if that is playing Rise, I hope you enjoy it. If it is continuing with Skyrim, I hope you enjoy doing that as well. And we're getting an explanation here on how to form a party, how we do that with a few with the characters, and then we'll be able to finally go on to our first mission. So, Rise time Poke Village mission music. Okay, I do need to remember what buttons to push. We'll be inviting both Laia and Vivian here. There's some information on us, attack, so on, our money, the weapons that we have. Oh yeah, the weapons that we have, the not magic, but the the techniques we can do with them. And yeah, can't I switch over to Fight Master? I cannot. There are different jobs with different weapon capabilities and so on. That I cannot quite showcase.
It looks like the facility has taken damage. It must be the work of the guard machines.
Well, and due to that, we do need to take care of them. You're going to buy some shampoo and toilet paper, and you got some money left over from laundry. Shampoo and toilet paper are, I think, quite essential, so make sure you get them.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Let's go then.
You ready? Stay on your... Show me that you're ready to be on your own.
So... that's a normal attack. I do have the special attack there. I do know. And you go about and defeat your enemies. They can drop items. You can fix your direction in order to be able to fight better. That is also a lock-on to your enemies. That is not exactly... that's not exactly what I was looking for. Oh well. Uh-oh. These do bloody explode. But we are finding some monomate. Oh. Add to palette. It is on the palette. Not sure how to use the palette again. We'll be getting that explained soon. And welcome in, Jojo. Thank you very much for letting me know. I did rather rush some things during the break. Let me correct this. But thank you very much for letting me know. But you are, again, very correct. This is Phantasy Star Portable. A action RPG, third-person action RPG, I think, is the best description I can give. There is the palette. That's what I was looking for. And I can also heal from that palette. And I'll be taking out my favorite weapon type in the game, the fists.
You do remember how to use the action palette, right?
And Jojo, welcome in properly. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Saturday as well. And if you are American, I'm not sure for you, please have a great 4th of July. I am good, thank you very much. I'm good. I had some good sleep, woke up well, and are enjoying my morning going through some of my favorite PlayStation portable games, namely Monster Hunter Freedom Unite and Phantasy Star Portable. I do like Phantasy Star Portable 2 slightly more, but it's a great game.
What exactly is going on here? How could every...
It's faint, but I'm detecting a photon wave. It could be affecting the machines.
That's impossible. This means there's a good chance that this is the work of a terrorist. Good work, Vivian. I'm going to the control room to try and figure out what's going on. You two keep moving and get rid of these machines.
Yes, Laia. Please be careful.
I can absolutely understand that part. I hope that you're going to have a relaxing time listening to, in my opinion, and I know it is a biased opinion, the best village song ever. So enjoy your time listening to it, and if you do need or want to, also do feel free to catch some sleep. I know how early it is for you. And this sector looks a lot more destroyed, and there's some weird webbing all about. And we have a locked door we need probably a key for, or a switch. Let's see what we can find over here. Some more enemies. Our good partner is White the Strong One. And now that I do think about it, I did say that I prefer the second game, or the second Phantasy Star Portable game, more than the first one, which is actually being quite mean to Vivian here, who has a fantastic story. Which has a fantastic story as well, and it's a little unfair towards her, but preferences are subjective. But then again, Phantasy Star 2 also has a really good story. With that, we managed to get a level up here. The stats are automatically going to be adjusted according to the job that you have, i.e. the class that you have, and yeah, you can raise job levels as well. We did see We did see the job levels before, as I was trying to see if I could switch jobs, which I was unable to. And so we go through and we move on, and the story moves on.
Citizen. Understood. This area is dangerous. We will keep you safe, so please quickly proceed to a safer area.
Oh, you're guardians. And doing a bang-up job, I see. How very quaint.
Could be terrorists.
Did you say terrorist? That's not a very nice word.
Regardless, I must detain you.
Sorry, I'll have to pass. Anyway, it looks like my job here is done. See you later. Keep up the good work.
Well,
It's a smoke bomb.
Farewell, until we meet again.
She did manage to escape now.
What's happening?
Laya, the terrorist suspect has escaped.
Don't just stand there. After him!
And that would be another story mission, Machine Frenzy 2.
Up ahead, the areas are partitioned by laser fences and gates. So to unlock the laser fences and
We need the keys.
insert them. Sometimes the information.
And we're getting some more
Sometimes
tutorial.
if we can't. Oh, one more thing. Ranged weapons and photon arts attacks will consume a weapon. So as long as you don't use them, ranged weapon.
Yeah. That is something you do have, a form of unlimited ammo. Okay. You're late, Key. I was waiting on you. That's a few defeated enemies and so on. So, gameplay-wise, it is... yeah, for the time, becoming a standardized idea, especially on the PlayStation Portable. There are a lot of third-person action games, but just to have a look at what we are nowadays expecting from a... well, not nowadays. The PlayStation Portable is rather an old device. But what at the time of the change of the decade, well, and it's the previous decade, not the last decade's change, what we were expecting in the late 2000s. And if we compare that with what we have seen before, it is a very... it's a very strong thing to do, to be able to have not only this sort of graphics, but also this sort of gameplay on a completely portable device. And it is, in my opinion, really quite amazing how far technology has progressed, especially if we consider some of the very first games that we've taken a look at in the series, and we see how far not only the 3D tech has come, but also portable tech has come. Only 2 episodes ago, or 3 episodes ago, I was still showcasing games that were released for the original Game Boy or the Game Boy Color. And now, not only the Nintendo 3 and the Nintendo DS, but also Sony has released a handheld that very confidently and very confidently can display and play 3D games. It's a really it's really nice, but it also does give an idea on what will be possible on the PlayStation 3 that has released in this bracket. Unfortunately, I do have some issues with my PS3 disc drive, so I cannot showcase anything. I am waiting on a replacement disc drive, which to a degree also brings me to something else, and that is something that unfortunately, while it is something that a lot of people, well, my age, are worried about, game conservation, and not only online game conservation, but also single-player game conservation. Like, for example, there is currently no way, still in a way, no way for me to play PlayStation 3 games except on original hardware. And as such, if the hardware is not working correctly, I cannot play the games anymore, and thus not showcase the games anymore. Which I do think is quite unfortunate. Ouch, you do hurt when you're exploding. And that is the second part of the 4-part key we need to find here. But yeah, that is why I am not able to showcase the PlayStation 3 games that I was hoping to be able to do. Can you just stop exploding, please? Did manage to fetch myself a level up, which gives me a nice boost to my stats and my HP, and then immediately losing a chunk of it. Oh, well, I'm still getting a steady stream of healing items, so that should be fine. Yeah, and also I think, as you can see, games are finding a certain rhythm. A lot of developers, when they are looking for an idea for a new game, already have a genre in mind, already have a good idea of what they want to do with the game, and
What is that?
as such, it is going
It's
to
a
be
Delagrina.
more of a the devil is in the
It's a
detail.
warhead
What is
used to
exactly
gain
going
physical
to be
entry into
doing?
facilities and spaceships
What
and
are
hack
you going
into
to
their
do with the
systems. So
with
this
the
must
story?
be the
What
reason
exactly
why
are
all the
your
machines went out of-
controls going to be? What exactly, how exactly do you want to try and make it controllable? Okay, we are getting some healing here from Vivian, I think we got that healing. It is... There is a second one, which never got completely released in Europe, but that I, by now, have taken over also, continuing the story. I have not played the full...
It appears that the out-of-control machines have been stopped.
I've never had the time to completely play the entire series of it, because it does start on the Sega Mega Drive with Phantasy Star, those RPG games, before going on to, I think it is Phantasy Star Online. I might be missing something. There's a ton there.
Mission complete. Not too shabby, Vivian.
And it's really a nice series,
So, Vivian,
taking
are you okay
on
with your partner?
the same
Is he
universe
holding you
and
back?
going forward a little bit more and so on. If you do want to, it is quite it is, I think, still enjoyable
Idiot, I was
today.
just complimenting her. Her response time still isn't quick enough to work without a partner.
But I am grateful for the evaluation of me.
She's really not very cast-like, this one. Let's return to headquarters and give our report to Headmaster Nav.
So if you do want to sit down and try
Headmaster?
finishing it, it is
Headmaster Nav?
still, I think, a game that holds up today. Especially the graphics, considering this is a PlayStation Portable game.
Huh, he's not here.
I don't know. For me, these graphics are plenty sufficient if done well with a lot of with artistic intent behind them.
Ugh, why don't I ever learn? Vivian, watch your backside.
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything. I'll be good.
Hey, why so glum?
It's those lawyers. They're trying to slap me with a harassment suit. I've gotta be on my best behavior. They're so cold and heartless. Can't an old man just have his fun?
It's your own fault. Now at least I can introduce you without having to worry.
Headmaster Lucane Nav, correct?
That's me. This is the first time I've met either of you, I think. I hear you managed to live through Liar's harsh training. Most people just can't hack it.
The other instructors are too soft.
And Vivian, you're the, superior cast model with all the latest GRM performance enhancement, aren't you?
I suppose that is me. I'm aware of my performance enhancements, of course, but I don't know if I feel superior.
Right there. That makes you different. Casts don't have a lot of emotional experience, so everything's always so black and white. I was the same way when I was first made, but you're of a different ilk, Vivian. You look past what the data shows, what the general opinion is. You think outside the box.
Don't look so bummed out. It's not a bad thing. Just go with it.
So
Yes.
this
all right.
exchange doesn't make very much sense. Casts are built, not born. They are machines after all.
Now
So
to the
they
big
tend
questions.
to not
The
have a lot
source
of
those pesky
emotions
malfunctioning
and
machines
understanding
the
emotions in the
terrorists
beginning.
targeting the We'll be on
And
security as well as
Vivian,
hurrying with
as such,
repairs on the
is
damaged
quite
sections.
different because she's not pushing her performance enhancements, but
We don't know
she is
yet
being
if the terrorist
modest, which is
affiliated with any specific
which for a
organization.
machine might be
There's a
considered weird
possibility
if
it's
the
someone
first
with a
instinct
grudge
is, well,
against
I
the
am new,
Guardians.
I am so much better than others. Logically, I am a superior model.
Or it could be the work of someone
I
who's
can
against
see
using
where the
radiant
casts
creatures
come
for
from, but
medical
at the same
development.
time,
We're planning to look into this right away and find out.
There are no
it
records
does
of the
make her
terrorists' arrival at the
special in
colony,
the
so it's
eyes of
likely she
everybody
gained
else.
entry illegally.
You thought to check into that on your own, did you? Good, good.
That is all I know. as it would have been a violation for me to investigate any further on my own. My apologies. However, I've logged the terrorist's appearance, voice print, and retinal scan. I hope it proves useful.
Very well done, Vivian. I'll get the President's office to run a check and identify this woman. So, while this is being looked into, Alex, your most urgent task will be to, until the investigation I mentioned, when a new special mission is ready, Mina from... You got it?
Basically an explanation that now we are supposed to do free missions.
You've got your own room. All official guardians are... That's you now, so I know Headmaster Nav told you to go do those free... Just go and see.
We can now visit our private room. Also something that is not necessarily unique. And basically we have a butler. He's a little bit too cutely dressed for my taste. But we can take him along as a healer onto our missions. And we have a new free mission. The party disbands at the end of each mission. And now we are into the proper game. I honestly wouldn't say so. But we are out of the forced first mission, first story mission. I seriously don't dislike this, I have to say. There's a dressing room where I can change my outfit. Although I do need to... Yeah, I can take them off. If I do this... it's a women's swimwear. I see. Let's have a look at storage. I'm probably going to be selling all of this. Although there are some with some strong elemental attributes. No risk of failure. There is some other stuff here. I think this is so far so fine, and I'll be visiting... I can be visiting the shops. And again, there are some people in here. That we can talk to. He is explaining about how to use guns in first-person mode. And again, it does incorporate stuff from other games in the sense that it has the co-op part where... Okay, that's actually not what I wanted to do. But co-op allows you to play with other players nearby. Again, it didn't invent that, but it does work rather nice. So you can have a frontliner, you can have somebody in the back, you can have a healer, and I'm just clicking through this again. So there is really a lot there. It is not maybe outstanding on any points of its own, although I do personally feel that, it has a really, really good story. That is my equipped one. Let's keep the fire element buster and be selling the rest. You are healing. Not sure. They have some nice stuff there, but how does it compare? It's not really all that good compared to what I have.
Welcome back. I think I've become quite adjusted to combat. I will do my best to advance. I'm sorry. Please, you don't... I'm not mad. You hardly ever say anything. I see.
Poor Vivian is having some trouble. And yeah, you can change how your character looks, you can buy new clothes, you can buy parts, you can do upgrades. There's a lot there, and it is, fair enough, geared to a... Okay, this is the partner machine shop. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing much in here. But yeah, there's a lot here, and it is, I think, a really fun and really nice local multiplayer game. Everybody needs their own everyone needs their own copy and their own hardware, but sitting down playing together, I think, in my opinion, is really fun. I was lucky to have somebody I was able to play with. I am trying to find something. Was it? No, that's not it. Yeah, this. What did I need to do in order to switch? There we go. I need to raise Hunter up to level 7. And then we have some mixed things here. I think I'm just going to be raising myself up to be able to do the Fight Master and then go on from there. Let me just form another quick party. And we'll be going on to a little bit of another adventure here. Although I do understand we're not going to be able to finish it. And the free missions, they come in different difficulty grades from what is it, C to S. If I remember correctly, we are now tasks to destroy all the seed forms here as we make our way through the facility. And then at the end we gain a little bit more experience, type points, and all of those things that make us stronger. As you may have noticed, becoming more proficient with a type also increases your stats and everything. Really, it is not trying to be the most complicated and intricate game, but it is what it is doing. It is doing very competently, combined with a good story and a fun combat system. And do we really need to ask for a lot more than that? I don't think so. And being fun is one of the most important aspects for any game to be. If you are fun, then a lot of other things are going to be working out, have been worked out beforehand already. And yeah, one of the important aspects that I personally always feel important is the game fun on its when you're playing it on your own as well. And yes, it is. You do have people that scale with you that you can take along on the missions. In this case, Vivienne, the partner machine, Verelior, and Laia. As you meet more people, there are more people that you can take along. They'll be helping you out and fighting alongside you as you are completing free or story missions as needed. And we do manage to beat this beast down again. This is a really strong weapon, and we cleared the trial actually rather quickly.
I am quite proud of you.
Getting a good S rank, getting some additional things, some job rewards here, and all of these boxes have spawned in to supplement our reward. So yeah, and as you do these free missions, you'll get stronger, you'll be able to make to go on to harder free missions, you'll be able to get new story missions. We are getting pinged here.
Headquarters. A special please report to
Basically priority missions. And saving has become a lot more convenient with the PlayStation Portable as well. It is the introduction of memory sticks, which were quite revolutionary at the time. You did have memory cards before. Those would have been far too bulky, and for the PlayStation Portable though, and the PlayStation 3 has a hard drive built-in, but that is not something that the PlayStation Portable can make use of. It does use an optical medium, so it did need some way to save your data, and that was then on a memory stick, which worked really well, gave you a lot of room. Well, gave you some room to work with, and you really could have some fun later on. They devised some tricks for you to install your data onto it to make it run better, but the PlayStation Portable is really an amazing piece of hardware, especially for the time, and especially for the graphical prowess that it displayed. It does have a higher resolution than the Nintendo 3DS that is going to be released after it. Fair enough, the 3DS has two screens to power, but both combined even have a slightly lower resolution than the PlayStation, if I remember that correctly. And then PlayStation Portable yeah, 480 screen for the PlayStation, so that was quite a bit, and it is one of the best-selling handhelds, purely handheld consoles, with over 80 million units sold. And I think it is understandable why it does offer quite a lot. In a very small package, it also was able for the first time to for you to bring in movies along, the UMDs, those small, could store entire movies. That's not a feature I used very often, but it was something that you could do. And yeah, but what I do think that Phantasy Star Portable shows much better than Monster Hunter Freedom Unite is that a routine has set in, that people have become comfortable with genres, that they became comfortable with building games in a certain genre, and instead of doing huge adjustments, although people were still experimenting a lot, and we'll be seeing some of that, they decided that they can take a template that works well and use it, refine it a little bit, adjust it to their needs, do the details such that you're going to have a very enjoyable gameplay experience, and then add a story onto it that you can enjoy. I think it works really well. The additional 3D capabilities allow people to try and tell more complex stories, to have more complex environments. But it was also still the time where, while graphics were never unimportant, the fixation on the highest fidelity graphics was not there yet, and people were happy to create beautiful, consistent looking worlds without needing to take the last percentage point of power out of the console that they could. Jumanji, there were quite a few movies released for it, and to a sense, it was a really nice idea to be able to offer this multimedia function in that package. I remember back in the day when we were going onto holidays, we had 3, or did we have 2 and we needed to switch between them? I think we had 2 and we needed to switch between them. Portable DVD players, such that when the fancy struck us, we could watch our DVD. So we never got many UMD movies, but it was possible, and for the people that wanted it and that found that capability useful, I can imagine it was a very joyous thing to be able to do. Yeah, I can imagine that. If you enjoyed the movie, you're going to be popping it in from time to time and watching it again. You also had a portable DVD player. So you were using both? Again, there's nothing wrong with that. But, yeah, I hope it gives you a good idea of the time and what people were able and trying to do. And what they were trying to do was deliver quality for a reasonable investment, with graphics that were fair. I don't think that PlayStation Portable graphics are looking bad by any means still today, so not everything needs to be Crysis. And Crysis, for a very long time, was looking better than anything either on PlayStation 3 or 4. It's a game that really pushed hard, and I do think if more of the techniques used by Crysis were being used again, games could look fantastic without requiring the hardware that they do today. Partially, I'm looking at you, Starfield. Just buy a new computer. Revamp your engine to work properly, Bethesda. But I do need to go on to another quick break as we are nearing the top of the hour again. I'll be seeing you back in about 3 minutes time with Spore, and that is going to be a whole other can of worms that we'll be discussing then. So I'll be seeing you in 3 minutes with Spore. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience with the break and the ads that will be running during it. and I'll be seeing you afterwards. So, back with Spore. It is a little bit on the fiddly side to record, but here we go. So, we'll be starting a new game. And there are 5 stages. I won't be able to go through all of them, but unfortunately, both are a little bit on the mediocre side. Hello, Stingerman. Welcome in. Let me just check. I do feel like the audio is quite low. let me know if the audio is going to be too low when we get into the game. And yeah, I'll be doing it on easy. I don't mind for the name. Hello, Singam, and welcome, and I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday, and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Saturday. And if it is, and if you are, I'm not exactly sure with everybody, so I do apologize. But if you are in America, I am also going to be wishing you a very happy 4th of July. I am doing good, thank you very much. I've had a good day today so far, and I've been able to showcase beforehand 2 of my favorite PlayStation Portable games, them being Monster Hunter Freedom Unite and Phantasy Star Portable. Due to the year limitations of right now, it couldn't have been Phantasy Star Portable 2, which is the one that I do slightly prefer. But now I am showcasing Spore, a very ambitious, overly ambitious. Well, no. Are we overly ambitious? I would say no. And we are currently tasked with growing and eating and collecting new parts for our cell here. We'll be eating a few more bits until I get to the first point here. Here we go. That's us growing a little bit. Let us call in somebody else. I do not want to be eaten in the meantime. There we go. Come on. Okay. I think we got close enough. And we're leaving some offspring behind. Okay. Now, you are able to create and to make your own creature here. I do want to try. It doesn't matter whether it is single or I do need to attach another one like this in order to be able to swim faster. I want to be an omnivore. Well, you're being rude, telling me that mouths only work best on the front section of a creature. I am absolutely going to put my carnivore mouth absolutely now in the middle of my creature here. And as a punishment, I'll be making it a weird dumbbell shape. And I do not have enough genetic budget here to be putting in a spike. And we need to give it a new name. What for? I'm not sure. I now can eat both meat, i.e. other cells, yeah, it is quite a lot harder to eat with the mouth at the side of your creature. I maybe should have listened. The issue being that I don't have an omnivore mouth yet, But yeah, back in the day, it was very, very much hyped as a new forever game, and a huge huge thing that it never quite became in that sense. But at the time, it was very much hyped to hell and back. You'll be able to make your own creations, which, fair enough, yes, you can. This is not the front, but it is... It should be front enough, in my opinion. Because if I do... Does this work? Maybe I have two mouth parts in the same place. Maybe this works. Let's see. Can I eat herbivore particles? I can. Can I eat the others? Yes, I can. Okay. Let us hunt some new cells here. Luckily, this is a very... good cluster in that sense, but I do not really have the speed here. Maybe I do need to call in... there's a meteor. Let's see if I can get some last parts here. So, the first part of the game is basically this. You swim around. You go chomp, chomp, chomp on either... the... herbivore, on the herbivore food, or on the carnivore food, or if you have both parts on, you're going to be able to do both. That is going to be disappearing something, and I don't want that. How though before did I... Okay, that is rotating the creature that I am building. And this was also hyped so much that you can build your own creature, you can build your own civilization. It is going to be the... If I could, I would want to... So you have this creature creator, and then you're unable to rotate a part on its own, basically. And yeah, now what you want or need to do is to enjoy more food, collect a few more cell parts if you do come across either others or come on, let's go. Let's go ham and see if we can find some more parts, even if we cannot find the meteors. There's no mini-map, you just grow, and that is the main issue. As I said, it was hyped a ton. But it was it never lived up, and in my opinion it never could have lived up to the hyped ideal. The gameplay in all of the stages is just very, very shallow. Terribly shallow, in my opinion. And as such, very, very lacking. Getting some more guilds here. I do need to be careful. And that I am both prey and predator. And here we have a nice food addition again, and we are growing a little bit more, and as always my ability to eat both comes in very handy. Ouch. The puffish is slightly evil. Okay, just died myself, and I'll be respawning fair and quickly enough. So, yeah, the game, in a way, promises to be able to allow you to do everything, to have unlimited freedom, and it doesn't live up to it. I think, in retrospective, that is to be expected. No matter what, it would have been on the harder side in order to be able to do such a game properly. And I don't want to be mean, but yeah, you did hype it up far too much, and gameplay just was too shallow. There was not really anything that the game could have lived up to. And yeah, as such, it is always going to be reasonably critiqued for being overly a very self-inflicted, but also, are you kidding me? Well, no, they are going to just chomp on me again. Okay, no new part though. And a little bit more growth again. We are still missing some parts. But these small ones are really getting on my nerve. Nom nom. And we're able, probably for the last time now, able to reproduce here. They promised so much that maybe in the end it should have been clear. Couldn't have been kept. Let's make our defenses more defenses rather than attacks. And yeah, there is then they try to hype up some of the abilities, and in a sense, no matter how hard they tried, they forgot that you needed to make a game fun to play, and all of these stages feel like busy work. None are really outstanding or great or anything, and it's just okay. I do want to heal, and there are some intriguing possibilities to get a new part. And I think I did get a new part. Indeed, I did get a new part. And yes, you can continue this here before finally evolving and leaving onto land. I do want to do a small change. This is the omnivore part, and it is the part that I've been waiting for. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And that is freeing up some stuff for some other stuff. Are we going to be poisonous? To a degree, yes, I do want to be poisonous. For a second there, I was able to get what I wanted. Let's make this part smaller so this is more aggressively pointed forward. And we're going to need to move the eyes back a little bit in this with this build. Okay, you need to go big. Go up front. We're going to be putting the... We're going to be putting that at the top. And be shrinking everything down. So, you can evolve, you can take a look at the history. I'm going to just be wanting to collect, to a degree, a few more points here. Somebody there is going into a panic mode. You probably don't have any new parts. Come on. I know I can bloody... I can't eat anymore. And then we're looking at a path here, and we're pretty much sitting in the omnivore range. That is going to be influencing what we're getting for our next one. And landfall, we're going on to land. Again, the main interesting part for this is that we are going to be getting legs. We are going to be restricted to... They're allowing us to jump, they're allowing us to... Sting and bite and mating call. But we're getting charge as well. And again, we are then tasked to find new things. New parts. All in all, it was a nice idea. That had more... that quite didn't live up to its potential. It is also not portraying evolution correctly in the sense here on how that transition worked, on how a lot of stuff worked. It's fair to... I think it's fair to a point to criticize that. I can be munching on a few things. Both food and other creatures. And there is a new... There is another creature here. Care to make them friend or foe? Let us try to sing. We're getting new parts here. We can mate call, and that allows us then to to do new things. We found some arms, can we? And there we go. We get some DNA for it. To the spoils go the victor. We are on our way to a bigger brain and a smarter us. But we have made... We can be making some friends here. And that means that the entire species is starting to like us. There we go. We're being given a new type of legs, and they already like us quite a lot. So no need to do anything more at the moment. Locate your mate. I did not yet want to call on them. The hive hat is weary of us at the moment, but fair enough. They don't attack us. We won't be attacking them. So let's make a few more friends. And we are growing a little bit bigger. And that also means that our brain is growing a little bit bigger. Again, there is nothing to this really quite a bit. But we can now make a pack. We can now socialize a little bit better. And we are allies, steadfast allies. So they allow us to be at their nest. We can heal here. And we did add a creature to our pack. We want to be careful that we're not doing too much here, and then we'll be going back to our nest. We'll be calling on a mate. And we'll be very nice with each other, and we'll make a baby, which then can change again and all of those things. But apparently we're the female, so we're going to be doing the hard job of doing that. Or maybe the species is hermaphrodite. We now can give the creature a test drive as we run around, as we do things. This is all, they've tried to put in algorithms in how to be able to do this. This is not quite what I wanted. For we are still exactly the same as before. Oh, we are supposed to learn to charge. Are you friends? You are allies as well, so that is nice. So yeah, you run around, you interact with the different animals, you decide whether foe or friend. You're having an evil eye here. Can we try and befriend you? Oh, we can. We can put them in a better mood. They don't attack us on sight. And we are getting some rewards here as well. There we go. We have made new friends. We're a little bit hungry. Luckily, we are omnivores. I'll just antagonize one of the clans as well to showcase how that is working. Then you can attack them, although they are and I got, unfortunately, eaten here by them. They don't like me now. For good reason. Okay, and I'm not quite understanding what is going on now. We migrated. So we migrated to a new nest. And I'll need to be getting over there for some rewards. For the Tortuk hunt, that'll have to come later then. Maybe when we are a little bit stronger. Although I'm not sure where they... if they're still in the back there. But the largest issue that the game has is it is experimental. It is really trying to do something new with how it is presenting. How it is presenting stuff here. The way that you can make your own creatures and they're going to try and wobble about semi-believably. They really put a lot of effort into it. We are getting a new part here. Is this our new nest? New nest. Okay, there's a path going further. So I wonder whether we already had 2 new nests or something. But we have reunited with the rest of our tribe who decided, well, with the rest of our species who decided, well, we're going here over here now. We have claimed this nest. Future generations will be born here. We're getting quite a few new parts. There is a new part to be found over here. And we'll be going on from here. Do we like our new neighbors? Oh, they are still quite a little bit stronger than me. There's a rogue enemy sitting over there. Let's befriend another group here. But again, there is, unfortunately, not much to it. You walk up to them, you select sing. And when you get closer, you select them and you sing for them. If they do like you, I don't have the tools to do what you do. Okay, unfortunate. I am much more aggressive than I am anything else at the moment. Let's see if I can give myself a few new additional skills and features. Okay, why can I not... Come on, why doesn't it work? Do I need to be here and be doing this? I need to select them. My bad. But I think you can see from this why it is a flawed game. It may have had a grand concept, but in execution it falls flat, and it falls flat badly. And I do mean that it does fall flat quite badly. We're having a few new beaks here. Can I take... So can I take the proboscis off here? Omnivore, omnivore, omnivore. Yes, I am an omnivore. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And we're going to have a huge maw with a terrible underbite. And you can also be doing something like really silly and funny with your legs. It gives us sight. You're going to be looking upwards. The other eyes that we have are going to be looking more sideways. So there are a few things. Can I... No, these are eyes and senses. I'm not getting a new sense. Okay, we're not going to be using them too much then. Oh, we got some really nice graspers here. I get strike and pose. sprint and... Can I make these a little bit bigger? I can. That's a spit level 2. Okay, that is not changing anything anymore. Let's put these on our knees. Sneak, charm, and health. Let's make them toe pads. Save and exit. So we have changed quite a bit. Not for the most beautiful. That is not my goal. I have little idea on how you're going to be able to claim that you can be fast or anything like this. With quite seriously, this is not looking very nice. The eyes are fulfilling a good purpose, though. Where are the Mei Mei? I have no idea where to find them anymore. So maybe we can fetch ourselves a few new ones here. A few new parts. And somebody is quite the unhappy one with us. Ouch. No. Okay, I have a charge written here, but I don't have a target. And so, as ambitious as the game presented itself, it was unfortunately very much not able to live up to the hype that they tried to build around it. It fell badly flat. It was not it was not a well-respected game at all. It did not... It was very disappointing. It had no... This is tedious. Let's be nice. This is tedious, and that's... You fill up this bar, you go on to the next part, and that's it. There's nothing really to be gained here. There's some weird forms here. There's a baby here. Can I dance for you? Are you singing? Let's try that again. But again, she's the only one. That's the only creature here. Probably my nest moved on as well to the next one, or I can go ahead and call them in to the next one. And these are definitely stronger than me. Ow, 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 ow. I am badly getting mauled here, for no fault of my own. Yes, please let me go on. And suddenly there are no... It's tedious. It is not doing very much well. Fair enough, we do see some more around here. We have to impress 2 more of you. No. They're not very happy with us. And suddenly the Nog teleport. It's a heavily flawed game, I am. It's disappointing to a large degree on how badly, in my opinion, it failed. I am... It's a simple mashing. There's no real depth here. I could have taken a friend along. Maybe I should have taken a friend along to spit at this one from a distance. But if I am going to be able to be quick enough, I can kill one of them, I can eat one of them, and then the other one is now half running away, but I can just chase it down and munch on it as well. Ooh, it's a baby. How unfortunate. Nom, nom, nom. The game is also trying to be a little bit of a... To be like, oh, the morality of your creature is going to be important. Yes, it is, but on the other hand... Not as much as you might think. It's a flawed, tedious game that somebody much... It is. It has one... Let me get back to the nest. It has one aspect that they really did quite well. And that specifically is this creature building aspect where you can build your own weird creatures and yes, that is going to be appealing to some people. But back in the day, it was lambasted as not being a good game. It was commercially, it was not a success, and whereas, yeah, absolutely fair. This can be a lot of fun. I thought I could. You can create your own creature. You can change the the shape and how it looks. And all of those things do work rather fairly. You can be weird and put your eyes onto your arms. It works. It's quite fun in a way, but on the other hand, the gameplay that you're doing with it is insufficient for... It was insufficient for a lot of people back then. I can still absolutely understand if people say that even today it is... Okay, light. Why can't I? Okay. Oh, I need to learn how to dance. But all of these things are... We're missing. It's missing so much. This is not terribly great. It's Mogadal, Mustachio, Yurguts. Okay, we... For some reason, the ones we were attacking before disappeared. No idea where they went. And all of those things are compounding to a lack of gameplay to a game that was completely overhyped. I think that was the main problem. It was completely overhyped. The game itself did not, or the designers and the marketing team did not take a step back. Okay, what is this game? What can we promise? What can we do? And how does it work? How should it work? What we want with it? And all of that led to, well, this. An experiment that, to a degree, absolutely worthwhile making, the creating your own creatures and then seeing them wobble about and become more proficient. So, for example, since I have arms and graspers now, I can actually take the fruit and stuff it into my mouth rather than having to eat off the floor. And so, yeah, there are quite a few nice details here, and there is... Like, you can now carry a stick, you can maybe throw a stick and all of that, but it is a different... It is not, in and of itself, sufficient gameplay for how it was hyped up. Again, I am happy that people are still enjoying it today. I am coming back to it from time to time to experience its silliness, and I do think... As a game, it has quite a lot of... it has some import, and it does do some things quite differently. And in that regard, it is really nice, but... This combat isn't interesting, there's nothing behind it, and now we're going to possibly extinguish a species. We have, which, yes, that happened, that they got hunted to death. We are getting stronger through it, and all of those things. But it's not holding together, and the further on you get, the harder it is for it to try and hold together. But yeah, it was an experiment. Commercially, it failed. Gameplay-wise, it's not brilliant for the people that are still enjoying it today. Good. I'm happy if people can enjoy a game rather than needing to be everybody not liking a game. But it is not a game that was generally well received, and I can see why, and I understand why, and it has a lot of larger issues. That being said, we are at the top of the hour, and after taking a look at this very, very experimental game that didn't manage, unfortunately, to live up to the hype, we'll be taking a look at Command and Conquer Red Alert 3, the third one in a rather long-running series already. And I'll be showcasing a few things that they tried to streamline, that was things that worked as always, and the things that didn't work, and we'll be having a look at it in a few minutes after a break. As always, thank you very much for your patience during the break and with the ads that will be running during it, and I'll be seeing you in about 3 minutes. And we're back with Command & Conquer Red Alert 3. I just realized I made a small mistake. Since I did not plan to showcase the campaign, I should have gone. It's a bit of an issue. It should not be too much of an issue. I'll be doing subtitles. Okay. Should just hook in. So, I'll be doing not a challenge, but a skirmish. One of the things that is a little bit disappointing is the map variety. It's really not... it is, I find, lacking. Again, we have no, not again. We have 3 factions. So we have Allied, Soviet, and the Rising Empire, i.e. Japan. Come on, OBS. You managed to hook in with gusto before. There we go. Took a while. There we go. So, let's go into a skirmish. We'll be taking the Empire of the Rising Sun. Let's go into Grinder Gulch. We are going to play easy mode. Just a random one here. I don't have anything saved. And let's get into it. So, one of the things that they did try to streamline a little bit here is how some of the stuff works. Personally, I do find it very interesting in how they try to differentiate the third faction a little bit more from previous ones. We do need the generator in order to be able to build a refinery core. So the fun thing here is that you are building cores for the Empire of the Rising Sun. So you build a core, you tell it to go somewhere, and that then gives you the capability of it. It does allow you to use the more old-fashioned the old-fashioned controls, which I do enjoy, and then you have an ore refinery and an ore mine, where your collector is just going to be going back and forth at without too many issues, and then I can make a little bit more here, and then you can go out, you can find buildings as always.
Enemy units detected. Yes. On the move.
And we have some Soviets coming in that I should be able to deal with, though. And yeah, that was not a big problem.
What is required?
You cannot capture. You can burrow.
We will defend the way. We must not tarry.
And there are some more coming in. I probably need an engineer for this. Let's build an engineer. We'll be building some other units here, a mainframe core. Docks are not going to be necessary, but I do need a little bit more power.
Upgrade complete. New construction options. Enemy units detected.
Getting in range.
And again, the poor guys are
Unit is under attack.
not going to be easily surviving this.
You called, Your Eminence?
Looking for some fun? Let's go have some fun. Make it looking for some fun. The stuff of legend. Come on, let's fight. Looking for some fun. Make a dingo go.
Let's go scout out with these a little bit.
Detected.
I probably could do with
Unit is
another
under
one.
attack. Building.
Archer, ready for battle.
But I can also now take my engineer and engineer this out.
Construction complete. Training.
We took some damage. So we now have a very
A unit is under attack.
yeah, we have a unit under attack.
Detected.
That's not too bad. I do want another engineer here. It is to a degree nice that you can select from the minimap. Observation post is giving us nice sight lines. There's a hospital up there. And 2 mines here and here. I'll be securing one of them.
We will defend the way. Forward.
And I'll be pushing out another refinery core in order to be able to do that. A few more mecha cores here, and we are going to be deploying you there. And then you have two
Enemy units detected.
bases up and 2 additional bases up and down. There is some
A unit is under attack.
mech units or some factory units coming out here from the Soviet side now.
A unit is infected. Unit lost.
They
Enemy engineer detected.
and then I've completely forgot about that. You have some extra skills here.
Construction complete. Advanced rocket pods upgrade authorized.
Where is my engineer? Ah, there it is. Okay. He is going to be taking up position, and then I think I do want to secure over this way.
A unit is under attack.
A few more Mecha Tengu. If they're sending bears over here, we do not need to worry.
We must not tarry. Swiftly.
Okay, I hope we didn't lose too many people there. Let's go fetch that hospital as well. So, it is quite a different approach to RTS than StarCraft, than Supreme Commander. We are taking some damage here.
Open fire! Drop!
Construction complete.
Blast the Megatangle!
I do need and want a few more here. And we have some bears coming through the middle.
Megatangle, let's go!
On hold. Cancel.
Let's build a little bit out here. To a degree, I have to say that they're really nice at the moment.
Under attack. Unit lost.
It will defend the way. A clear path. On the move.
And like this should not be reachable anymore except by air units.
My bow is yours.
You upgrade factories individually, which is a little bit of a problem.
My bow is yours.
A unit is under attack.
My bow is yours.
And I do need to expand a little bit here.
Enemy units
No.
detected.
You go over there, and I am going to be building 2 refinery cores. So expanding is pretty easy as the Empire of the Rising Sun.
A unit is under attack. Unit lost.
On target. He's marked.
They are quite a bit more aggressive than what I am used to,
In full view.
but they're still happily throwing a lot of stuff away.
Construction options.
We going three. Megatangle, let's go!
Where are... Okay, there's one core going up there. Let's build another core here. We're basically told that this is now unlocking everything and resources. As we are building up another power generator, it works quite well, in my opinion. It does offer a lot of... it does offer some depth, and it does so well, in my opinion.
Enemy units detected. Building.
I'll be building a few tanks here.
Construction.
I'll have a quick look if we had an expansion.
I stand ready. With haste. I understand.
So far, that is looking good. That works. We have another refinery here with another full mine and another mine.
Construction complete.
Ready.
Unit lost.
And this team is getting
We will defend the way.
into some scuffles with some bears. And you go on as in a typical RTS trying to
A unit is under attack.
trying to strengthen your position when your head get more ahead to a large degree is still very correct. So that means 2 more refinery cores for me here.
Building. Construction complete.
Since I do have this quite nicely under control at the moment. And as you fight, you become more proficient. Okay, this is looking bad.
Enemy base detected.
Luckily, I can just
Our base is under attack.
swoop over here.
A unit is under attack.
But yeah, that was not great. In that case, I do want to build quite a few more Mechatengu. As they arrive and are ready to unfold. And so you expand, build more units, build stronger units, do upgrades. I do want to have another Mecha Core. And I'm going to do a little bit more here with my infantry. And as always, these cores are finishing up quite quickly.
Looks like an easy target.
A unit is infected.
This is our turn.
Okay. Oh, you... Okay. That, in a way, is absolutely nasty.
Under attack. We lost a collector. Construction complete.
That is a nasty enemy to put in there. And now I do need to rebuild an ore collector. Then maybe do take a look at warming up a little bit.
We go where we please. Just cruise it. We go where we please. I don't like the way they look. Open fire. What's this?
I don't want to let them get too close here. Ooh, that's an unfortunate loss of a unit. I am quite happy with having some reinforcements here. You are, though, the one that is going to be continuing to produce my Mecha Tangos, and the upgraded one is going to be looking out. I thought I had built a replacement ore collector. Apparently not.
Upgrade complete. New construction options.
Let's go.
Balloon bomb blowout ready.
We go where we please. I don't like the way they look. Fighting Rick.
A unit is under attack.
Blast the Megatangos.
I did want to go around them last time, the building. Fortified buildings, correctly fortified, can deal a lot of damage. Not great. I'm going to be spending a lot here trying to get some stuff done. Luckily, nobody has come hard past these yet.
Enemy base detected. A collector is under attack. Select target.
How is that bloody ore? You go there. You open back up. Go there. It should have been overall quite easy. Apparently it wasn't. We have a few friends here. We're going to be waiting over there in case I lose another one. Because now I do realize I didn't need it. Let's get a little... a few more here. See, that's another... No.
I wait for my task. Yes.
Why? There.
Is under attack.
There to there. Ore collector. Bloody hell.
Lost.
Putting in quite a nasty one with the bears here as well. Okay. That was a rather nasty surprise on this end.
Is under attack. Our base is under attack.
I did ask you to come over there. But apparently it's not that easy. And we have somebody quite nastily attacking a hospital.
Our base is under attack. A collector is under attack. An ore mine's nearing depletion.
Okay, I do have a strong army. I just need to
Building.
pull ahead with it.
A collector is under attack.
Why the hell did you stop?
An ore mine's nearing depletion. A unit is infected. Our base is under attack.
And now I'll try to kill the base here.
Enemy base detected.
I'm going. They attack me.
A unit is under attack.
To the slaughter. Extinguish them. Is that it?
Let us destroy the control tower here.
A unit is under attack.
One of the issues with the unit pathing here, I would prefer if they were just attacking all at once in a big group.
Enemy engineer detected.
We go where we please. Just cruise it. Zero tolerance.
And will now be
An ore mine has been depleted.
killing some of their... We're starting to properly destroy structures and everything here. We...
A unit is infected.
Okay. Don't bring infantry to a... to something like this. Come on. Pop. Pop.
Balloon bomb barrage. Ready. Select target. A unit is under attack. Unit lost. A unit is infected.
Okay. A few more Mekatengu and a few more King Oni. I am not a fan of the fact that he can just, well, destroy my unit here. I thought it was picked up. Oh, well, we do have a new army coming in here. Should be able to do the job.
Enemy units detected.
So, it is more asymmetric than some other games, less asymmetric than others. We're still getting a little bit of ore each time from even a depleted mine, which I think is important. It is going to allow you to keep a match going without even when resources are becoming tight. Well, although that mostly depends, in my opinion. No, attack that one. Depends on the type of game. There are some games where it actually is overall unimportant that maybe it is because Command and Conquer always had a mechanic in which to be able to get at least some money, that it feels like that is the correct decision for the franchise. But yeah, we're pretty decisive now. And we'll be able to kill our opponent, and I'll be doing another quick skirmish. You don't eat your fan today. I hope that it is not too cold again. Yesterday you were feeling a little bit uncomfortable due to it. Okay, destroying that was quite a painful encounter here. Luckily, we managed to destroy that bloody spider. And that should be the last unit, the last building here. There we go. That's one victorious skirmish. So yeah, there's some up and down. I'm not the best at this game, by far. Let's take something with a little bit of an ocean. Island Arena, why not? I'll be switching over to an allied commander to be able to showcase the differences. So here it works slightly differently. The units take longer to build. You don't get a core that you can place, but rather you get to place the structure immediately. Works differently, works nicely. This is the typical way that Command and Conquer used to play, and it's fine. I don't think there is any major issues with it. Power up, why not? And then we're putting the first one down. We'll be preparing a boot camp, then another ore refinery, and we'll be building ourselves up a little bit before moving out. I do want you to be a little bit further away here. I will be doing some dogs and peacekeepers and nice mix here, and a few engineers.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
That is an absolute appropriate response in order to have, after having eaten something. I do hope that you are going to that you enjoyed your meal, whatever you had for yourself here.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Dep, right here.
And we're getting ourselves a small little force as we are getting able to mine from all of our ore mines in the vicinity.
Enemy units detected.
Right here.
Beef and broccoli frozen meal. I hope you enjoyed it.
Dep, right here.
A unit is under attack.
And it seems to be going Allied versus Allied.
Building.
So some friends are having a kerfuffle and
Enemy
deciding
units detected.
that fighting it out like this is the best decision they could make.
Take him down. Confirmed.
Construction
Standing
complete.
by. On time as always. On alert. Engineer on duty.
Okay.
I know this part.
There's a repair shop. The other side is also a repair shop.
Standing by. Scanning perimeter.
So I'll be advancing at least a little bit here.
Hello.
A unit is under attack.
Immediately we're meeting up with some heavier resistance than I thought
Enemy units
we
detected.
should. I do need more peacekeepers.
Unit lost. Garage captured. Building.
No, we do need more power.
Building.
But we'll now have quite some steady income for a little.
Construction complete. Enemy units detected.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Tactical unit.
A unit is under attack.
Where's the trouble?
Okay. Let's build the mecha core.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Right here.
And a prospector should be able to,
New construction options.
Collecting ore is all right.
convert to a command hub.
Building.
Prospector.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand that.
Ready for contact.
It can be quite hard and troublesome to find the correct balance in that.
Standing
Our
by.
base is under attack.
We'll settle this.
Somebody has walked past the post here.
10-4, sir. On alert. Peacekeeper, ready?
To be attacking the garage here.
Going down.
I feel like that's not a great idea from
We'll settle this.
these units. It is robust enough that I feel like it's not going to do a lot of damage, and we can improve our front line here. And this is something I do like quite a bit about the allies. They are quite well. All of the races have their own ways in which they are flexible and can
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
can advance their tech, their ideas, and go on from there. That quickly, you had some warm food and you're starting to feel like you're overheating. That's
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Ready, sir.
that is quick, if I may say.
Construction complete.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Multi-gunner at your service. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
Surveillance.
I'll be taking up a surveillance sweep. We're taking
New construction options. Enemy
some
units
options here.
detected. Unit lost. Training.
Multi-gunner at your service.
A unit is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Keeping the peace. Over right there. Multi-gunner at your service. We'll settle this.
Pop, 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 pop.
Peace out. Multi-gunner at your service. Tango's dead ahead. Peace
That's a
out.
poor doggo.
On point. Cleared for engagement.
Enemy units.
But that is, as always, the issue if you have enough. Now we need a few more rocket launchers.
Armor spot.
And if you're bringing the multi-gunners into it, I'll be doing so as well. Let's get a little bit more down here.
Building. Low power.
Let's have a look and see maybe if we can disrupt a naval yard of
Select location.
their own.
Enemy units detected. Enemy base detected.
On deck. Right here. Up.
Construction complete.
Amazing. Tango's dead ahead.
A unit is under attack. Construction complete.
Securing area. Take him down. Scanning perimeter.
Unit lost.
Cleared for engagement. He's out. Contact. Waste them. Tango's dead ahead.
Well, we're getting some damage in, but it is not
On point.
terribly unsurmountable damage. That's this
Enemy
one.
units detected.
On alert. Prospector on duty. Hi, mate. How are ya? Peacekeeper ready for contact. Arm response. He's out.
A unit is under attack.
Hold it right there. En route.
Let me build a few more
Training. Upgrade complete.
peacekeepers, and
Building.
we are completely underpowered now.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
Unit lost. A unit is under attack.
The poor dolphins have to defend themselves here hard. That means I need a few more,
Complete.
since I haven't found...
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Right here. Cleared for engagement. He's going down. Tango's dead ahead.
Surveillance suite ready.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
Construction complete. A unit is under attack. Building.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
Building.
Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Response.
Construction complete.
10-4, sir. Ready, sir. Standing by. Joining attack. Awaiting deployment. Securing area. Blow him away. Scanning perimeter.
Unit lost.
10-4, sir. Awaiting deployment.
A unit is under attack.
Cleared for engagement. Contact. Over here. Get your back. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
Enemy base detected.
Well, yes, you did detect a base here, but you're not going to be taking too much from here. Fair enough, you're freezing some of my units. But I am also building them at quite a rapid pace.
Low power. Building.
Not sure how that went, how that led to low power. Oh, you don't think that applying...
Unit lost.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is going to be working. The caffeine can act as an anti-inflammatory agent if you are
A unit is under attack. Construction complete.
drinking it. If it is a internal inflammation, it can absolutely work, but not as an external, as an externally applied
Base is under attack.
thing. That doesn't quite work like that.
Detected.
Okay, I am trying to really push myself up here. And what I have to say, I might want to really put down something here as well.
Our base is under attack. A unit is under attack.
Don't quite have enough anti-air at the moment.
Enemy units detected.
Okay, let us raid the enemy base now.
Enemy base detected. Advanced aeronautics upgrade authorized. New construction options. A unit is under attack.
And with the infantry, that should be working out. Oh, bloody hell, somebody did do a little bit of a nasty there. Okay.
Building.
I'm all ears. Multi-gunner at your service. Amazing. Let's make tracks.
Training. Construction complete.
Multi-gunner at your service. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble?
New construction options. Our base is under attack. Building. A unit is under attack. Repairing.
Stand by for it. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Multi-gunner at your service. What do you have, Command? Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? On alert. Peacekeeper, ready for contact. Assault destroyer, Guardian tank, awaiting deployment.
Enemy units detected. Construction complete. Building.
Guardian
Our
tank,
base is
awaiting
under attack.
deployment.
Surgical strike ready.
I want to repair this.
New construction options.
Target, we're on our way. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Guardian tank, awaiting deployment. Ready, sir. Where's the trouble? Ready, sir.
Our base is under attack. Building.
I'm here for you.
Connector is under attack. Unit lost.
Okay. I'll be taking a step back. There's a lot here.
Enemy units detected.
Oh, you burned. Okay, I see. You burned your tongue. I was trying to finish the game here, and I was getting. I was trying too hard, in a degree, to a degree here. So, I do apologize for misunderstanding that. But yeah, it might work once the caffeine gets metabolized.
Coming in loud and clear.
But it might need to be metabolized beforehand. Yeah, the game is an eccentric mix between a few things. It is lacking the strategic depth of something like StarCraft. On the other hand, it does have a lot more fun, and it is a lot more zany, I think is a good way to put it.
Our base is under attack. A unit is
And
under
that
attack.
did hurt quite a bit there. And yeah, I'd be without major issue. I could defeat this given enough time though, and time is something we do not have in mass right now. But you see how the game works. There are some large differences where they did simplify a lot with how the economy works. The ore mines are pretty easy. You do not need to worry about what is the best amount of prospectors or harvesters in order to get the best amount of to get the highest amount of possible use out of it. So that is really nice. And I am in a low power situation. My defense towers are getting attacked badly. So yeah, I'm not playing this optimally. I do know that, or I am aware that this should be going actually better for me than it actually is.
Construction complete. Construction complete. Repairing. Building. A unit is under attack. Unit lost.
And yeah, so there is some asymmetry, but the basic types are always available to everybody. You have some base defenses, you have attacking units of several types. It works, in my opinion, really well together, and you have a tech tree that you explore. All of those good things that you are used to by a lot of strategy games, done in Command & Conquer Red Alert in the more funny style that you are used from Command & Conquer, especially Red Alert. A good game, and again, is it hugely revolutionary? No, it is trying to streamline a few things. Too much in my opinion, too much in the opinion of a few people actually, but it is working more or less. It is working actually quite well for what it is trying to accomplish.
An ore mine is nearing depletion.
So, good game. If as a strategy game, in my opinion, a little bit flawed, but working actually quite well. It's fun. That is, as so often, possibly the most important thing. And it is nicely able to do what it is setting out to do. It has some mega weapons. It has some mega weapons here, like the proton collider. It has the chronosphere that allows you to teleport units about. Only mechanical units though, so you can amass a large army, build a chronosphere, and then have a huge amount of tanks and stuff teleporting into their base. No, I actually want you still over there. And from that,
Enemy units detected. We've lost Tanya. A unit is under attack.
somebody unfortunately killed Tanya here.
An ore mine has been depleted. Our base is under attack.
So again, it worked out. We survived it. Had they sent more, that would have been troublesome. I absolutely do need more power as well. And so game goes on, and it does not have the same tactical depth as, again, StarCraft or Supreme Commander, but it is not meant to. It is meant to be a simpler, more fun game that is more approachable, and I do think that it does succeed in that very, very well, actually. Not everything needs to be at the same level of a StarCraft Brood War.
An ore mine has been depleted. Building.
And now our income is going to be slower. We're going to wait for the super weapons or the ultimate weapons to charge up. All in all, what you'd expect if you have any experience with Command and Conquer. The enemy is going to hit themselves raw against our defenses. So we're secure in that at least. So it makes the part where the money is tighter a little bit easier. But unfortunately, I do need to switch over to the next game. So I'll be taking a quick break and then I'll be back with a racing game, Gran Turismo on the PlayStation Portable. I did want to showcase Gran Turismo 5 on the PS3, but again, my disk drive broke as I was testing it, so I had to do something else. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, as always. And I am again going to thank you for your patience with the break and during the ads that will be running during the break. And I'll be seeing you in about 3 minutes. And I'm back with Gran Turismo for the PlayStation Portable. Again, I did want to showcase another game here, but I did not. Unfortunately, my hardware died on me. So, let's take a tour around Laguna Seca here. The graphics are actually quite nice. Oh, where did I... I see, I did do something there. I had thought that that would be at another point. Okay, like that I cannot use the a manual transmission, so I will need to do it on automatic. So, racing games. I do think that for racing games, at least for more realistic racing games, Gran Turismo at this time is some of the best. My favorite feature for the games is not available here. The car tuning, buying a car, upgrading it, setting it up exactly how you like it. You're not unable to do that in this game, but you are able to race, and the racing physics are really nice. And racing games might be, as a genre, one of the most simple ones. People are not expecting any story. They don't require any story. What they want is a good racing mechanic and able to race all the tracks that they know and like. And this is pretty much that. The races aren't super large. It only supports up to 4 either players or 1 player 3i cars. It is more limited than what was available on the PS3 at the time. But again, unfortunately, without the hardware, I am unable to show it. And yeah, this game makes it very clear that its main purpose is to hop into a car, select a track, and enjoy races, either alone or with up to 3 friends. As there is really not much else to do. There are some challenges for you to try and improve your driving, but in general, the idea is really that you are going to sit inside your car and drive around a track as best you can. There's a time attack mode. There's the normal race, there's a time attack mode, and the challenges, and I think that is pretty much it. There are a number of courses from all around the world. This being one of them, the Laguna Seca racetrack in, I think it's California. It's an American track. Sorry for not immediately remembering where it came from. I also had not looked it up. I know the country the tracks come from. I do not know. I do not exactly remember where the tracks are in each country. And so you do your laps around the track, try to improve your time, maybe do a little bit of slip and slidey on your lap and lose some time compared to your best lap, and you do then continue to go around, although apparently, despite what happened, I still had the best lap time of my laps so far. And even with the big slide out there, I was faster. Probably because I don't have anybody in front of me holding me back and restricting me from driving my fastest possible speed. I do enjoy racing games myself. I'm not the best at them. I'm decent at it, but I will probably be beaten by basically everybody playing racing games more than I do. And so we go and drive on. Yeah, racing games never made huge waves. Gran Turismo did do some of that because of how much it was trying to do in general, how hard it was trying to be a realistic driving simulator. It is the subtitle after all. If I'm not completely mistaken, it should be Gran Turismo, the realistic racing sim. The real driving simulator, not the realistic, the real driving simulator. And Polyphony Digital really does put some effort into that, trying to make that as much the case as possible. Can't get any more money, again, fair. And now I can increase the difficulty to A rank. I think the highest difficulty for a track is S rank. Let me have a quick look. So you have a few modes. You have you have a drift trial. No wonder I did not remember the drift trial. I'm not very much a drifter. Yeah, S rank is the highest you can push a track to go. And yeah, there is almost 1,000 different cars in the game. Which means that you're going to have a huge garage of a ton of different manufacturers, of a ton of different cars for each manufacturer, some more, some less. But let's be fair, that is to be expected. There are no models after 2008. Let me have a look exactly when the game released. October 2009. So 2009 would be the last car model that we're going to be seeing. Again, some manufacturers have a lot more cars represented than others. In this case, Toyota almost has 72 cars, which is actually quite a lot. There's the Supra, and there's the GT, and the Celica, and the Tacoma, which was probably sold a lot more than in the US than in Europe, in either Europe or Japan. The Minolta, one of their outstanding race cars. So yeah, there's a lot here. There are some that are made by Polyphony Digital because, well, they didn't have a Formula 1 license, so they did take inspiration and put Formula cars in that more or less drive like a normal, like a simulated Formula car, but yeah, slightly differently. As you'll see, there are more race cars than pickup trucks. Well, for, I think, good reason. It's a racing game, and as such, you do want to have cars that can actually properly race. Otherwise, you are going to Not shareable, but it is tradable. Okay. Oh, it is just showing me the garage. If I want to change the car, I need to go into race and change it here. My bad. Nope. That is actually correct. It is two things I want to change. One, I don't want to re-race Laguna Seca. It's not a bad track, but I do want to show you a little bit more. Let's do Suzuka. One of my really favorite tracks, and I'll be switching up to why not, let's take the Panos Esperante, and we'll be getting ready for the race. We do have a few things that we can opt in here for. Everybody is going to be using the same car. And I completely start off in last place because I did not... I pressed the camera instead of the accelerator, and that is just not going to do. Luckily, I do know Suzuka really quite well, so I should have no trouble taking up on them and overtaking them. That I can enjoy one clean race, or at least one clean track across the track. And for that, then you'll be rewarded some money, rewarded some points in upgrading the track, or do you just need to beat the current AI level? I'm not sure. We may want to find out, but the important part is, in my opinion, that it is a really, really competent racer. Again, the PS3 game is the better game. More options, more to do. It does have the tuning options that I am missing here, but again, if the hardware doesn't work, then yeah, it's unfortunate. But this is where racing games have come. There's always the licensing that you need to take care of. There's a bunch of other stuff. The cars need to be licensed, the tracks need to be licensed. So because of that, it is not only the difficulty of being able to build a good physics part for the racing game, but you also do need to take care of the other aspects, the tracks that you want to be. As a racing game enthusiast, you want to be as accurate as possible. You want the physics as accurate as possible, and you want as many cars as possible. Gran Turismo has been collecting licenses for quite a while and is really up there in car variety. But then again, from time to time, your favorite car is either going to depreciate or it's going to be disappearing due to multiple reasons. That was not a good corner, like, at all. And well, you do have a little bit you can do there. Okay, I am not doing well, and I'm feeling like half restarting, but then again, it's only my ego that is bruised. There is no story, there is no additional winning that I need to be doing except beating these 3 other cars that are in front of me at the moment. So it's a bruised ego and not really anything I need to restart. It's not like I'm going to be losing a championship or anything, and even then, if I'm driving badly, I am supposed to be losing out on the championship. I think that is something that I am also missing from here. The ability... You could have given the player the ability to just put a few tracks together and make a championship out of it, race that and get a little bit more money than you would be getting just racing an individual track, or the individual tracks. Just make a little bit out of it. Unfortunately, they didn't. And yeah, otherwise racing games are nothing terribly complicated, but they did come quite a long way already, and they, as always, either were very arcadey. This is more on the arcadey side, especially for a Gran Turismo, or they were trying to be simulators. Some take it there further than others, being that damage can be ranging from cosmetical to catastrophic. And I now hope that I can just keep first place into the finish line. Not necessarily taking the nicest corner here either. Racing games, I did show some early examples in Excitebike needing to focus on a 2D side-on view. Early racing games also tried to take in top-down 2D view. That was just a big part of that just being the problems with the limitations of the hardware at the time and everything else, where you really could not do too much in showcases, and you had to respect the limits. So you had a top-down track, you had a sideways track that you then raced. And yeah, is it perfect? No. Is it the best they could do? Yeah. What do I want to do? Let's do a city track. Seoul, Seattle, Tokyo, Vita Diaria. Let's do Seattle. So you can do forward, backward. There are some ways you can adjust your driving experience. I will be keeping with a rather strong car, but Lotus actually has some really nice cars. Lamborghini. This is all Countach. Not exactly my type of car, that one. Come on, let's take a look at Dodge. Why not? A Viper GTS R. We are racing around an American city, and as such, we should be using an American car for it. And here we are again, dead last in pack. Starting a little bit late. I mean, it's getting a habit. And we'll be taking a little bit of a trip around Seattle. I do not know how accurate the city surrounding the racetrack is. I'm pretty sure that some effort has been made to make it as accurate. How much, I don't know. Maybe somebody of you will be able to tell me. Luckily, we do not have damage enabled, or these bonks would do quite a bit internal damage as well. And yeah, from the beginnings, with necessitating a 2D view either from the side or top down, we got some of the first into the screen races. I did show F-Zero for the Super Nintendo, whose mode 7 allowed the map to be one large texture and then to be zoomed and flown across as if you are racing it. I also did showcase Mega Race 1, another early pre-rendered computer racer, which had the issue that as you were going, you would flying through a video of the track more than anything else. It was limited by that, and actually made the racing controls quite annoying, because the track would not flow smoothly. Really, it would flow in bumps, and each corner you really had to try hard to keep on track, because the car would move whether you would or not, and not in the way that you would actually expect properly from a car on a racing track. They did do better with Mega Race 2, but still not perfect. I still enjoy those games for their silliness, even though they're not great racing games. Not every game you enjoy needs to be perfect. And then F-Zero was one of the more serious attempt at a racer on the Super Nintendo. Of course, everybody is going to know Mario Kart, which also since has had a lot of re-releases, but basically that went pretty much the opposite way. Went very much into the leaned very heavily into the arcades, and as such you can get a ton of different items to annoy your opponents, to knock them out of the race for a few seconds, shrink them, blow them up, what have you. There's a lot of variety nowadays in Mario Kart, and that is pretty much the opposite of this. While I did say that it is quite arcadey for a Polyphony Digital, i.e. a Gran Turismo game, it is far from being as arcadey as Mario Kart and some of the other races there. But doesn't mean one is better. They are different approaches on how you want, on what you want your game to be, how chaotic you want your game to be, or how simulation heavy you want your game to be. All of those are legitimate decisions, steering you towards another part of the audience, and as long as that is respected, I think that your target audience is going to be enjoying your game. But don't complain about the audience you lost for not being what they are looking for in a racing game. Okay, so that is our 3 laps around Seattle. And some of you might go, well, there's not much to do in a racing game. To a degree, yes, absolutely. You are just going to race the track, and round and round and round they go. Which is partially why I'm not haven't featured too many racing games. They rarely did a lot with with special stuff. And what do I mean with special stuff? They rarely... Okay. They do hope for accurate physics and accurate visuals, but there's only so much that they can do to a point. There is only so much that you need to do in a racing game in order to be reaching the best you can currently do for it. So, let's take Gran Turismo here for the PlayStation Portable. What more really could they have done? Fair enough, maybe the graphics could have been a little bit better, but then again, for a portable device in 2009, they are nothing to sneeze at, especially if you do compare it, for example, again, with the Nintendo DS or 3DS 3DS hasn't been released yet, but with what the Nintendo DS as a comparable portable was doing, and they did set out to recreate PlayStation 2 graphics on that device, and I do think that in that regard they absolutely succeeded, and they did push onto more advanced graphics territories from time to time. But yeah, there is not that much they could have done. They could have maybe added more car models, they could have added more courses, but that's it. How much you can change or improve the physics, it's hard to say. The physics calculations are actually quite... there's quite a lot, and it's tedious. How accurate can you go and still maintain a playable frame rate, even if you have a lot of cars on the screen, even if you need to take care of the overhead of the communications that you need to do in order to be able to play together with other people. It works well. It is honestly fun, especially for what it's trying to do and for what it is. Am I lacking a few things? Yes, I would have liked a championship, even if a player made one just be like, I want these tracks with this car, with these rules, would not have been much overhead. But they didn't. In the end, it's fine. It does at the same time the minimum and everything that a racer needs to do. You do not need... Do you? It's always hard, it's always so hard to say if you do need... do you need more? Don't you need more? So as I said, there are also some challenges here where they really are asking you to push yourself hard in order to become a better driver. You can take a look at some replays. They have an opening and an ending movie. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do, but the cursor didn't jump in time. You have some stuff here. I think I'm going to be switching on autosave. You can set up the how you want your game to work. You are gear up, gear down. Let me do a race with that. And then here, what am I now missing? I'm missing the handbrake. Accelerate, brake, reverse. Yeah, absolutely. Change view. Yeah, you can be the handbrake. Handbrake. No, not handbrake. Change view. Rear view. Change view. Okay, let's see how horridly it goes. And again, you can switch from... You can switch the units displayed from Imperial... no, it's not Imperial, it's the American customary units, if I remember that correctly, to SI units. That is what I prefer. Again, if you prefer, that is whatever you are more comfortable with. And we are going to go in for another race. They are not that complicated games. There's one thing I have forgotten. I did want to do a manual race. This is not going to be it. But again, it is not trying to be more than what it is setting out to be. It is setting out to be a competent handheld racing game, and that it does very well. As far as realism goes, it may be the best handheld racing game up to date. Have I played all of them? No. Have I played this and do I have some driving experience? Yes. This is not too shabby, of course. I am not a racer, so I wouldn't be able to say how accurate in the details when you're stressing the cars and the tires really hard, how accurate it is still then. But for example, there is the slipstream, so if you are driving behind another car, you're going to be able to catch up with it, and having had the opportunity to gather a bit more speed, be able to overtake it. So all of those important basics are absolutely present and absolutely fair, and implemented to a degree that to a necessary degree, I think. And so we are making our rounds. I am braking late and then over braking not to smash into it. Again, it is racing games are more something I dabble in. I do enjoy just going around a track at a very at a good speed, and then going to be able to to race for a little bit, but it is not my goal to become a race driver, to become the best at it. I'm just enjoying the process, so my skill level is what it is. Oh, I still had another turn, I see. Although turn is not the correct word to use here. There was another lap waiting for me. Somehow do have some issues with my pronunciation now. Letting me. And I do think that it is now very clear that after, well, we're counting 72 as the commercial beginning. This is 2008, so about 35 years, and the industry has settled down and is happily doing their own thing. Genres are established, sometimes experiments are made, as we saw with Spore. They work or they may not work, but they give, if you're interested in that as a company, they can give you valuable feedback on what you may want to do next, what worked, what didn't work. Racing games always have been a little bit outside of that. Their main goal was to be the best racer that they could be. Same with sports games. After a certain amount of precision, they didn't need a huge reinventing every time. The people that buy them regularly, their wish is to play the sport that they like as accurately as possible, and once they are used to something and once they feel like comfortable, then that is what they're going to be enjoying. I do apologize, but my lips have been quite chaffy now. And yeah, you go on, select your next course. Let's go with El Capitan. At 5 kilometers long, let's take a little bit of a faster car. How about a ZR1 Corvette from 2009? A very recently released car at the release of the game. And so we'll be taking it out on the track, doing 3 laps, and then rinse and repeat. Yeah, that's the way of the racing game. You race, you go back, select another track, select the same track again. Maybe you were going for a time trial, maybe you didn't get your record, but you did feel like you wanted to train and improve some more. Racing games in that regard were always simple, and we're just stopping by to really see that they have gotten proficient at the 3D stuff, and that from that point of view, this is where they are going to just improve on the physics and the graphics, and that is going to be that. Okay, I really felt like I had a big sneeze coming up and I didn't want to sneeze into the microphone. Okay. And yeah, there is not too much else to this game, not too much else in general to racing games. On the PS3, both Gran Turismo 5 and 6 are heavily supporting multiplayer seasonal content. Keep the players playing, keep the players racing with each other, get yourself a good pool, because it is, after all, the most fun if you can. If you're good and you're racing against other people of your skill level. And as such, multiplayer racing became big. Especially because, well, again, PlayStation was really big in Japan. It still really is big in Japan. PC gaming by far less so. So Gran Turismo and Forza on the Xbox were probably although the first Forza isn't out at this point yet, if I remember correctly. They just need to be good racing games with as many cars as possible. Although Forza's approach to be an open world racing game to a degree I don't like very much. I prefer to race tracks. Quite a bit so. There are some, like Need for Speed, that do make it fun. Racing roads. Burnout may be the best example on how you make road racing fun, but in general it is not what I do enjoy about racing. I do enjoy track racing. Yeah, and then, although it's not new, some of the games added combat, so car combat games. Not only racing, you're also exchanging blows with everybody else on the field. It works. It can be very enjoyable. Mega Race 2, Mega Race 3 are really my favorite examples. Carmageddon is another one that a lot of people cite and enjoy. And while they are enjoyable, my preference is give me a good track and let me race around. We are really doing nicely here, having worked up a huge lead to 2, 3 and 4th place. Well, to 2nd, 3rd and 4th place rather. I'm so far ahead, I almost could get out of my vehicle and walk to the finish line before they arrive. Almost, though, only. I feel like I have lost some time. Let us wait for them to run, to finish the race as well. I do want to see how far I got ahead. Far enough that it's not bloody showing it to me. And again, yeah, and so on we go. Time trial is basically the same thing, but you're racing against yourself or a ghost of a friend. Nothing major there. Autumn Ring, the proper round. Okay, I can do up to A rank. Let's take an old Audi Quattro here, although, damn it, that's not the tires I wanted to race on. Yeah. I do need to quit out and come back. And I do wonder for something, if it is in the cars stuff here. No. It's in the race setting, single manufacturer. Yes, no. And now we see that there is a little bit of a different competition waiting for us. I feel like I did manage to carry a nice amount of speed through that corner. And yeah, driving with a manual transmission does require a little bit more focus. But as somebody who still prefer driving manual over automatic, even though automatics do have a ton of advantages nowadays. Okay, hopefully we gain some time on him. Okay, we gained nicely here. Okay, he has a slightly better car than me. Newer cars have an easier time accelerating, even with the same power, and so on. So that is partially the reason I prefer racing a single make. But had I been better in the turns, in the laps before, I should have won. And if I switch it back to single manufacturer, single make rather, I won't have any issues beating the other cars. So, yeah. All I really feel like I can and will do if I keep talking much here is the fact that at the current state, people, both developers and consumers, were feeling comfortable in what they were able to buy and what they were able to make. Experiments, again, did happen, but they were then either overhyped or didn't get as much traction, although there have been still games that we'll be seeing one of a genre I am not terribly happy with, but it did really put it on the map and became a huge phenomenon, including being very well known for having some of the most toxic communities yet. And that is something that we do also need to really start taking into account, that due to the internet and the spread of the internet, this is 2009, so 2 years after Facebook, we do have a much easier way for games to find communities, people talking about it, discussing it, talking about their adventures in it, their times and everything. Not that it didn't happen before, but it was harder now with the internet becoming very widely adopted and really and more easily reachable as well. I do think that communities were starting to rise and form around games a lot more than they did beforehand. And yeah, that then leads also to more online games. World of Warcraft came out 2 years ago. When was World of Warcraft released? World of Warcraft. 3 years. 4 years. Almost 4 years already. No, 5 years. Bloody hell, it's old. 5 years. World of Warcraft is already 5 years old in 2009. My bad. But maybe the point that I should have made is that it became possible for consoles to partake in more in the online space, with the PlayStation 3 and 360 having inbuilt Wi-Fi, able to easily connect to a network and then from there connect to the game service, can do updates and all of those things that nowadays we feel are normal and common in games, is coming into popularity. There, Steam already has existed for several years as well, but is starting to find a more widespread adoption here as a games distribution and library. And a lot of people are just happy to produce good quality or decent quality games. Some people don't care about quality and it just needs to be cheap and fast. Never going to be good in that case. And so the wheels of the industry are turning and are advancing and changing to a degree as well. As I said, we'll be seeing a game that has a notoriously bad community. Came out at the tail end of 2009, free to play. I don't like it very much. When I checked and downloaded it, it turns out I hadn't been logged in for 14 years. So let's see how much of it I still remember and how much I can still showcase properly. I'll be seeing you in a few minutes after the break. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience with the break and the ads I will be running during it. And I'll be seeing you after this break. And of course, despite testing and everything, something went wrong. Let's try that again. There we go. Again, I am exactly unsure what is going on. Everything else would quite... Why? Oh, why is the launcher for League of Legends the way it is? And so, technical difficulties, a game that is probably going to be lasting about 40 minutes. I am not able to... I'm not able to really... Something is not correct. League of Legends. Yes, that is what I want to... And people ask why Steam is... Why it is not working. Of course, I need to ask myself these questions. Hmm. Ooh. Something is not loading properly. Somebody is not allowing me to just... to check the integrity of my files. Can you be anything more annoying? Ah. What Okay. I had a bloody test run and then I had to update their bloody Vanguard stuff, and now it's not working anymore. Loading home hubs. It did load nothing. I hate doing stuff like this. Okay. Okay. If that works, this is going to be off the computer faster than... You're a bloody game. You shouldn't need to be running in. Shouldn't need to run as an admin. But of course, that is now going to fix it. Come on. Okay, it didn't fix it. Uh, okay, so it's either a ban, an IP issue, which could be, or a bloody multi-factor authentication stuff that they are now forcing onto us. But it could also be a Vanguard issue, in which case I would need to restart the computer and the stream, which then is not going to be a solution I'm going to be able to do. No, fucking no. Of course, now it's trying to get itself into everything. Yes, I know. No, I am not happy. Although it is an online game and having multi-factor authentication is something important. It worked, and now it doesn't. So bloody annoying. But then again, I haven't played in such a long time that maybe... I don't know. I don't know. Come on, give me the QR code. No, that is not what I need. Bloody hell. I have you installed. Come on. Okay. I have no idea why it's not working. I did realize that I missed out on a game right now. This stream is going great. Open your authenticator app and scan the QR code. It's not working. And I'm not going to just restart the computer. What do you mean all of this is not active? I hate doing troubleshooting right now, but this is going to be my part about League of Legends being so important and having spawned a huge community and putting esports on the map, and I hate it. What do you mean I am not up to date? I don't get it. I seriously don't get it. I am using core isolation. I hate League of Legends. I hate League of Legends. Okay. That would explain why it doesn't want to start. So no League of Legends today. What the fuck? Okay. At least this part now works. And I hope that means that this part now works. If not, I don't know. Still not working. I do apologize sincerely for not going to be able to showcase this game. But something broke and is not working correctly. Let me try something else. And I am sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. Okay. I am rather miffed at this. But there's nothing I can do. It's not working. I tried it. It worked before. It then asked me to restart the computer, which I do regularly, and then it doesn't want to work anymore. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm going to jump to the game that I missed out on beforehand, and I'm just going to be enjoying that for a little bit. Okay. Let's connect the box. It's not perfect, but it is going to Let's not push the power button when I'm trying to connect this. Okay. Okay, okay. Of course. Okay. Was a little bit too aggressive because I've been so frustrated by League of Legends, and again I haven't played it in years, and I'm not if not for this I would not have not taken the decision to showcase it. Please just do what I want you to do. Okay. I hope this captures. Okay. Okay. Let's go over, and I'm just going to forget about League of Legends It's been a pain when I was installing it. It's a pain. It's acting like a pain. Now I am going to just do something that is a lot that I am going to be enjoying a lot more. So, allow me to bring this up. I hope everything works. Okay, great. Please do let me know if the sound is too low. I can adjust that. For now, let's go into Blaz Blue. Do that instant. So,
書館の連中か？こんな町に退去してどうしたんだ？上の奴らまでいるぞ。
ねえママ。
the library
国情報統制機構より通告する。我々は SS 級統制機構反逆者ラグナ・ザ・ブラッド・エッジが当会この手配。
So Ragnar is about
今の。さあ、こういうことは珍しく。そうだね。気にする。あれ？これなんだろう？何か書いてあるね。なんだろうにゃ。
the half-human, half-cat Kaka clan.
すにゃ。
And here is Tao Kaka.
もう食べられないにゃさ。寝てるね。うん、バカさ。うん。にゃんにゃ、お仕事。これがどうしたにゃすか？なんだかその人を捕まえてお金がないと。そうか、それにゃら仕方にゃい。寝ちゃダメだってば、タオ姉ちゃん。寝たら忘れちゃうでしょ、タオ姉ちゃん。忘れにゃいにゃすよ。あちゃちゃちゃちゃ、尻尾かじるにゃ。にゃ、しょうがないから働いてくるにゃ。タオはどこに行けばいいにゃすか？あっちの出口から出たらオリエントタウンとかいうところに着くってチョーラーが言ってた。あっちにゃすか？そうだよ。ねえ。くんかくんかくんか。
So, that might be already quite new. There is a lot of story here.
腹減ったにゃす。にゃにゃにゃーん。
うお！なんだよてめえは。
おとなしくタオの血肉となるがいいにゃす。
ああ、俺？おい、何しやがる。
いただきにゃー。
おいおい、飯ぐらい静かに食わせろっての。しゃあねえな。相手してやるよ。
First match. Yeah, there is a lot of story in these games. A lot more than usual.
Fate is turning. Rebel 1. Action. Counter.
やっとにゃ。
Counter.
And you may already realize I am much better at this game. Poor Ragnar there, getting seriously scratched by Tao Kaka here.
そのお肉をいただく
なんだ
にゃにゃ白い人はエスパーニャスか
お前が全身でしっかり訴えてやがるじゃん。本当だからちょっと離れろってよだれ。なんでそんなに用意がいい。
タオはいろいろ忘れっぽいけど
恩になんぞ切られたら
おうちに
使命だ。
おにゃ頑張るいただきにゃにゃにゃ
あらら取られちま。
冗談じゃにゃい食べ物の恨みはお
騒がしいやつだったな。
Well, no need to worry about Ragnar anymore.
見失ってしまったにおにゃ誰にゃすか
あら、ずいぶんと間抜けな顔の野良猫だこと。
まだヒリヒリしてるにゃすタオの尻尾は
さあ、ナゴ、ギー。
まったく不法侵入しているくせに生意気な野良猫ね。姫様に変な匂いをつけたら承知しないよ。シェンシェン。
猫さんはどうしてこんなところで寝てたっすか？簡単に来れる場所じゃないはずなんすけど。
そうにゃ肉泥棒を追っかけてたんだにゃ
ギー、無駄話はやめなさい。
にゃ思い出すだけでも腹立つにゃ腹減った上に尻尾踏まにゃすねすねすにゃ
私の庭園に無断で侵入しておきながら来たれ。ウェルダンってところね。
ほんと。
あちゃ
にゃにゃんて恐ろしい鬼女にゃ
鬼女。
姫様？
怒ってる？
今の調理法はお好みでなく。
And the next
Rebel wants action.
ソードアイリス近寄らないで。ナゴ、甘いおいしい。じゃあカンフリクスカンフ
お掃除よ。
インピスト近寄らないで。近寄らないで。ゲオルグ13歳。
of course, there we go.
さてと、
いかがなさいましたか？
迷い猫と戯れて疲れたわ。
はにゃラグニャウサギの人ラグニャし
向こうで見かけた
姫様。
あちにゃすなありがとにゃ
ああ。
さすが
何か言った。バカの相手は疲れるわ。退屈しなくていいけどね。
かしこまりました。
ギー、あなた意味なんてないわ。
Poor Yi is getting picked on a little bit.
そこのあなた誰にゃす。
私は統制機構のノエル・バーミリオン少尉です。あなたこそどこの誰ですか？
タオはタオカかにゃす。
タオカか？珍しい名前ですね。
お
あ、待ちなさい。ラグナザブラ
ブラドエジ。
こんな顔。
おお、こいつ知ってるぞ。さっきご飯もらったぞ。
本当ですか？予想していたよりずっと近く。
にゅうにゅ。なんでいい人捕まえるにゃ？
いい人？そんなわけがありません。あなた、ご飯をもらったと言っていましたが。
別にタオは怪しくないにゃす。
胸は全然関係ないでしょ。
ありゃ、タオと遊びたくなったにゃ。
And the next battle. Let me have a quick look at the command list. Okay. Okay. Quarter circle inputs are not something I'm usually doing.
タオの勝ちにゃす。
どうしよう、この子。困ったな。でも、このままだと痛恨。そのうち目を覚まして帰って。そんなに私、胸どうしたらいいのかな。そういえば昔誠が。
And she has
おい、こんなところで寝ていると風邪をひくぞ。
she has induced some existential dread in Noel.
やむをえんか。最終手段。
ご飯どこにゃ。
すまんな。
にゃにゃにゃにゃ。にゃんですと。
だからすまんと。
猫の人にゃ。お久しぶりだぞ、猫の人。お会いできてタオはとっても嬉しいにゃ。さあ、何して遊ぶにゃす？
俺も会えて嬉しいが、遊んでや。あまりわがままを言う。
ごめんにゃす。反省するにゃす。
よしよし。お前、村の人々は元気か？
それが結構大変にゃ。変にゃ黒いうねうねが出てくると、カカの人が猫の人、なんで村に帰って。
俺には俺で事情がある。
タオが村を守るにゃすか？
そうだ。でき。
猫の人がそう言うなら。
それでいい。
にしても黒いうねうね。お前はもう村に帰るんだ。一族のためにもあまり村から出ない。
タオは強いから大丈夫だぞ、猫の人。
ああ、それがいい。村の皆によろしくな。
約束にゃす。
おいおい、
タオはそんな間抜けじゃ。タオは賢いにゃす。
そんなところから飛び。
全然大丈夫だぞ、猫。村はもうすぐにゃす。タオカカ、さっそ。
随分と派手な音が。まあ。
So, no fight, but some more story.
あいたたたた。おし。誰にゃ。黒いうねうね。村を襲う悪いやつ。お前も賞金首とかいうやつにゃ。
学生レプが。
タオ空気にゃすか。お前はカカのみんなの敵。
She is quite the angry cat at the moment. But there we go. That is Arakune now beaten.
思い知ったかにゃす。この黒いうねうね。おい、うねうね。タオはとっても優しいカカなので見逃してやるにゃ。これに懲りたらもうカカの人を襲わないことにゃす。
I hope that the sleep you got was very good, and there's some reasons why I'm currently playing this game.
これもみんなタオで、ここには誰もいにゃ。おーい、タオ姉ちゃん。おう、チビにゃすか。そのロープ捕まったにゃ。じゃあ。
And she has beaten Arakune, so no more Taka are going to be eaten. So the village is a little bit safer. They were happy, Taokaka was happy.
タオよ、今日はライチがいろいろ食べ物を。もうタオはもうタオお久しぶり。おう、父の人。今この肉まんを片付け。今日もいい感じの弾みプリンやす。もうタオったら。はい。
こういう日々が長く続くといいが。
すにゃおちゃらん。寝てるね。どうし。すにゃ。
The alternate truth is yet to be found. But I did manage to clear a little bit more. So, this game is quite quite serious in how it does. There is S, B, C, D. Okay. It has quite a serious story and quite a an impactful story. There's a lot there that there's a lot there to take into account and to really sink your teeth in a little. There's a lot of training. There's a lot of games released later on in the series, and I will be doing a little bit of training in the sense that I do want to practice my quarter circle inputs and stuff. Can we? But okay, that is that part from her. Would not want that infinite though. And there's... Okay. Okay, I do need to charge my blast gauge here. Sorry, my burst gauge. Okay. Wrong button. Okay. Is there a way to see the inputs? Input display. It does have this option, so I really do want to. Okay. Not getting to it. And this is not what I wanted to showcase this game for. What I did want to showcase it for was, well, partially the stuff that I really don't, that I'm really not good at, the story, and so it is a really good, it's a really good beat 'em up. I am not great at it because I'm not great at quarter circle or half circle or stuff inputs. That's just not something I really had to practice a lot. But we are going to Bigo. Lychee is looking for Ragnar, and she's meeting
Rebel 1 action.
Okay, there we are. Thao Kaka down.
いきなり飛びかかってきてびっくりするじゃない。もうしょうがないわね。とりあえず重いからどいてくれないかしら。
しょうがにゃいにゃ。
ダオ、ちょっとは落ち着きなさい。
はいです。
はい、いいお返事です。はい。返事と手の上げ方は完璧だけど、分かっているのかしら。
してないぞ。にゃ、父の人。
これ、見たいの？
見たいにゃす。おお、これはいい人にゃすね。
いい人じゃないわよ。この人、賞金首なんだから。
でも、いい人にゃ。父の人の村にいたにゃす。
え？オリエントタウンで会ったってこと？
ドーンと言ってガーンと戦ったらご飯くれるって言ったにゃす。だからいい人にゃすよ、この白い人。
相変わらず独特な表現するわね。ラグナがもうオリエントタウンに入っていたなんて。東大元暮らしとは。ありがとうタオ。
なんか知らないけど。
一度オリエントタウンに戻りましょう。何かしら。行ってみましょう。またタオが誰かに迷惑かけてるかもしれないし。
You have choices.
楽しいのにゃ。ちっこい人もなかなかやるのね。
なかなかやりますね。
僕も戦闘の経験は多少積んでいますが、君はとても珍しいスタイルで戦うんですね。そして強い。
やっぱり相手はそんなに怒ってないみたいだからいいけど。こーら、二人とも喧嘩はやめなさい。
にゃにゃ、父の人、これは喧嘩じゃないのにゃ。遊んでただけにゃす。
猫さんの身内の方ですか？すみません、お騒がせしてしまって。僕は1階の戸が追いです。こちらの猫さんも戸が追いと聞いたもので、お互いの実力を試そうと持ちかけたんです。
それでも感心しないわね。タオと渡り合えるぐらいだから。ニルバーナ、どうしてこんなところに。
僕の配慮が足り。
待って、
僕の姉さんに
そばに置いておくと危険。
僕から姉さんを奪うおつもりですか？
Whoops.
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1 action.
食らいなさい。わっちゃーわっちゃーこれこれちゃー痛いわよ。どうだはいはい痛いわよ。まだまだで痛いわよ。はいあらやるじゃない。ドレルベット食らいなさい。これはい食らいなさい。痛いわよ。どう
甘く見られたものです。
痛いわよ。まだ食らいなさい。食らいなさい。わっちゃ痛いわよ。
まだまだです。
どう
強く
どうはいはい
僕が
無事よ。
姉さん。
体は大丈夫。ごめんなさいね。タオがいきなり。
喧嘩のつもりはありませんでした。
そうか。あなたの戦い方を見る限りそういう意味で言ったんじゃないわよ。
では
タオ遊んで。
タオは怒られるよね。
タオ二度。
はいにゃす。
二人は喧嘩したことを。
喧嘩では。
そうにゃ。
下手したら大怪我をし。
はいにゃ。
はい
声が小さい。
はいにゃす。
喧嘩両成敗。今度見つけたらこんなものでは済みませんからね。
にゃす。
二人ともあちこち怪我してること気づいてる？
にゃにゃ。こんなのなめ
すり切
気にするわ。私はこれ
めんどくさいにゃす。
僕も
いいから来なさい。
怖いにゃす。
はい。あなたたちは普通の人よりでも身勝手に力を使えば、それはいつか災いと。
わかった。気をつけ。
手当てありがとう。
いらないわよ。
この人
何か。
行こう姉さん。
待って。いやね、私ったらあの人形を無理やりに取り上げな。賞金首だから表通りを歩。
おい、あれってやっぱ。そうだよな。図書館にバカ野郎、そんなことした。だよな。
あ
少しでいいから。
宗教とか。
いえ、違うわ。
あなんだあんた。
捉えるつもりはないから安心して。
変な姉ちゃんだな。
あなたのその
力。どこで俺の魔導書のことを聞いたか知らねえが、これの
違うの。
なんでこうも俺は面倒ご。
ありがとう。あなたを狙っているのは荒くねという賞金首よ。あなたのその強靭な生命力に惹かれ。
なんだそんなことか。
ダメよこれ。
いきなりでかい声出しやがって。
ごめんなさい。
何か訳ありか
ということなの。だから彼を見つけたら。無理。
わかったわかったからんな顔するなって。
そんな。
ついでだついで言っとくが、そいつをわざわざ探してやると。
彼のことは私。
俺がぶっ倒した方が。
言ってしまった。 強引だけれど。
And so you make decisions and you go.
ラグナザ・ブラッドエッジ大丈夫もう見たところとにかくあれがラグナじゃないですって。そうなのよ。だからあれはあでそうわか彼か明日に村にもしばらく顔を出しライチさん勉強させはーい勉強しつも逃げないから勉強しようよ。ごめんなさいね。しょうが彼がまたお久しぶり。彼ある心得いいえ。結論から言えば最大個体数100の軍隊を形成するように調律された生体兵器である以上、状況は変わる。村の人口はこれまでの統計ともし何らかの問題によって急激に人数が減った場合ですから、全員が同時に死ぬような事態にでもならない。そう結論付けられたか。先ほども申し上げた通り、仮に人数が所詮カカは神の加護から外れた下道の生き物じゃて、新しいカカは100匹いようともその実1匹に過ぎぬ。確かに村人には多少の個体差はあっても、実質はですけれど、遺伝子操作で遺伝子そうして歪めに歪めて生きながら今日は帰られるかね。いえ、子供あの子たちの勉強まで見てもらって感謝し大地はかの問題が片付いたら。いいえ、私はこの村にもあの町にも私を必要と。
And the alternate truth is yet to be found, and I'll be showcasing that part with Tao Kaka. She is one of the best characters, although in my opinion. So we'll be going through this rather quickly. Luckily, we can go through it rather quickly. And again, they're going to wake up Tao Kaka, and this time to showcase how much the story can change. Nope. Story select screen. I did go through a little bit too fast. Well, I was trying to showcase League of Legends, and it so not worked despite me preparing for it and having a test game beforehand. And turns out that Vanguard got an update, and since I have not restarted the PC since it got an update, it's not working, and so I can't play. And I didn't want to interrupt stream, and I had to troubleshoot for over half an hour, and I decided that I'd just go on with the next game, and, well, actually a game that I missed because for some reason my brain wasn't working properly. So yes, I might be going over time, but the game that I actually ought to have been showcasing is not has not worked out, and I was so frustrated that I decided to just get on with it. I was trying to, I seriously was, but I don't know. They have a test. They have an anti-cheat plugin that got an update in order for me to be able to start League of Legends, just start the launcher properly at all. I would have needed to restart the computer, restart the stream, and I really got frustrated at it not working, and it is unfortunate because League of Legends has really made a huge impact, but with Riot not able to get one, it is a very intrusive anti-cheat, so I don't like having it installed in the first place, but I don't know. I can't do restarts and troubleshooting for ages on a stream, and at one point I needed to move on. I am sorry for not being able to showcase it. I truly am. So I started the next game and I'm...
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1, action!
Oh, come on. I'm already... It is maybe something that happens because I do not have League of Legends normally installed. It is most frustrating that I went through, for me, that I went through quite a lot of trouble to try and get it to work. Arakune is also getting on my nerves a little. And I do know that you, Tira, have been looking forward to League of Legends. And I have lost here. Yeah, the best... No, even then, I don't want to interrupt stream. This is BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. Another fighting game. I already went through some of the things. The main reason that I did want to showcase it is one, it is showing that the basic controls of what Street Fighter is doing are still considered quite important. Doing a lot of quarter circle, half circle inputs, which I am not good at. I am much better at this game in general than I am at Street Fighter, especially the older Street Fighters. But it is not the fighter that I am playing. And I did want to showcase it for its copious amount of story. There's a lot there, and it is also a branching story. So, although I lost, I showcased a different path with Tao Kaka before, where you went up to the city, you fought different people, you had a different ending, a different story. And here, so that is another part why it is so interesting. And the other part is that a lot of fighting games at this time have been doing mostly
私は
待て。
大丈夫。
そこの男やぶから棒に取られて暑苦しい男だな。
that in an environment where most people decided to do a lot of 3D stuff, a lot of go heavily into 3D and not do the old 2D sprite-based fighters anymore, that they decided here to really go into it, do an anime 2D anime style that has been mostly not done anymore since the early games of fighting games, because 3D has become easy and practicable, and they decided to go on with the 2D style and really make a whole new series with it that is celebrating this 2D style of fighter, rather than going the 3D path that has been absolutely. I'm already starting to get hungry as well, so I'll have probably quite a lot for dinner as well. Although dinner is going to be simply bread today. Come on. But as you see, I am more easily able to beat the computer here in the story, even though my grasp at the game is not great. And I think a big part there is that since it is not an arcade game. Bloody hell, I am not. I don't have a ton of cheese at home at the moment. I'll see, maybe I will make myself some if I can find some cheese. But again, I might not have any. And Bang is getting quite agitated about his love, Mizlaichi.
ごめんなさい。私は大丈夫だから、ここは。
どこまでも忌々しいもの。この愛と正義。
And Bang is a master at misunderstanding stuff. Damn, he got me. There we go. So, where I'm not great at it. Yeah. Since it is not a 3D environment, the corners are places where the opponent's room to maneuver shrinks. And if you can get him into a corner and keep him into a corner, they will try probably to jump out or push you away again. He has the weirdest talents, the most useless talents.
大変な目にあったわ。
ぽっかぽっかお日様通り戻す。あ、そこにいるのは父の人。
あらあら、タオじゃない。
父の人、相変わらずボインボインしてるにゃすね。
In all the stories, there's quite a bit of interaction between some of the characters, some more, some less. But the call when a battle starts, the wheels of fate are turning, are actually significant. There's a lot of story, and I'm not going to spoil it too much, but in the background there are some machinations that are driving the world and the characters ahead to try to get to a certain outcome.
やめなさいってば。
And that is why repeating the stories, these stories having different outcomes, makes actually sense in universe as well. There is a cycle there that either needs to be broken or reinforced depending on what side you're on. But there's a lot going on there in the background. That is actually something that the developer of the game really enjoys doing. Arc System Works is quite known for putting a lot of stories into their fighting games. And something bugged out on me here.
また父で遊ばせてくれたら許すにゃ。
それはダメ。
ケチ。
ケチで結構。
にしても父の人、なんか困った顔してるぞ。どうしたにゃすか？
煮干しは遠慮するわ。
見てにゃい。
そう。来てほしくない人だけは来るのよね。
来るやつを倒せばいいのか、父の人。ならタオがやっつけるにゃす。頑張るタオはラグニャとかいう人を探してるにゃす。ラッチなご褒美か。
ご褒美？
来る人、肉まんおごってくれるにゃすか？本当にゃすか？
肉まんくらいなら私がおごってあげたいけれど。
お得な情報ありがとうだぞ、父の人。
言っちゃった。半分冗談で言ったの。
そこのむさい人、肉まんをよこすにゃす。
And Bang is getting into some trouble with Tao Kaka.
嘘をつくにゃ。父の人がねだればむさい人が肉まんおごってくれると言ったぞ。
無茶。
こうなったら
なんでそういう話になるのだ。
This time Tao is going to be on the receiving end. Tao is absolutely adorable. She is my favorite character. I wish I were better with the specific inputs that the game wants here. As I explained as I was presenting Street Fighter, come on. As I was presenting Street Fighter, that is not what I am aware that I got used to for fighters, so those inputs are never something I really practiced. Come on. Okay. Poor Tao.
一体何だったでござるかこの子供は。ライチ殿、今行きますぞ。
Poor Tao is left alone.
哀れだな、虫よ。青に誘われて迷い出たのだろうが。魔力とも強い霊星。この魔力は境界の向こうの英知に耐えられずに、その姿となった貴様には過ぎたもの。
待ちなさい。
何者だ貴様。邪魔をする気か。分かっているのだろう。それはもはや人とは呼べる。
分かっていても、目の前でムザムザ死なせるわけにはいかないわ。
So there's some history there.
教会の一部にしてやろう。さらばだ。
なんとあれはまさしくライチ殿。そんなことを妬んでる。させぬわ。
バングス。
すまぬ。遅くなりも。
イカルガの忍者か。
邪魔するなと言われて、はい。
ならば遠慮。
And we need to fight Hakumen.
Rebel 1 Action!
Oh, come on. That hurt. Ah, damn it. I almost had him in the corner. Okay, that wasn't a great showing. Let's try that again. I did just save beforehand. There we go. This part of the story is going to be the same again, so I'll be skipping it up until the fight here, where Bang is jumping in again. Let's
The wheel of fate is turning.
take this a little bit slower. Is dealing a ton of damage. Well, he is reasonably considered one of the strongest people here. And that's another. Ouch. Unfortunately, there is no shortcut here. Later games do ask you if you want to load. There we go. Let's try that one last time. And I do remember that there is a skip. Did remember there was a skip and I just found it again.
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1 Action!
There we go. Okay, close, but that I won on the third time.
マソが際限なく高まっていくですって。これはイカルガの時と同じ。まさか。
さて、
待つでござる。
時が来たようだが、まだ時間。
やむをえん。ライチ殿はその
でもゲートが暴走。このままではあの時とイカルガと同じくここも消滅してしまう。
心配ご無用。こやつを倒したら
私
さてと固定おう第13音ゲかか
And we are visiting Taokaka's village here.
喧嘩はダメにゃ。無才人も喜ぶよよへ。タオ姉はバング様に会ったことがあるにゃすよ。ずっとバング様、今のタオほどじゃにゃいけど、
そんなに強かったのに。
カカの村に空を取り戻すためにゃ。ほら、無才人はお空からカカのありがとう。
And that is the end of one of Bang's stories. And again, they are quite interconnected. Let us go through Ranga's story quickly, because he is one of the main characters. And again, there's a lot going on here. And there is a lot of background story to the world that I'm not going to go into. But he has a... And there's quite some story between Jin and Ragna, as we're seeing. So he got quite badly betrayed by Jin, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And that is how Ranga's story starts. And he has...
なんだよ、ウサギ。
うなされていてすごく。
姫様があんた。
感謝。
姫様痛い。
でも、
Rachel also is quite the character.
こうして人目につかない場所で寝ていることといい、見ていて飽きないところと。
うっせ。わっ、危ね
え。生意気な珍獣ね。そうい。
おい。
姫様。
やばい犬ほどよく入るって。
うっせえぞ。
この子たちの言葉を真に受けるなんて、あなたもうつ。
ああ、もう。
できるものならどうぞ。
And for some reason, she was goading Ragna on here on purpose. Ah. Okay, another close one, but victorious.
あら怖い。
抜きになっちゃって。
ガキンチョ。
負けておいて偉そうなこと言
レイチェルさ
あらバルケン。
いえ、朝食のお時間とな。
そう。
それと、あまりお戯れをされては困る。あまり
そうよ。
そうっす。
姫様痛い。
バルケンハイン。
良い魚が手に入りましたので、ポワレにいたしました。
トマトジュースはいい。
存じて。
ならいいわ。少しだけ楽しめたわ。また。
小僧、少しは頭が冷えたろう。あまりレイチェル様の。
何言ってやがるあのや。クソが。
And so the wheels turn on.
あれが第13階層都市、家具土か。
What does that mean? What was the barrier we saw? But there's a lot of questions. Again, I'm not going to go into it too much.
とりあえず上に向かって歩いていけば。なんだ。薄気味悪い動きしやがって。まったく。貴様か。青。慣れの果て。バカだなって。ま、こうなるわな。俺の邪魔すんじゃ。
And we are fighting Arakune here, who is quite a sad lot in life as well. Whatever is going on is not Okay, and that is the next one.
せめて苦し。ああ？
この人のことは私が。
この感覚。てめえもかよ。
お願い。
はあ。あんたさ、そいつがなんだか分かってる？そうなっちまったやつはもう元には戻れないぜ。
分かってるわ。でも何か方法があるはずよ。
たくよ。どいつもこいつも教会に手出しやがって。ああ、しらけちまったぜ。正直俺にとっちゃそんなやつはどうでもいいし。いいぜ、好きにしな。
And he doesn't really care.
そういや、これまでいくつの支部を潰したっけな。月明かりって。そういや、あいつ、月が怖いとか言っ。
兄さん。
兄様。
くそったれ。たく。あれ？妙だな。はーい、死神さんのお出ましだよ。すみません。罠じゃねえみたいだな。ま、
これが挨拶代わりかい？
And here we have Jin, our first fight against him.
どうしててめえがここにいる？
どうしてって。兄さんを待って。
俺を。
そうだよ。でもすごいね、兄さんは。史上最高額の今じゃ誰もが知っているよ。
そんなことは。
でもおかしいね。兄さん。 兄さん術式使えなかったはず。
うるせえ。
だが
その前に一回ぶった切らせろ。
さあ
Why
The wheel of fate is turning.
why did Jin
Rebel.
kill him in the first place? What is going on here? We'll be getting a few answers, but the lore is rather complicated. And if there's one thing I'm not quite great at yet is judging my distances in the game as well. That is one of the most important skills. But at least if I... But at least this is working well.
兄さん
てめえにはまだ聞きたいことがある。それに今回の目的はてめえじゃねえんだよ。
甘い甘い
黙って寝てろ。このくそくそくそ。
Yeah, Ragnar knows he's quite soft.
作りは似たり寄ったりだ。さて。何をビビってやがる。なんだ。青の魔導書か。くそ。
久しいな。黒き者よ。
久しい。何言ってんだてめえ。
どうした。
うるせえ。
逃げるだけ褒めてやろう。
なんだてめえ偉そうに。
貴様。我は食う。我はこう。我が名は白面。
Another
The
fight?
wheel of fate is turning.
Another more questions brought up. It is... It is... To a degree, I do enjoy story games, and Hakumen is going to... Ouch. And again, he is seriously one of the most of the hardest opponents here, but we do have a save file and we'll be loading that. So let's try that fight again.
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1. Action!
やるな。黒き者よ。なんだそれは。黒人も無限。
Okay. Ragnar does have one thing that makes him special compared to the others. That is that he can heal with his drives attack.
どうしたラグナザ・ブラッドエッジ。自称干渉か。邪魔をするなバケネコめ。
また膝が笑ってやがる。間に合わなかったか。
And the cauldron is about to awaken, opening what looks like the barrier. And again, there's a lot going on with that barrier, with the Azure, with the forces fighting each other. The question is really what is going on. And again, I will not spoiler that too much. I will save before finishing up.
No. だと。何なんだよ、一体。銃だと。てめえ。何も。
We'll be fighting Noel, but something is wrong here. And that was a rather easy fight.
何も変えられない。何も。
てめえ。やめろ。貴様、兄さんを離せ。ジンか。
結局、今回も結末はいつも同じ。そして終焉のまた。
第13階層都市ハブツ地の完全消滅を確認。対象の自正面システムは正常に稼働中。全データ、高間ヶ原に転送。
And there is a system going on about something. Now that we have beaten the story once, we can look for the true ending as we are able now to do choices in the story. And yeah, despite the issues, this is yeah, what is more or less going on. I am rather on the silly side myself, aren't I? No. It is, as with all good stories, very much character focused. The world itself is also is also interesting and has a lot of things that you want to look out for. The game offers also quite a lot gallery, quite a few characters, not quite a few characters, it is actually not very many characters compared to
Please select your character.
to other games. We currently only have 12 characters, where others have 40 plus characters. So, but as a new series, this is not uncommon. Street Fighter, when Street Fighter 2 had about 12 characters. Tekken, when it started, had about 12 characters, maybe a few more. And of course, then it's added on with as the time goes on, as the series goes on. I'll try to practice up a little bit more as I am. Come on. As I'm going to go through the end of my thoughts here for for the game. So, for example, no, I should not go through the controls right now. But, yeah, remarkable for the fact that it is a game willing to go back to a different graphic style that has gotten out of fashion, has fallen out of fashion. Embracing a pixel sprite animated anime style when everybody else was hard at work trying to do 3D. They decided that their best bet is going to be to allow for a to do this anime style, and as such they really managed to nail it and give this game a quite an old-fashioned atmosphere, but that also, in my opinion, makes it very enjoyable. And they had a lot. Bloody hell, my brain is not working all that properly at the moment, but it allowed the game to run very well on pretty much everything. It gave the game quite a unique aesthetic, and the heavy, complicated story that they included in the game, with the large amount of backstory, does mean that the game was memorable and the characters had an environment where they could come and shine. Since if for a lot of games the characters do sometimes not get the chance to shine because the background, the world, is just not able to accommodate them properly. And that is even more the case for games that usually have trouble with telling a lot of story, like fighting games. To a degree, yes, and I am looking forward to having dinner in a few minutes, but I'm going to try and finish this. So games that fighting games struggle with story because the gameplay is always going to be quite divorced from the actual story. Why do we have characters fighting each other if they are friends? How do these fights come up in the first place? Those are all things that are that need an answer, and as such, it's actually quite rare to see a fighting game try its hand at such a complex story. But the background world that Arc Systems has built for the game is helping with that tremendously, because it gives the player a lot of questions that a single playthrough will not answer, a single character's story will not answer, and as such it does become it becomes interesting in how we are going to in the questions that are being brought up. Who are these people? Why are they in the states they are in? Why did Ragnar come here? We now learn to destroy the library. What is the library? We're going to be getting details in another story for that. And as such, the game keeps pulling you back in. Even though personally, I feel that the visual novel parts where the story is told and the fighting parts are still feeling a little bit disjointed. The story and the characters are interesting enough to keep you going and ask questions. What is going to go? What is happening to them? I cannot quickly showcase that, no, but there are actually so Taokaka has a few different endings. I've showcased two here, and one of those endings, as you're going to try to find out all of the endings, is the true ending for that character. That is then going to lead actually going to lead into the next game, and this game is completely unafraid to leave some questions open, but the fact that going through several times and you're trying to find the true ending for a character keeps you coming back. It keeps you practicing. There is an easy mode that I completely ignore, so you can do some of the stronger combos but just a single button push. I don't like that. I am not a fan of that, even though I am not good at this game and not good at getting the special combos to activate. I am good enough to fight my way through the story, and it is the story that is keeps me coming back to this game. Although I've not played them in a while, and as you go through the games later on, you'll also be finding a lot of different aspects of the story, small details that either contradict or contradict each other, or make it seem that the story is going in a circle. There are answers out there, not all of them, but there are a lot of answers out there, and a lot of the characters get quite a bit of development throughout the games, which is an interesting fact for a fighting game, which usually, for good reason, does not dabble a lot in story, and it can go wrong very, very badly if you're not careful with it. But that's it for BlazBlue, one of the few games in this era that deliberately took a step back and said, we don't want to go into 3D, we do want to keep doing 2D, and that really sat down and did a lot of work with that. Later on, they'll be doing some really nice things with Guilty Gear, but that is not something we need to get into, or should not get into right now, because that is going to come up in the future. Before I'm going to take a break, I do want to apologize once more for all of the technical difficulties that I had with League of Legends. As I said, I have tested every game before showcasing it to make sure that it works. I managed to get into a game on League, and then there was an update to their Vanguard system, and something broke, and I haven't found out what. I am guessing that the update required a restart, but since the update happened this morning as I was getting ready for stream, I haven't restarted the computer, and it is unfortunate what it is, but I do want to apologize for not showcasing one of the most influential esports of the time that really managed to get esports on the map, that really, as one of the first that had huge prize pools eclipsing everything else at the time, and whose gameplay was interesting, although not unique and not the first. Dota, a Warcraft 3 mod did this style first, but they really took it and managed to go ahead. And another reason why League of Legends is an important factor, it is one of the first major free-to-play successes that showed that if you can find a monetization model that is not necessarily relying on a front-up price, but you have enough players that keep coming back to buy cosmetics, for example, you can also have a successful business model, and that is also it's another reason why League would have been nice if I didn't need to rant about it and I could have shown it instead. But with that, I will be going on to my dinner break. I am actually really happy to be able to go on to dinner break. I am quite hungry, today. Hungrier than usual. As usual, I'll be leaving you with mainly old trailers by now. Again, there'll be a I'll be putting up a time and everything. So I'll be back in about an hour for 16 or 18 o'clock for me, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, I do want to again thank all of you for your patience, and I'll be back in about an hour after. Yeah, I'll be setting everything up, and then I'll be enjoying some food today. Yeah, so we'll be seeing each other in an hour with another game, Dragon Age Origins, that also has had quite a bit of influence, that is taking the CRPG line of games a step further, and I'll be discussing that. I'll see if I have the cheese to make a sandwich. If not, I do have a lot of things to put on my sandwiches, but I'll have a look. So thank you very much, everybody, for your patience, and I'll be seeing you in about an hour. Until then, I hope you have a good time, and I'll be seeing you afterwards. Thank you very much for your patience again.
Do you remember we had dignity, sanity, a world to trust instead of biting fingers till they bleed? Do you find joy in all your shallow hell of empty noise? Our world is burning, but they'll keep on selling broken toys. Whoa, can't be it, this can't be it now. Whoa, can't be it, this can't be it.
From what I understand, Mitsuru has already given you the short version.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's true. We adults are to blame. If I could have atoned for it with my life, I would have done so. Now, I have no choice but to rely on you. What my father...
The entire world?
Please, listen carefully. The shadows that were amassed here have been dispersed as a result of the explosion. To end this nightmare, you must eliminate all of them. I am to blame for this. I knew the risks, but I was blinded by the promise of success, and so I didn't raise any objections. It is all my fault.
Huh? You know, I've been thinking lately. Once you awaken to the power of Persona, you remember everything that happens during the Dark Hour. It's like trading away your innocence. In exchange for power, you can no longer look away from the things you don't want to see.
So, I guess I'm stuck with you guys, huh?
Yep. Now that that's settled, let's get back.
Now I am certain. I have found you. I have been searching for you. My highest priority is to be with you.
What? I can't believe this!
It tastes horrible. Oh, that's what I thought. Thank you for your honesty. I'm sorry I made you test my cooking. But I know that you'll always be honest with me. I depend on you. And thus we start a new social link to Priestess. Yakushima, I said some stupid things. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. It's been bothering me all this time. Yukari is looking sadly at the ground. It's hard not having a regular family, you know? Everyone else has a mom and a dad. Why do we have to be different? Why us? Sorry, child. Happy to see me? Are you thirsty? Here, let's share this. Wait, where are the cups? I'm afraid I'm completely useless without my wife. Hello, dear. You came back just in... The tree. Mitsuko looks pale. Ask what happened. Calm down, dear. See, you have...
The little fella's been injured. I want to save him if we can.
Little fella? Who's he talking about?
Beats me.
At any rate, let's go.
Koro-chan! Are you okay, Koro-chan?
You know this dog?
Next time we won't lose. Hey, isn't that him? Hey, what's up? Dude, you were fast. I've been practicing. Yeah, I can tell. Hey, I was thinking, maybe we could hang out sometime. Sure, I don't mind. Cool. You still need to work on your technique, but if you keep at it, you could be really great. I think you might help push me to test my limits. Brother. So, how about it? Do you want to have me as a big brother? Sure, okay. There's a bit of resemblance, but alas, it's not to be. We'll have to remain friends. And he's observing me carefully. Isn't it always the way? I get my mind working and it just makes me hungry. I just finished that beef bowl, but I'm already...
Here's our chance for an all-out attack! Strike first! You found the enemy's weakness!
Good job!
The enemy is down! Here's our chance for an all-out attack!
Feeling pathetic now, aren't you? Isn't it time you gave up on your pride? Huh?
Yeah! I'm not letting go!
You had an iron will, but you were an idiot.
Damn it! How can I get out of this godforsaken place?
Mr. Honda.
Oh, you kids. Sorry for getting so worked up. I wonder how long this lockdown's going to last. Is the government doing anything?
Wanting to do something and being able to do it are two different things.
I need to get to my son's side as soon as possible.
That's right. Your son's about to have an operation.
Yes. I only took this job so I could pay for the treatment. Look where it got me.
I'm sorry to hear that. It must be tough for you.
Oh, no, it's not your fault. I don't mean to get you worrying about me. Thank you. Being there won't affect the operation, but I still want to be at his side.
We observe how you came to meddle in power that is not yours, and how you will atone. If our decision is unfavorable, it will be your judgment day. Yes, the key is to quell the chaos ensuing from the demon's appearance in the city. The demons overrunning this city were released into the world by the hands of man. A shameful act for creatures that he entrusted with this world. This lockdown is the wages of that sin, as well as a chance to observe man's reaction.
You seem to know what you're doing, so tell me, do you think God is just? Ah, so you're starting to understand his true self as well. You killed 6 demons in 2 turns. I suppose that's a passing grade. Shut up and dispose of the remaining demons. We'll talk after that. My intentions? My intentions are to have you win the war for the throne of Bel. It doesn't matter. Just think about this. You want to lift the lockdown, don't you? Then neither of us has anything to lose. Listen, the King of Bel is lord over the demons. Very few ever sit upon that throne of darkness, and all demons bow to it. If you win the war for the throne of Bel, the demons in Tokyo will pose no problem. Whether you use them as your escort or massacre them all, your wishes will be granted. Now do you see the fastest way to get the lockdown lifted?
Well, in the end, I guess it's as good as if we found the server. But this way, what'll happen to you? You're not gonna turn into a demon, are you?
Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Hee-hey-ho!
I think it meant tight squeeze. Phew, I never thought we'd help a demon.
You can say that again. Even more surprising was that a demon was standing up to help its comrades escape.
Of course. If you show them your power as a demon lord, they'd have to make a deal. Even if they deny to treat with you, give the order and your demons will crush the SDF. If the demons are not held in the Yamanote Circle, the final option means nothing. The Japanese government may be weak and incompetent, but they wouldn't waste civilian lives.
I see. If they see that the UEM is useless, they wouldn't be reckless enough to use it.
This isn't just about lifting the lockdown. There's another reason to become King of Bel.
And we defeated Belial! We were able to change our destiny again!
Yeah! Phew! That was tense! Great job, everybody!
You guys really are something. I can't believe you defeated a monster like that. Hey, that demon was saying something about my song. What was all that about?
sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Moving out. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
A-bomb ready. Select target. A-bomb prepping. A-bomb launch detected. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Unit report. Moving out. Unit moving out. Yes, acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. No problem.
Arcturus, have you lost your mind?
Listen, I know Duke's a cold-hearted bastard, but an entire colony shouldn't have to suffer for that. Besides, a Confederate general could prove to be a powerful ally. This is an opportunity we cannot miss.
I don't like this at all.
I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to do it.
Yes, sir.
Great. Let's get this over with.
Jacked up and good to go.
Not enough minerals.
Orders, Captain? I read you. Affirmative. Yes, sir?
Doing this, we better hurry. That ship won't last long against those Zerg.
Your forces are under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up and good to go. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir? Outstanding. Let's move. Outstanding. Commander. Go, go, go.
Your forces are under attack.
Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot.
Some backwater post. Don't test my patience, Edmund.
All right, Magnus. You got a deal.
You've made the right choice, General Duke.
I can't believe you're really gonna trust this snake.
Don't worry, Jim. He's our snake now. Suspect the aliens were their creation. No, they'd be lauded as heroes for coming in and destroying the Zerg. It's time the Confederacy paid for its crimes. And I know just the way. Lieutenant Kerrigan is going to plant an emitter at the Confederate base camp. Commander, you will provide her with an escort. When the Zerg arrive, they'll break the blockade for us and we'll make our escape. Now, get moving.
Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. Goliath online.
Greetings, Command. Transmit orders.
Additional supply depots required.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Emitter in place. Just promise me we'll never do anything like this again.
We will do whatever it takes to save humanity. Our responsibility is too great to do any less.
Absolutely. Goliath online.
Ready to roll out.
Channel open. Go ahead, TACOM.
What? Decisive action. Ready to roll out. Destination ready to roll out. Absolutely. Proceeding. Move it. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
This is Duke. The emitters are secured and online.
Who authorized the use of emitters?
I did, Lieutenant.
What? The Confederates on Antigua were bad enough, but now you're going to use the Zerg against an entire planet? This is insane.
She's right, man. Think this through.
I have thought it through. Believe me. You all have your orders. Carry them out.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. You've not enough minerals. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
兄さん、一体どうしたのですか？あれ、あなたは確かギュンター将軍の。はい、ギュンターの娘のイサラです。まだ疎開してなかったの？はい、兄が今日迎えに来てくれることになっていたんです。その兄というのが今そこで拘束されている人です。え？
行動開始する。
どうしましょう。
埋葬してあげて。戦争は始まってしまった。この町の人たちを守るには、私には戦うしか方法はないの。
あれは
粉雪草の種だ。小さいけれど白く綺麗な。
Excellent. You're a predator, and these tests are your prey. Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test. Do you know?
There's always something going down.
Come on, we don't want to piss him off.
My friend said he saw it. So something. We see it?
Follow me.
Is at last drawing to a close, Major. Your actions on this day will determine whether or not the UEF prevails against its enemies.
The Aeon army is closing in on all fronts, and Cybran's sleeper cells here on Earth have become active, inciting riots across the entire planet. It's getting ugly, and it's gonna get worse. Black Sun facility is located here on the island of Niihau in the Hawaiian chain. Your job is simple. You will protect Black Sun during the final stages of its completion. Once it is operational, you will fire it.
We are quickly losing ground, but if you can fire Black Sun, our losses will have been worth it. The Aeon Illuminated is begging for peace, and I've already spoken to Brackman. We'll need damage and readiness assessments ASAP.
Yes, sir.
We did it, General.
No, sir. He did.
You have accomplished your objective.
Perhaps you will make a fitting sword of the way. Ryza out. I am engaging an experienced UEF commander to the north.
Colonel! I need help!
I saw an ACU explode. I'm pleased it wasn't you. Ryza out.
Engaging! Lock on target!
Your orders? We wait your command. Changing course.
Your orders?
What do we have here? Admiral Spire.
Feeling pathetic now, aren't you? Isn't it time you gave up on your pride? Huh?
Yeah! I'm not letting go!
You had an iron will, but you were an idiot.
Damn it! How can I get out of this godforsaken place?
Mr. Honda.
Oh, you kids. Sorry for getting so worked up. I wonder how long this lockdown's going to last. Is the government doing anything?
Wanting to do something and being able to do it are two different things.
I need to get to my son's side as soon as possible.
That's right. Your son's about to have an operation.
Yes. I only took this job so I could pay for the treatment. Look where it got me.
I'm sorry to hear that. It must be tough for you.
Oh, no, it's not your fault. I don't mean to get you worrying about me. Thank you. Being there won't affect the operation, but I still want to be at his side.
We observe how you came to meddle in power that is not yours, and how you will atone. If our decision is unfavorable, it will be your judgment day. Yes, the key is to quell the chaos ensuing from the demon's appearance in the city. The demons overrunning this city were released into the world by the hands of man. A shameful act for creatures that he entrusted with this world. This lockdown is the wages of that sin, as well as a chance to observe man's reaction.
You seem to know what you're doing, so tell me, do you think God is just? Ah, so you're starting to understand his true self as well. You killed 6 demons in 2 turns. I suppose that's a passing grade. Shut up and dispose of the remaining demons. We'll talk after that. My intentions? My intentions are to have you win the war for the throne of Bel. It doesn't matter. Just think about this. You want to lift the lockdown, don't you? Then neither of us has anything to lose. Listen, the King of Bel is lord over the demons. Very few ever sit upon that throne of darkness, and all demons bow to it. If you win the war for the throne of Bel, the demons in Tokyo will pose no problem. Whether you use them as your escort or massacre them all, your wishes will be granted. Now do you see the fastest way to get the lockdown lifted?
Well, in the end, I guess it's as good as if we found the server. But this way, what'll happen to you? You're not gonna turn into a demon, are you?
Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Hee-hey-ho!
I think it meant tight squeeze. Phew, I never thought we'd help a demon.
You can say that again. Even more surprising was that a demon was standing up to help its comrades escape.
Of course. If you show them your power as a demon lord, they'd have to make a deal. Even if they deny to treat with you, give the order and your demons will crush the SDF. If the demons are not held in the Yamanote Circle, the final option means nothing. The Japanese government may be weak and incompetent, but they wouldn't waste civilian lives.
I see. If they see that the UEM is useless, they wouldn't be reckless enough to use it.
This isn't just about lifting the lockdown. There's another reason to become King of Bel.
And we defeated Belial! We were able to change our destiny again!
Yeah! Phew! That was tense! Great job, everybody!
You guys really are something. I can't believe you defeated a monster like that. Hey, that demon was saying something about my song. What was all that about?
And I am back after dinner, quite a good dinner, with Dragon Age Origins. We'll be creating a character, we'll be creating a mage, and we'll be going through some of those aspects, and yeah, be discussing it a little bit. And yes, Tira, I'll take a picture of the bread. The first or in the pictures it may be the last two slices. They are not considered quite as good as the others, but some good slices of bread are, at least in Europe, considered a full dinner. The Germans have a word for the evening meal that is basically bread time, and that is not coming out of nothing. And do remember me, after the end of stream, I'll be putting in a picture of the loaf into Discord. But for now, let's go and create a character. So as I said, we'll be creating a mage. And there is indeed a reason for that. I do enjoy playing mages quite a bit, and I especially do so in Dragon Age Origins. But first, there are a few other choices that I do want to discuss, and a few things that I cannot show, but that is interesting, and so want to show. If you do, I hope you're going to be enjoying it as much as you had the last few days. So you are, for example, first thing you should choose, male or female, doesn't really matter which. Then human, elf, or dwarf. And then you can choose the class, either warrior, mage, or rogue. And depending on your choices, you have the option of different backgrounds. Except, well, for mage, all magi start in the tower, and dwarves are the exception to the other two races. They cannot be mages. So, backgrounds. You basically have two backgrounds for a human. Either they're a human noble born into a noble family, or they are a mage and they have grown up in the Tower of Magi. As an elf, warrior, or rogue, you can have grown up as a Dalish elf, as a living with your tribe and traveling around the lands as free elves, or true elves as they call themselves, or you can have grown up in the city when a local lord claiming privilege of being able to sleep with a wife first shatters the wedding day and everything basically goes down in flames. Or as a mage, you also start in the Tower of Magi. And then for the dwarfs, either rogue or warrior, you can also be born a commoner, or basically casteless in a society where standing means everything. Well, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Or you can be born a dwarf noble, or the favorite child of the dwarven king, actually, and family intrigue and stuff is going to become crashing down on you. Not exactly sure what I should be doing. I did want to go mage, but now that I think about it, there may be a few things that I can show. No, let's go as a mage. There are a few good reasons for that. Let's be an elven mage.
Greetings.
Let's be an elven mage. Character creator is extensive, as has become the norm for RPGs at this time. There is a ton There's really a lot that these games allow you to choose from. Well, one thing I absolutely need to take a look at. That will indeed be something quite interesting. I wish you luck. I am an elf. Elves do not have beards. Let's get ourselves some fancy haircuts, and a dark brown hair color I think will be fine. And then you can change really a lot. Nose height, and that also does change actively on the portrait down here. So yeah, there's a lot to this. Character creators are not
I have lost my concentration. Greetings.
are not my speciality. You can also change your portrait up a little bit. I think I'll be going something like this maybe, before giving myself my name as usual. And then we come to the attributes. Similar to the D&D system, but not equal, or not quite equal, is the stats system. Strength, dexterity, willpower, magic, cunning, and constitution. The system is also better hidden than in directly D&D derived systems, because if you're directly D&D derived, you do want people who are aware of the system to be able to understand it more immediately, whereas here with their own system, that is not so much required. You're already level 13 melee class. What exactly do you mean with melee class? But yeah, we're a mage, so strength, dexterity, and constitution are unfortunately going to be lacking. And we have a few options available here to us. Either improved combat tactics, which, fair, I'm not going to be poison doing, or neither am I going to do a lot of combat training nor traps. I think I'm going to do coercion, survival, and then bring these up both to level 2 rank 4, and then we have our magic. You use basically every melee weapon. So basically you have put perk points into all of the weapon skill trees, but nothing into either archery or magic, if I understand that correctly. And you can also decide what kind of mage do you want to be. Do you want to weaken your enemies? Do you want to shield your allies? Or do you want to be the healer support? Or do you want to be the high damage mage? I, as so often, will be going for the damage. I do enjoy playing an elemental mage. Flame blast, a cone of flame. I'll start lightning, ice, and then the cone of flame. And I do have enough magic for that. Okay. Difficulty, I'll be playing on normal.
On a cliff overlooking the dark waters of Lake Kalenhad stands the tower fortress that is home to the Circle of Magi. This tower is the only place in Ferelden where mages may study their art among others of their kind. Within the high stone walls, the Circle practices its magic and trains apprentices in the proper use of their powers. But the Circle Tower is as much a prison as a refuge. The ever-vigilant Templars of the Chantry watch over all mages, constantly alert for any sign of corruption. This gilded cage is the only world you know. Found to be sensitive to magic at a young age, you were torn from your family and grafted here as an apprentice.
Luckily, the Templars are equally distrusting of any mage, whether human or elven.
This is the final test, the harrowing.
Magic exists to serve man, and never to rule over him. Thus spoke the prophet Andraste as she cast down the Tevinter Imperium, ruled by mages who had brought the world to the edge of ruin. Your magic is a gift, but it's also a curse. For demons of the Dream Realm, the Fade, are drawn to you, and seek to use you as a gateway into this world.
This is why the harrowing exists. The ritual sends you into the Fade, and there you will face a demon, armed with only your will.
Know this, apprentice. If you fail, we Templars will perform our duty. You will die. This is Lyrium, the very essence of magic, and your gateway into the Fade.
The harrowing is a secret out of necessity, child. Every mage must...
So, I'll be skipping that. We touch it and we drop into the Fade. I have a great Orcish greatsword and Orcish dagger. You've already got quite a lot of Orcish weapons. Sword, war axe, dwarven mace, Nord battle axe. You are indeed really wanting to be using every some of every weapon.
This should be easy enough.
Okay, I don't quite remember. No, I don't want to destroy this item. Okay, I can pull it out all the way over. But if I pull it too far, everything else is... the entire bar is going to disappear. Okay. So we're getting into the game. We're getting a few tutorials. Basically, how to explore, how to move around. We're getting shot at by a wisp wraith. We're taking a little bit of damage, but we're fine. And magic and health quickly come back when you're not in combat. I'll be going through this part rather quickly. I, for one, do know it well, and on the other hand, it is not necessarily the most... No, actually, it is quite an interesting part. I'll be getting to that. But it's not visually the most comfortable part, which it is not supposed to be. So, we are in what is called in Dragon Age the Fade, the world of dreams, where every dreamer, every night, is coming to have their dreams. This is the world of magic. This is the world of spirits and demons. It is not a mortal world. It is not a world where mortals ought to trespass in. But we, as a mage, have a strong connection to this world, and we need to be tested to see whether we can withstand the temptations
Someone else thrown to the wolves.
that this place offers.
As ever. It isn't right that they do this, the Templars. Not to you, me, anyone.
Well, Is it right? Isn't it right? That is a good question, for we do not know very much about the world.
See that now. So have many others before you. Look at me. Look at what can happen. It's always the same. But it's not your fault. You're in the same boat I was, aren't you? Allow me to welcome you to the Fade. You can call me, well, Mouse. This place isn't real like you understand it. Here you are what you perceive. I think I used to be like you. Before. The Templars kill you if you take too long, you see. They figure you failed, and they don't want something getting out. That's what they did to me, I think. I have no body to reclaim, and you don't have much time before you end up the same. Don't waste time with that talk. You don't want to end up like this. There's something here, contained, just for an apprentice like you. You have to face the creature, a demon, and resist it. If you can. That's your way out. Or your opponents, if the Templars wouldn't kill you. A test for you. A tease for the creatures of the Fade. You would be a fool to just attack everything you see. What you face is powerful, cunning. There are others here. Other spirits. They will tell you more. Maybe help. If you can believe anything you see. I'll follow, if that's all right. My chance was long ago, but you may have a way out.
So, we're meeting...
Spirit is not far. Don't go near it unless you're ready to fight.
So that is where the spirit is. But we won't quite yet be going there. I do want to take a quick look at something in controls. Hide main interface. Okay. I thought you were able to skip dialogue. Apparently not. Maybe you can only skip some dialogue, but for now, Mouse is following us as we are journeying through the Fade. A little bit too quick here, but the Will-O-Wisp will die to both a lightning strike and a arcane bolt, as has happened before. So, what exactly is going on here? So, in this universe, spirits, demons are real, and they want to...
devised a cowardly test. Better you were pitted... Indeed. That you remain. Of course. I am not here to assist you, however. My purpose is to seek perfection, creating the ultimate weapon for the pursuit of valor.
He is a spirit of valor.
They are brought into being by my will. I understand that in your... those mortals who cannot must lead such hollow, empty lives. Without a doubt. In this realm, everything that exists is the expression of a thought. Do you truly desire one of my weapons? As you wish, mortal. We battle until I am convinced you are strong enough to defeat your demon. If you do not convince me, I will slay you. Are these rules understood?
Yes.
Our duel begins now. Fight with valor!
So, let's get to the combat system. I've done a few fights, and it's not going to be complex fights even coming up now, but it is a real-time system where you can pause at any moment to issue commands to, well, to myself at the moment, but also to your allies if you want to hop around the battlefield later on. Right now I am limited to punching the poor guy here. But my magic is more than good enough.
Strength is sufficient to the task. The staff is yours. May you find glory in all your achievements, mortal.
And this spirit has now given us a staff. Mages staffs are the backbone of their power. I will be, I think, putting on some of the stronger items that I have due to playing this game so much. I do not know why. Also, probably the same as to why we have fireworks going off in the early afternoon on New Year's. In that some people are impatient and cannot wait for the evening to come and the time of fireworks to come. But that is mostly a guess.
There is another spirit here. Not the one hunting you, but still.
And there is another demon here. This one will ask us a few riddles.
No matter. The demon will be gone. Surely, I am a spirit of sloth. Still, you serve your function. Only the mortals like yourself are truly annoying. You are aware, a mortal with power and will. I might be inclined for such a meal myself. It would be interesting to see the mortal world through, as you mortals might term it. But not all demons are demons. You have a vet. Like me, you.
I don't think I'd make a very good bet.
So we're doing some talking here.
You wish to fail, and I will devour you both.
And we'll be accepting his challenge.
Is this? I have seas with no water, coasts with no sand, towns without people, mountains without land. What am I?
What am I? I'm going to go through the answers rather quickly, but that is a map.
Riddle. I'm rarely touched, but often held. If you have wit, you'll use me well. What am I?
That will be, and I'm just having a thought. I want to check something. Yeah, of course. Of course, I managed to do that again, but it's fixed now. But the second riddle, I'm rarely touched, but often held. If you have wit, you'll use me well. That's a tongue.
Your witty tongue. Fair enough. Often will I spin the tale, never will I charge a fee. I'll amuse you an entire eve. But alas, you won't remember me. What am I?
And that is a dream.
Go then.
And now we have a party member. Mouse has become a bear. And with that, we now have everything we need in order to be able to defeat the demon easily. If you just want to hurry through, yes, you can defeat the demon beforehand. And now we can switch over. Come on. Over to Mouse. Mouse is attacking the demon, the spirit wolves, sorry. He has Slam, that's already being cast. That's actually no, that's Rage. So he has cast Rage on himself, and now he's using Slam. And you can see him fighting the wolves there. We'll be helping him out. The third wolf there decided to come over and attack me after all. So, it is a mixture between the turn-based and the, well, a mixture. It's a it's a pausable real-time system that can act like if it was a normally turn-based system, and I think there is an option to break after every... No, okay, I'm misremembering that then from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. But here is the demon that is...
Comes to me at last. Soon I shall see the land of the living with your eyes, creature. You shall be mine, amused. Oh,
I'm not a mouse now.
we shall.
And he is pulling up now. Mouse has again transformed into a bear. I'll have him attack the will-o-wisps here. That is one dead will-o-wisp. Mouse, please go around and attack the other one as well.
Time for a little cleanup. Let's make this quick, shall we?
And with that, we have made ourselves enough room to fight this demon properly. There we go. The will-o-wisps are now running away.
Actually did it. When you came, I hoped that maybe you might be able to, but I never really thought any of you were worthy.
And we've done this now well, and it feels maybe easy for a big test.
You are a true mage, one of the few. The others, they never had a chance. The Templars set them up to fail, like they tried with you. I regret my part in it. But you have shown me that there is hope. You can be so much more than you know.
Well, I understand necessity on his part.
Defeated a and maybe there's hope in... There may be a way for me to leave here, to get a foothold outside. You just need to want to let me in.
And if we're quick on our feet, or if you have played the game again before, I think the demon we just defeated was not the real test.
What do you... Of course it was. What else is here that could harm an apprentice of your potential? You are a smart one.
Simple killing is a warrior's job. The real dangers of the Fade are preconceptions, careless trust, pride. Keep your wits about you, mage. True tests never end.
And with that, we have survived our harrowing. The fact that Dragon Age Origins has different beginnings depending on your job, on your race, already makes it quite interesting. Humans are a little bit more limited because they are the dominant power, and so need less of an introduction into their struggles than others. Dwarves in their society have their own struggles, so showing both sides of that. One, if you're a casteless, a dwarf that in a way doesn't exist on paper or on stone, that is going to be a trouble. And on the other hand, if you are of high birth, that is also potentially very troublesome, because politics can be deadly. And then as an elf, you can either be a free elf or a city elf, and in the city you're going to be subjugated to the xenophobia of the humans, and outside brings its own troubles. Living free is not as easy as it might be. But as a mage, both human or elf, your struggles are surpassing that in a way. You are locked away from childhood into the tower. Why? Well, one, magic is dangerous, fair enough. There are demons that can possess you, and we start seeing where the problem lies. We do not want an army of demons running around, because if you are capable of magic and a demon possesses you, that body is probably still really good at casting magic, but being used to it, and suddenly you have a big demon infestation that is going to take hold and be a huge problem. 40k, there is some 40k in there, but all of those things are to be coming ahead, and I'll be continuing a little bit more here.
Apprentices who never come back from harrowings. And now you get to move to the nice mage's quarters. I've been here longer than you have. Sometimes I think they just don't want to test me.
There's some additional
tranquility, or they might not. He's so cold. No, not even cold. There's just nothing in him. I shouldn't waste your time with this. I was supposed to tell you to see Irving.
Did you hear anything? Is he alright?
So,
is he awake? Why do you care? Are you best friends now? I'm just curious. That Templar Cullen said it was the quickest, cleanest harrowing he'd ever seen. He must be so talented.
Someone sounds jealous.
I just know I'll be terrified when my time comes. Like Wendell was. He'd throw up every day for the next week just thinking about it.
Let's get started.
So yeah, that that test is a feared test, but also at least felt necessary test, and I'll just be going about a little bit, having a rummage around.
Blood magic. Why would anyone do something so stupid? That's a death sentence. Because blood magic is powerful.
And as with so many moments, there is a lot that you can find about here. Let me put on that cowl. It's not looking the nicest, I have to say.
That's what I hear.
These have disappeared now that we're no longer in the Fade. There are some runes which can do some really interesting things if you are getting down to it. Yeah, and we have a level up. Level up. Again, nothing new. Let me raise my magic a little bit. More mana, and this is basically my... Constitution is more health. So far it's not been a limiting factor. But let's strengthen that a little bit anyway. And we learn one more spell.
As you wish.
Again, money is also important, and while we cannot buy or sell in the tower,
We don't want it sputtering and leaping about.
and again there are there's a lot of nice detail here in the tower. There are the children being educated. The dorms are big enough to have everybody be around, and somebody just shot a fireball at me. Well, to a degree, maybe I shouldn't have been running around quite so much. But out of combat, we are healing quite quickly, so it's fine. Getting onto the second floor here is Owain in charge of the stockpile.
Stockroom of magical items. My name is Owain. How may I assist? I voluntarily submitted. I find this state agreeable. I see the world. Now things are simple. It is difficult to describe. I would perhaps compare it to being plunged. Very well.
He has no emotion anymore, which is a special state that you need to get to, and there are a few things here that and you can get a little bit more additional experience, which is nice. It's going to be amounting to a little bit. We can learn a few things here about.
If not, step back. You're in my light. Are you surprised? With most of our history lost, I suppose I'll never really know. Maybe the Dalish elves would, but they live in the wilderness, traveling where they will. As do I. Are you from an alienage? I'm from a farm outside Highever. My mother worked. I suppose it doesn't matter where we're from, does it? We're in the circle now. I am satisfied knowing the human, but I should get back to my books. Good day.
So, learning a few more things. There's another Tranquil Mage. There's some discussion here about the politics inside the circle. We're all mages are bound here together, and still they find time to bicker, and I think we shouldn't be surprised by that. The story does. It starts quite slowly here. Well, slowly. It just threw you into the Fade, had you explore and do everything, and then this is my new room.
You are to be moved out of the apprentices' dormitory, and these are to be your new quarters. The Tranquil will move your belongings this afternoon. Go on, make yourself comfortable.
But yeah, that is looking much better than the bunk bed I had as an apprentice. So, with all of that going on, the world is already dangerous enough. Here is Cullen, a friendly Templar.
Greetings. I'm glad your harrowing went well. Some Templars I know discuss such things with glee. I try to serve them. Honestly, I've never seen an abomination, or been called on to slay one. Gregor would have guided me. But what if it's not obvious? Could abominations be walking among us right now? This is still... Maybe one day I'll be as dedicated and driven as Knight Commander Gregor. You must be busy.
And we had a small exchange here. Again, take everything that is not nailed down. There's a book here. And all of these are... There's a lot to read here in the game, but as so often it is very much a game where you will be where you will be encouraged to be exploring on your own, trying to find either resources, because, well, I'm not a great herbalist, but I can make a few potions. You can make traps, you can make poisons. Poison is something quite useful as a rogue. You are skilled as a rogue in the use of poisons and as such. And there's some terms here. Chantry, blind. What? Okay, so there's a religion here that is.
We have already gone to Ostagar. Wynne, Aldred, and most of the senior mages. We've committed enough of our own to this war effort.
Your own? Since when have you felt such kinship with the mages, Gregor? Or are you afraid to let the mages out from under Chantry supervision where they can actually use their maker-given powers.
How dare you suggest?
Gentlemen, please. Irving, someone is here to see you.
Ah, if it isn't our new brother in the circle. Come, child.
This is...
Yes, this...
Well,
Of course. Well, and where was I? You've heard about the war brewing to the south, I expect.
The Darkspawn threat grows in the south. We need all the help we can get. They are twisted monsters that They have fought. I fear it.
Dunk.
We live...
We should... The harrowing is behind you. Your phylactery was sent to Denerim.
I'm sorry, what is this phylactery?
Blood is taken.
So they can be...
We have few choices. The gift of Matt. You have done this. I present you with your robes, your staff, and a ring bearing the circles. It goes without saying. Now then, take your time to rest.
I will return.
Would you be so kind? The guest quarters.
So we meet Duncan. We'll be escorting him back to his room on the other side of the tower. It may feel slow. I personally think that this is all very nice, actually.
I'm glad for the company. Yes? What about?
And then we can...
A horde. We Grey Wardens believe that an Darkspawn do attack this. A horde of Darkspawn. A veritable army. It is... We can't seem to eradicate them completely. It is not my place to comment. Gregor serves... You've realized by now that the Chantry merely tolerates magic? They watch only because any mages who join the king... Gregor may be afraid of what will happen. What if the mages decide they no longer want to be governed by the Chantry? I believe we must defeat... Yeah.
And so we're getting a bit more information, a bit more... a feeling about who Duncan is. And now Jowen is back.
Are you done talking with Irving? I need to talk to you. Do you remember what we discussed? Shh. We should go somewhere else. I don't feel safe talking here. I've been...
And Jowen is having trouble. He fell in love with a sister of, or an initiate of the Chantry. She hasn't taken her vows yet, but there are some issues going on here.
Not a priest. I am merely an initiate.
And the Chantry is responsible for the Templars. The Templars don't like... The Chantry and the Templars don't like mages in general, so there's something strange going on here.
I told you that I met a girl. Very funny. I wish that was the only... Remember, they'll take everything that I am from me. My dreams, hopes, fears, my love for Lily. They'll extinguish my humanity. I'll just be a husk. There's a rumor. They think that making me a circle mage will endanger everyone. Of course not. We need...
Give us your word that you will help, and we will tell you what we intend.
If you care about what happens to me, help us.
I suppose that's fair.
So... And there is a small conspiracy going on here. In that Jowen wants to destroy the phylactery we just heard about, and... yeah, wants to escape the circle because he's going to be made tranquil, he will have all of his emotions removed from him, and
that leads to the circle's caverns. But of course you know this. No, I can't let anyone in there. There are just things in there. Yes, I am in the midst of stock taking. Checking quite a while. Don't wait up. Because look, I'll tell you the truth. Just keep it to yourself. There is an infestation of spiders in the caves. I don't know how they got in there, but it's probably my fault. I was promoted to senior enchanter less than a fortnight ago, and I don't want anyone to find out. They'll think I'm incompetent. I could use some, I'm sure. I've been too busy with my new duties. I haven't been able to deal with the spiders. If you cleared them out for me, I would owe you a favor. Wonderful.
So, we can go into the storerooms. We'll be visiting some other places in the game later, but it's a nice side quest. It's giving us a little bit more combat and a little bit more experience. I always do this. As tedious as some people might find it, I do enjoy having more spells and more levels available to me. And this is going to give me some experience towards my next level. The game, when it came out, was really, really well received. Mostly because as part of Bethesda, I think they and the quality of Bethesda really was something else back in the day. It not only lived up to the not Bethesda, BioWare's legacy, but it also was a new IP, unbound by anything else. People were hoping back in the day for Baldur's Gate 3, which seems a little bit funny now that we actually got a Baldur's Gate 3, but that was what people were hoping for, and since BioWare did do the first two iterations of Baldur's Gate, the idea was that they also would do the next one, but as that failed to materialize, what we got instead was Dragon Age Origin. In a way, a very worthy successor to the characters and the story of Baldur's Gate, telling a dark story about a land in deep trouble, not only beset by an external enemy, but also
this should be easy enough.
Threatened by internal struggles that to a large degree are also driven by the external enemy. There's been a war in the past that has put strain onto quite a few spots, and the new external enemy is now really risking to crack all of that back open again in absolutely a way that is really going to test the strength of the country, or, well, risk its annihilation. And it's a well-told story with few black and white moments where you need to make choices. A lot of them are quite complex, choosing between two wrongs, it can feel like, and while not morally grey, morally open, I think, is the better way to put it. The game is not uncomfortable to showcase multiple outcomes, all of which may be good, maybe bad. There's unfortunately quite a lot to that. Well, fortunately, there's quite a lot to that. There's quite a lot of attention to detail and love in the storytelling that really shines through, and makes, for me, very easily the original Dragon Age the
Are the
best.
spiders gone?
The best of the series.
Really? Oh, that's wonderful. You've saved my hide, I'm sure. And I owe you a favor, so if you need anything, I'll be here. Exactly. I'll be here, keeping the crawlies away.
So, we did help somebody out here. She owes us a favor, but that is not something we're going to be cashing in on. But we have that conspiracy, and I am not one. I like Jowan, but I also know what is going to happen to him, so
Back to his quarters.
we will be reporting on him, unfortunately.
I'm glad you met him. He's a most honorable man. Grey Wardens are here. Now, did you need something?
Oh, bloody hell. Why are they running right now? Well, it is what it is.
I've removed them from the library. They will be... Now, is there anything else? And how does he know this? I suppose the young initiate he dallies about with revealed it to him. You think I didn't know? I did not become first enchanter by keeping my eyes and ears shut. Oh, interesting. What more do you know? And I suppose his lady friend is involved? Yes, she must be hit. Do you know anything else? I suspect, but I never expected they would have the gall to break into the repository, reporting him to... If the Circle must punish one of its own, I will see the Enchantry. They would make us all tranquil if they could, and call it a kindness. They fancy themselves. The Chantry must be reminded that not all of them are blameless. If we mention her, no, she must be caught in the act. If you want to survive, Jowan will become tranquil. You felt comfortable enough to bring this to me. Go. I will...
Okay, I did misclick there. But, yeah, let's do the conclusion. Again, it is not a huge change to some other CRPGs in between Baldur's Gate 2 and this one. Yes, there's a bit of a reduction in party size. The maximum here is 4, but in general, you still have a party. You're still going to be fighting. You still want to take... you still want to pause and give orders and organize the battle such that it will flow in your favor. There's still spells with a lot of different variety. I haven't shown all of them, but here? Of course not. There we are. There are my spells. So you have some elemental spells, 4 of each. You have some healing spells here, and you have some strengthening offensive spells. You have some warding. You have some wards. You have some summoning and support magic. You can build up a shield. You can drain mana. You can destroy mana in other spellcasters. You can do a little bit of necromancy. You can immediately mess with their minds. You can weaken them. You can make them vulnerable. You can try and kill them. There is indeed a lot here in which you can be like an elemental mage, an entropic mage, a spirit mage. Yeah, there's a lot there. Similarly for the 2 martial classes, there is quite a lot for rogues. You can use the bow. You can go dual weapon. and the warrior can specialize in in axes and great swords, or you can learn how to use a shield. There is a ton here in complexity in the way how you build your party, in the special skills that you can be taking. I don't think I can show it here, but you have each mage, warrior, and rogue has four special classes that they can spec into at points, and then the dark story that slowly feels like this unfathomable enemy that later on is slowly grinding forward, and all the obstacles you need to remove that to avoid to be caught in its grinding gears. And then all of your companions have motivations, they have things that they want to accomplish for themselves. There's all this web, and it results in a really, really good CRPG with a lot of tactical depth and complexity that unfortunately has not been replicated later on. But here we do see that it is still, well, it has never not been wanted, but it has not been given to the players. But here we see how to really masterfully build up a new world with new people, with new companions, and how to do that, and do that in a new, very interesting and exciting world. I am saddened by what happened to Dragon Age 2 and 3, and we're not going to be talking about 4. But yeah, a great game. Again, nothing graphically revolutionary, nothing gameplay-wise revolutionary, but again, taking a new idea, a new story, and old ideas, refining them a little bit, building on what had been there before, and building on that and refining it into a new masterpiece that is really enjoyable still to this day. If you do like CRPGs, if you'd like the slower style of CRPGs, this is absolutely going to be a game that you're going to be enjoying very, very much. But as we're coming again to the top of the hour, and I have been talking quite a bit again, it is time for us to go on to our next game, Valkyria Chronicles 2. In the meantime, in between there and then, I'll be taking a very short break, during which ads will be running, and I do thank you again for your patience with the break and the ads that will be running during it. Or no, I think I will not have the ads run, because they ran not 5 minutes ago, and I'll try to remember that I need to push the ads ahead a little bit for before the next one. So no ads, but a short break, and we'll be back. I'll be showcasing Valkyria Chronicles 2 and explaining why that has a place here. And so I'll be seeing you in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience.
Sega. In days long past, the Darksons, bringers of the great calamity, To begin, here is today's news.
Welcome to R&D, kid. Make yourself at home.
And I am back with Valkyria Chronicles 2. The first one was released for PlayStation 3 in 2008. This is Valkyria Chronicles 2, often seen as the weakest one out of the 4 released for PlayStation Portable in 2010, January of 2010 actually. And it is at its heart a military-themed tactical role-playing game. You'll be seeing what I mean with that. Maybe you already know if you have seen some of the others that I have. If you have seen my presentation on the original, on the remake of the original Valkyria Chronicles. There's a lot going on here. There's a prologue. There's some stuff that happened. There's again, it's a game with a lot of interests. That's not exactly what I wanted to do, but basically we're in Class G, the people that just barely scraped into Lancel Academy, to a degree the preeminent military academy of the land.
Good, you're here.
Can I build classes, change class? So Ivan actually has an aptitude for all the classes, but if I take a look at Helmut, he is only able to be a scout, so he could be a scout veteran, he could be a sniper. There are some reasons why some of these are a lot stronger than others. I do have enough to push another class up, but the scouts are going to need to do a majority of the heavy lifting, so yeah. And we're going to be covering some military history. And Ivana's like, that's my worst subject. Don't be so modest. I'm sure you're equally bad in all of them. Again, some...
Hey!
He's amazing at everything, and he is going to get told off by the teacher, and luckily, to a degree, we are saved by the bell.
What?
You heard the bells.
So it is a military academy, but...
Those bells mean you've been summoned to battle.
What? Us?
If I were you, I'd start getting ready.
So, report of rebel aggression in the Arlem region has come in, and we are tasked to deal with it. Because we are responsible for policing southern Gallia, and so we do need to... that the cadets are expected to fight.
Listen up now.
And the military can only be summoned against invasion, and since this is internal, we have to deal with it. So, we're getting ready, and then we need to meet up in the briefing room.
Avon, how can I help you today?
And then we'll be seeing the missions. There are some free missions as well, but there is also the liberated Arlem here. Okay. We'll not be starting with the story mission because I do want to tell you a bit more about the game before we begin. So, basic combat techniques. Use everything we've learned up to now to defeat all enemy units. Victory, all enemy units defeated. Allied base camp captured. 20 turns pass, 0 morale, or all of our infantry defeated. Avan has to deploy. As are going to be Nicole and Lotte. Nothing against Helmut, but and I'm going to be deploying Cosette as well. They're called squads, but they're individual people. So, yeah, a deploy now. Yeah, we have all of the members deployed. And we're now going into battle. So, how does battle work? It's on the PlayStation Portable. Is it real-time? Is it turn-based? We'll see. And we'll see, well...
guys.
Our morale is at level 3. The higher our morale, the better we are going to be feeling. Aim boost, CP cost 4, really raise one of our allies.
Moving out.
Accuracy. I do want to have a quick look.
Enemy spotted.
Okay, so a tank cannot pass here.
I'm just getting started.
We can.
All right.
So we have shot down our first opponent.
Okay, let's
go. We're just going to be moving again.
This is a turning point, right, bro?
Hop. Okay, everything needs to hit in order to be a kill. Since he's in cover, critical shots do not count.
All right.
Okay. There is still somebody all the way over there.
Okay,
well, I still have a few more orders that I can give.
This is a turning point, right, bro?
I captured an enemy.
Enemy spotted.
That's an enemy base camp captured. And if I were to hit, this would be 6 shot at that distance. Hey, at least 1.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'll be bringing him forward a little bit more. I also do have some rather nastier ammunition. Okay, well, that was definitely not a nice run. Let's be commanding Lotte now. He still has a lot more stamina left.
Guardian girl attacks!
Okay, our last command point here. That should be no issue. That is one of the enemy officers down.
Here goes, full throttle!
And will be crouching behind her, and as in her opportunity as the specialist of the of a journalist of the school journal, she's had quite the keen eyesight and the keen sight here in order to get these troops. Every troop is healing a little bit. Yvonne has quite a bit more health than the rest of the
let's go.
Of the scouts, which is why I do really enjoy using him so much, because the enemy will be
What's a little blood loss?
Ooh.
Let me at him! Damn.
That's bad. That is going to avoid... That is me avoiding getting a good...
Gotcha!
A good score here already. Shot in the back. How rude.
On my way.
Let's bring Nicole forward. This is not going very well. Oh, then again, my scouts are by far not at the level they're going to be later on. We're going to be switching weapons to a grenade.
Please
and the poor guy is going to get hit by that. And that is going to be mission complete. So, that is how the combat system works. You have your characters, you can take turns, you can command a single unit multiple turns.
All right.
We got the target, but it wasn't very well. We still get an A rank. But we lost a few points here. We're getting some items, we're getting some clear points, we're getting some commendations, some bonuses. All very, very nice. And then we come here, we need to take a nap. Luckily, we didn't miss the mission. That is still something that we can do. The story mission is not going to be budging.
To begin, here is today's news.
But we did earn a new...
Good, you're here.
We did earn something new. Oh, I can't do that right now because we have the story mission waiting on us. Fair enough.
Ready then? As class chair, command in the field falls to you, Yvonne.
Right, I gotcha.
Your mission today is to drive the rebels. Intel from our Vanguard unit reports...
They've got a tank! What do you expect to...
I expect you to win.
That's easy for you to say.
Such is the nature. If you don't wipe them out.
You act like it's easy. Fine.
Lancille's bell.
Lance, the bell has tolled, and we need to go over here.
Bring him down.
And the Darksons are again being prosecuted. That is nothing new here, and that is unfortunate. Anybody with some idea of what is going on knows that this is a stand-in. This is looking at something from a distance and doing actually quite well.
Okay, everybody calm down.
It'll work out? How can you say?
Hey, I've got grounds. The most violent waves lay bare amid. Those are my brother's words. And if I know anything, that means we can't give up.
You're right. It's like Yvonne says. Combat is scary, but...
I'm with you. I'm not ready.
Just how exactly is that an appeal to emotion?
So what? You have...
Look there. The rebels. That's probably at the top of their chain of command issuing... Destroy that tank, and... But... There.
That's...
Right. I saw several of them live fueling stations for the villagers' farm equipment, I'd wager. If we lure the tank near those containers, then set them...
That's perfect! We...
Sari!
Observation and logic will always...
Okay, guys, let's get to work.
So, let's clear those rebels out of here. Nothing else much. He doesn't have a huge amount here. He is the only one currently able to do any of that. I don't think we have any huge equipment. We still need to get that down. And the core team, Zeri, Yvonne, and Cosette needs to deploy. I'm not entirely certain. That is going to be just perfect, but we need to get to area 4, destroy the tank there, lure it near some containers, and then basically blow them up. I cannot see area 4 completely. Okay. Oh no, I can see it. Okay. So we have 2 deployment teams, one in area 3, one in area and one in area 1. So area 3, area 1, we have 2 teams coming in. I'll be placing... Let's do Lotte. She has some really nice... Yvonne is already in area D. And I'll be supporting him with Anisette and Noelle. We hear the bell tolling, and we're off to the mission: destroy the tank. In order to be able to do so, we do need to capture some camps first that allow us then to move on.
We can do this, guys.
Okay, what are we betting that they're all... That they're all in cover. Okay, let's get Yvonne...
I see one.
Let's get Yvonne going here. first rebel.
Enemy down!
We're losing ground!
I'm just getting started!
We do need to get to that camp
let's go!
as quickly as possible.
Enemy spotted! Coming at you! Enemy down!
Poor guy really wasn't ready for that.
Moving out!
Nope. Target. Change weapon.
What's a little blood loss?
Okay.
Now it's my turn. Yeah, I feel great. Coming at you. All right.
Okay, not great in general. That is going to pose some additional problems in the future. For now, though. Well, no, you're standing.
You're through! Enemy silent!
Respond! Hey, what happened?
It's honestly looking quite solid on this side.
Taking the stage.
How far can I get Annie set?
Don't afford the enemy an opening.
Okay. That is absolutely going to not be a great position, but if he comes forward, he's going to be under fire from two people rather than just a single person. We will be shooting back now, though. No? And it knocked Ivan out. Okay, being too aggressive here in this battle. I was actually counting on Anisette to provide cover for him. Okay, that is...
Taking the stage. No,
that is really not bad.
It's this way, hurry!
Okay.
Keep your heads down. Don't need to panic.
We did call a medic in for Ivan.
So there. That's the stuff. Keep pushing them back.
And that is going to
Taking the stage.
be an issue for how to get over to the other tank in the future. But now I'll just be turning around and be removing another rebel here. And despite losing Ivan, morale is actually looking really good. There's another scout there.
Well, of course.
That scout didn't make it, but we can capture camp here.
We're in our camp! We need more men!
And we can go to standby.
Fire! Fire!
Yeah, so we can order a unit to retreat. It is going to be using up a command point though, but we now have a foothold here in this area. A van is currently being treated, so he cannot be deployed. But I can deploy Franca into this area.
Here goes! Think about it.
Target neutralized. Continue at this pace.
Remove a target
I
here.
spotted one.
A hit! Yes!
I've spotted one.
Okay.
You guys are begging for it.
And you're the commanding tank.
On my way.
He is a Lancer, actually designed to take out tanks. And from the rear, that is a very nice hit. So, tank gone, boom.
We did it, Zeri!
And that should be a good score, if not a perfect. It's not going to be a perfect one, but it should be a good score. A rank. Okay, and quite a nice amount of experience. So that went rather well.
I still can't believe we
did it!
Of course we did! And thanks, Zeri.
For what?
I never would have come up with that plan. You saved the day, man.
I just offered a bit of logic. And don't think this means I've accepted.
Don't you start now. It's Class G's first...
What? Stop that! Get your muddy mitts off my... No! Stop it, Cosette!
Here we go.
We've confirmed the rebel withdrawal from the area. I'm pleased. Class G.
Roger that.
Aye, ice.
Understood.
And we'll be going to save. Now I hope I can be showing you a few more things. January transform goes to February. Very nice.
Listen up now.
There is a cup coming in.
Idiot.
Really?
I'll do it!
Ah, I see.
Head down to R&D to collect it. He wants it to be food. It's not going to be food.
Yo!
Lavinia is our class's tank pilot. Every class gets one tank.
Whoa there! Huh? Let's see.
Try not to pick anything dumb. 6 letters. What shall we call her? It's going to be a little bit silly, but I think I'm going to go with Bunker.
Yo!
We have a new transfer.
We have a new
I'm
person
Chloe
coming.
Blixen. Get used to me, I guess. I'm not a fan of messy social
And we have another scout joining the
To
class,
begin,
i.e. the
here is
slot.
today's news.
Store is now available. We can change parts. There are some small stories going on about.
How outlandish! Is that so?
So there are some prejudices towards the Darkson. And again, there's small stories.
Unbelievable.
I suppose so.
And so yeah, one of them is actually really rather meek. But let us go to the drill grounds. I do really want to push my... There we go. I do want to push my scouts a little bit more.
You've done well, man. That's another level.
And is there anything new at the R&D building? I don't think so quite yet. Okay, we can exchange the parts and all of that. Why is that not unimportant?
Yo! What's up?
So,
What brings
development
you here?
tier 2. There's no rifles in here. And that is Cindy as the ace owner of that. Developed the field suit 2, and I do want to... okay, we have an infinite stock. Some you do need to stock up on. But yeah, there is a better submachine gun available. There's also a better pistol available. And there is some new wrench stuff here and a new... Oh wait, and a new blast suit. Yeah, okay. So there is some stuff to do. We can also get some new tank bodies here, and you want a tank that is as light as possible, with a cannon as strong as possible. And again, we do need quite a few more DCT in order to be able to do that. Some stickers, some stuff. It is, in this regard, I think, a very capable a very, very capable tank. It is not, not only a capable tank, but also quite a capable game. A lot of people do feel like that the first game was the better one, that the third game is a better one than this. I feel like, yeah, fair enough. To each their own. I do like this version of the game quite a lot as well. Fair enough, I have some bias in that regard. It is the first one that I've played, and I really enjoyed playing it a lot in versus and in co-op back in the day.
How can I help you today?
Really, again, feeling like I really got lucky there. Equal with Monster Hunter, I did have a really good one. I had the luck to have somebody I was able to really do these things with, and Land Seal Drill Grounds, an exercise that we're only at rank B at the moment, and I do apologize for the flicker in the background. Make use of terrain. Enemy base camp captured. Oh, we can. We cannot deploy the bunker, but I'm going to be deploying Lotte and Nicole, and then Zeri and let's bring out Cosette as well. I hope not to need her. But as always, this is... You should not build battle plans on hope.
Ah, Avon. How can I help you today?
And I quit out of it. Bloody me. Okay. Quit out of it instead of accepting what I had. Sorry about that, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay. My bad, that was not the mission I was thinking of.
How can I help you today?
Generally, maneuvering exercise. That's the one I wanted to repeat to get an A rank at least on. Place, Squad, Nicole, Lotte, Zeri, and Cosette. There we go. Avan is already automatically pre-deployed. And remember, we need to capture the base tank, not any shenanigans otherwise.
Time to show them what Class G... Okay, let's go! Let me at him!
So from here... Should I give it a try? Okay, cannot go that way.
I'm just getting started.
I can't go that way. But I can crawl and I can get a kill here. Or not. Okay, bad start. I was under the impression that I could cross over.
A crisis is a turning point, right, bro? Coming at you.
Imperfect, but That is one soldier down, and then we have the next one already over here. He may shoot at us, but I am going to just go and cash in another one. And then as far as my feet can carry me, I'll be going on. I see some mines
moving out
in the way already. Yeah, and I'm really running out of stamina for this round.
On my way.
Yeah, I'm not going to be hitting that one.
Please hit.
Yeah, no. Why do I even bother? On the other hand, this path has been mostly cleared out, so it was a pot shot. Now we can have a look at what the enemies are going to be doing. We have that one scout that is just running ahead. And now we've lost sight of them. And that's all the movement that the enemy is going to do on the map we see where we last saw our opponent.
A crisis is a turning point, right, bro?
Okay, there's one down. Please, please, please.
All right. Okay, let's go.
There goes.
I feel great.
There goes the fact that I did want to run as far as possible.
I see one. Moving out. Let me at him.
I doubt I'll be able to get a scout even all the way back.
Okay, let's go.
Well, so many unfortunate
on my way.
High elves. Yeah, he's not only a high elf, he's also a bloody agent of the Dominion itself. Yeah, I don't like him either, even though I mainly play high elves myself. But there's not much to be done. Unfortunately, the gods are protecting him until it is time for you to face him. There's not much that can be done except basically deal with it.
Let me at him. Coming at you. All right.
There we go. Took us 3 turns in order to get to this camp. I hope that is considered better than the first time.
Yes! We...
Still a B only. You do need to be patient until the deities allow you to strike true.
To begin, here is today's news. Ah, Avon, how can I help you today?
It is unfortunate, but it is required. Okay. That explains those area effects. I had forgotten.
Ah, Avon,
about
How can
that
I help you
exactly,
today?
and in January I am going to do the drill ground skirmish still before the end here. Or at least I will attempt it. So, Avan is... let's have a look. Mission info. Mock battle. Defeated all enemy units in each area. Enemy units defeated is the victory condition. So let's be putting him here together with Cassette. I hope not to need Cassette very much, but he probably will be an issue otherwise. And I'll be posting a few more people like this, I think. Okay, here we go.
Let's do some damage.
Let's do some damage. So, I'll be starting here in this area.
Let's go.
The area where we just captured the camp in the previous training mission.
Enemy down.
I do hope that when I turn this corner, there's not going to be a huge stack of enemies.
Moving out. I see one.
The faster and
I feel great.
cleaner we can go
one.
through this, the better. We do need to defeat all the enemy units, not only capture
Enemy
the base
down.
camp here.
A crisis is a turning point, right, bro?
He is so...
Moving out. I see one.
You're going to be... You're going to be an issue, aren't you? Okay. Let's call on Lotte.
Enemy spotted!
She's taking some damage here, but
Guardian girl attacks!
that is another one down.
Got one! On it!
Okay. Talk about it being imperfect here.
Gotcha!
That is the scout down. But no more sandbags to be hiding against. Avan is not moving much.
Moving out.
But
All right.
there is one more down, and it gives me the opportunity to turn around there. Okay. Enemies phase, they are going to be coming in here.
Okay, let's go. I see one.
Are 5 shots going to be enough? No. Then I'll be
Coming
throwing a
at ya.
grenade.
All right.
And that should be everybody down here. Capturing an enemy camp will allow us to go into standby. Will allow me to go over and redeploy Ivan in the enemy rear. Don't have grenades anymore. Can I get close enough in order to only require 5 shots? No. Okay.
Moving out.
One more turn on Ivan here.
Coming at you. Enemy down.
And the enemies are noticing us, but it is going to be
Sure, dude.
probably too late, guys.
Here goes. Full throttle. Gotcha. Got one.
That is one overall very busy girl. Do I have another scout I can deploy?
Sure,
Okay.
dude. Here goes. Full throttle. Gotcha.
Ping, ping, ping.
Got one. Here goes. Full throttle.
Okay, that is actually not terrible. She has recovered the entirety of her HP. And we really managed to get far here. And the best chance...
Guardian girl attacks.
Unfortunate. Maybe with some luck the scout is going to get up and run around, and so we can still win in turn 2. But I doubt it. I was right to doubt it.
Gotcha.
But I forgot that if he is going to shoot her, she's going to be able to shoot back. Okay, to a degree I feel like, seriously, dude? Nobody else around here.
Okay, let's go.
Does that mean there's somebody still around here? Well, Helmut is going to be able to get further.
Enemy sighted.
There is still one here. Let's change the weapon and grenade him.
Target destroyed. Underway. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to live.
That should have...
Underway.
Yeah, I say it should have been all of them.
Enemy sighted.
And there's one more.
You're in the way.
Okay, he is going to go for... Helmut is going to take another turn.
Underway.
Take a few steps forward, as tight as he is, and we're going to remove another scout from here.
Good.
Okay, there we go. That is turn 3, actually. That's 1 turn longer than I wanted
All
to.
right! We got the target!
But having to remove all of the targets does usually take a little bit longer than capturing objectives. And I'm very happy with an A rank here. And we're going to go to sleep and save. So yeah, this is Valkyria Chronicles, a turn-based tactics RPG.
To begin, here is today's news.
But we did earn a new title, and that is actually very nice. So, it is a very interesting game, a game that takes a few genres, mixes them. It is an RPG in the loosest sense that you're
here.
That you can train your troops here, and that there is actually a good idea of treating them slightly evenly. You do want a little bit of strength in every level here, and then you can go through for the scouts, a scout veterans, a sniper. You do need a few credits in order to be able to gain those extra classes, and then you're going to be stronger and you're going to be better. The story is also really something really well made. It's an alternative world history thing. It is pretty clear what they were going at, what they are alluding at, and that is treat that with a little bit of respect. It is touching on some rather sensitive subjects, so if you do not want a game like that, if that is not something you want, this is... So basically this is a reference to World War II and all the atrocities that happen in there, and there are some bad things happening, so if you do not want to go into those places, do not necessarily play this game. Oh, Lydia bugged out that badly. Oh, you need a save from before Zarthal. That is far back. That is very far back. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Or I feel like it's going to be far back. I hope it's not too far back, because I know how frustrating those setbacks can be, especially if they're not your fault. And ooh, 2 dungeons. That is a little bit. That's 2 dungeons worth of loot. So depending on what level you are, at least about some 4,000 septims. So that's almost a house. Yeah, not very nice. I hope you're not too frustrated by that. But we're coming to the end of another hour. Again, a very interesting game, a game that does quite a lot well, that does work with the horrors of war, what is going on there, and how people react to that, how it may... well-told story, a little bit of a subject that maybe not everybody wants to deal with. That being said, I'll be going to take another break, and I have again forgotten to push the ads ahead into the break time properly. I do apologize for that. It seems that every day I find a new way to be to screw something up during my streams. That being said, I do thank you all very much for your patience during the breaks and the patience that you showed during the ads. Thank you very much for that. And I'll be seeing you in a few minutes after a short break. Thank you very much. Okay, I am back. You did indeed hear switch beeps, for I'll be showcasing Xenoblade Chronicles now. And, well, the best version that I can showcase is the Switch one. So, in the vein of Xenosaga, this is a JRPG, loosely playing in the same universe with some of the same tech, but not quite the same background, not the same story, of course, and telling a quite different story.
はるか昔この世界がまだどこまで行っても果てない海とどこまで行っても尽きない空だけだった頃二中の巨大な神が生まれた
And we have some people not liking each other very much. So, as so often with a good story, we are giving a lot more questions than answers. And if I do remember correctly, the original Xenoblade was released for the Nintendo Wii. And both of those titans basically managed to kill each other rather than much else. But yeah, we are under attack by an unknown force here. I mean, if you do see the enemies coming towards you, maybe don't celebrate by lifting the shields. And in all that chaos, there is one that really just runs out between.
なるほど。そいつは賢明だ。このままじゃ俺たちみんなあの領域だからな。
ちげねえ。それじゃとっとと引いちまうぜ。
なんて言うとでも思ったか？
何？
引かなきゃ死ぬが、引けば未来はつかめない。ならつかもうぜ未来。なに、俺たちにはこのモナドがある。つかめるさ、絶対にな。
このイノシシが。これ以上は貴様の体がモナドについていけん。動きを見ていればわかる。
その年でもう老眼かディクソン。俺は平気だよ。まだこいつは握れてる。
イノシシには言葉が通じないか。よかろう。俺も付き合うぜ。貴様の死にが拝んでやろう。
あんたに拝まれるのだけは勘弁願いたいね。
おいおいおい、撤退命令が出たって言ってたろ。俺らごめんだぜ。
ダメダメ、お前も来るんだよ。そいつだって頼りにしてるんだ。敵の第二陣が進行開始しました。
さてダンバンよ、奴らに見せてやろうぜ。俺たちホームスの生き意地ってやつをよ。
Okay, I'll be skipping over this. It's we're going to get into some combat now. And we'll be starting a fight. If we're too far, we can't attack.
Fox 1 is now following.
We can do some arts. And it's going to be another battle. So we do see some changes in that the battle is still in principle a turn-based one. I had removed myself a little far from this one in particular, but I don't want to be fighting all alone here, so let's give everybody a little bit of a boost. And there is another one. Is the enchantment still active? I don't think so. Let's skip forward a little bit more. So combat is it's a bit action based, but also still turn based. You do take turns, and there are there is some stuff going on, and after a year we now know that there is some more stuff going on, and we'll be fighting this colony crabber surrounded by the debris of the war. We have two skills. We can, yeah, I have forgotten. There is, well, I had not forgotten, but I may have gone too quick there. There is another monster. Okay. The catapile. And there, Shulk wins a battle.
一人で勝手に行っちまうんだもんな。コロニーから一歩外へ出ればこんなのが。
でもおかげでこいつの殻取れたし、コロニーのみんなきっと喜ぶな。
そういうことじゃなくて、まあいいか。そういうお前だから作ってくれるんだもんな。このジャンクバンカーだって優秀だぜ。
ディクソンさんが作る武器の見よう見ま。
ダンバンのあれにはかなわないけどな。
モナドか。いつかあの力の秘密
期待してるぜ。さあ、訓練の集合時間に遅れるとぶん殴られるんだ。
直角ひげ？はあ、防衛隊長。
そういうこと。
ごめんね。防衛隊の休憩時間だったのに。
いいって。さあ。
So we got a shell. That does make sense. You should have enough cash for it. And some more last tutorials here. I'll be taking all of the valuable stuff, of course. And the poor little bonnet had the unfortunate luck to learn about our skill. And that is another victory. Some of the monsters are not aggressive. But I do want to get some more experience in here. It won't be very long until we reach level 3 after, or level 2 rather, after all. The bunnies are too cute, so I'm not going to be going for them. But the huge wasps here, yeah. Those will be a little less lucky. Another treasure chest, also something that is actually really nice. Get myself a nice collection of material here that I'll be able to use almost at the next level, and this was a really good chest. So it's an interesting system rather than the purely turn-based system as we are more used to it. As we are more used to, there are turns happening there are attacks happening every turn. Those are just going to be the normal standard attacks, as so many no. Okay, Don't think I'll be doing that. We're on our way back to Colony 9. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Okay, that is the... Okay, that's the path to the colony, and we're almost there. Okay, my bad. Got another one here, beat. And did I? Yeah, I missed something. And we'll be going back to the colony. Hopefully we're not going to get scolded too badly. Yeah. So, what is going on? So, there seems to be a huge risk of... There seems to be an enemy that wants to kill us. But we've had a year of peace now. What are the parts that he cannot use? Visiting the shops, selling loot. Okay. Can I go out and pick up the 3 collectibles here? I can. Although I'm the only battle member, so I ought to be remaining careful. So, one of the interesting things is again that it is an enemy that without special considerations cannot just easily be beaten. And this is something else. So, talking to named residents, will register them to the affinity chart. That shows how much the people like us, basically, making friends here. It's basically a more complicated form of the relationships that you can have in other RPGs where you okay, I cannot enter his house at the moment. Where instead of having a single stat that determines your how close you are to a single person in the city, it is about everybody in the city. A normal resident here is not going to go to be registered, but a lot of people will be. And we can talk to and trade with a lot of people. But she has an issue and she wants us to bring these over. We can buy items, so we have weapons, we have armor, we have a bikini top. I have some armor. And we can sell things. Again, there are categories. We are having a junk sort. This article of rather limited usage. Using brooms. And I'm meeting somebody new again. So, also, there are aliens about. We are not... It's not just humanity on this planet. And yeah, there's a lot going on. Ton of side quests, a ton of people to meet. Well, it's been a year since the war, quote-unquote, ended. And for a year, no Mekon has been seen close to here. But, yeah, are you the... find a lost key for her. He hopes for somebody to be able to fix the mom's pendant. Well, he broke it, so hopefully he can manage to fix it. And somebody is... We have a gem man here that is going to be helping us out later on to fuse and create new gems. Where is... Let's set this as the active quest for now. There is the map. So, ooh, that's already rather large, and there's a lot of quests coming up already. I can pick up even more, all about. So, let's get a few more. And here, apparently, we are quite well trusted in the community. Well, we are apparently a really decent smith, and we found the central plaza. We'll be going up to the residential district to be giving over the cookies. Oh, that's the military district. My bad. I haven't played the game in a while. I was looking at the wrong flag.
軍軸まで40秒で戻るなんて無茶ですよ。
言い訳なんぞ聞く耳持たん。
そんな。
貴様らコロニー6との合同演習において最低の成績を収め、俺の顔に泥を塗ったことをもう忘れたか。全ては気合が足りんからだ、気合が。はい。即刻居住区の自走砲を回収。その後全員腕立て1億回。貴様らの上腕二頭筋を破壊する。
隊長、回収。
何？なぜだ？理由を言ってみろ。
は、激突の衝撃でエーテル電動ケーブルが損傷。それにより全エーテルエネルギーが流出。エーテルシリンダーが体からであります。
シリンダーなんぞすぐに交換しろ。そんな単純なこともできんのか貴様。
予備のエーテルシリンダーは全て使い切っておりまして、再充電には3日はかかるそうです。
備品の補充は常に怠りなくと言っておろうが。
は、申し訳ありません。
たるんどるからだ。
防衛隊長、相変わらずだな。あれじゃ戦う前に兵がへばっちゃうよ。
Again. Okay, we're at the military district. And again, there's a ton here to pick up. Give me a second, though. This then should be where I wanted to go. Did the Bionis and the Mechanoids really fight each other? That must be why the Mechon attack us. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there. He's yelling at me as if I were one of them. And again, more. It's impossible to do as a single person. Can you do it? Thank you. Moments like that are always a little bit funny because, well, it's impossible for a single person. You're a single person. Please go do it. But yeah, for the rest, it is a good story, perfectly serviceable JRPG. So, character-driven story RPG. The RPG mechanics have been worked on a little bit. I don't dislike it, but it's a much more casual game than otherwise. She doesn't trade. Yes, indeed, something has happened to the mobile artillery unit.
Konnichiwa. Oh yeah?
It's the only mobile artillery unit that the colony has. And they managed to crash it that badly. Well, guys, well done. Okay, I cannot do houses still. But we did manage to find the key. That is an updated quest. And we're going to go back to Marcia to tell her that we have finished up the quest. The colony is actually really nicely situated on the in the lake and on the shores of the lake. There is something down there. I'm not going to be spoiling too much, but there is a lot again going on. Monolith has made a bang-up job creating Xenoblade Saga. They did manage to do a lot there, and they've really done another bang-up job here. So, originally a Wii game. It is... it's actually become rather really nice. The Wii was one of the most successful consoles, not only of the time, but I think in general it would have been a very... It's one of the more successful ones. The motion controls helped a lot with that. But motion controls also did mean that larger... like the normal controls were not... Well, they are possible, but they are a bit more... they're going to be a bit more complicated, and with everything else going on, she's not currently here. Must be because it's evening. Time active, yeah. And there are the people of Colony 9 that we have already met. And there we can see all the people that are going on, and they have some trade items and all of those things as well. Got an affinity coin, got some additional stuff. And now we're at the weapons lab, where we're going to be building a shield or a weapon. And there is the Monad.
Yo, Shuruku, 元気だったか? ディクソンさん、いつコロニー9に戻られたんですか? ついさっきな。そんなことよりシュルク、モナドの研究の方は随分進んでるようだな。ここをお前に任せて正解だったぜ。ディクソンさんが残してくれた研究資料があったからこそです。発動させることはできるんだな。ええ、とりあえず発動までは誰でも。ただ、その後の制御が。奴以外にはまだ無理か。はい。ダンバンさん以外の人でもこいつを扱うことができるようになれば、僕たちホムスにとってこれ以上ない戦力になるんですけどね。そうか。ここに書いてある拡張機能というのはまだ推測の域を出ていないんですが、どうもこいつはただ鬼神兵を切るだけじゃなさそうなんです。ほう、そいつはまた興味深いな。発動させた時に中央に出る模様。今は何層にも重なったガラス状のプレートの最上層に模様が出ています。そしてそれぞれの層は同様の構造になっている。なるほど。他の層にも模様が出る可能性がある。つまりはさらなる力が秘められてるかもしれんということか。モナド、この力の秘密の解明さえできれば。
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
怪我の程度が重いものを優先しろ。ぼやぼやするな。ダンバンさん、
そんな顔するな。まだ生きてるよ。シュラク。
What were we told? What had happened there? As so often, a good story delivers a lot of questions and answers. And ah. Get out more, but he has a reason why he's so fixated with doing this. And again, what is this weapon that looks so different from the rest of the technology here? What happened? Well, that is also questions that I am asking. What happened to Earth? What is going on with the rest of it? Dunban is still not really able to fight at the moment.
食事か。わざわざ持ってきてくれなくても呼んでくれれば降りていったぞ。
無茶言わないの。食べさせてあげようか。
病人扱いするな。もう1年前とは違うんだ。
確かにね。あの時は死んじゃうかと思ったもん。
ああ、今ならまたモナドだって扱える。
やめてよ。もう鬼神兵は出なくなったのに、なんでそんなこと？
気構えを言っただけさ。すまん。
それより冷める前に食べちゃって。今日のは自信作なんだから。
だったらいつまでもここにいる必要ないぞ。早く持ってってやれよ。
え？
シュルクにも温かいうちに食べてもらいたいんじゃないのか？
大丈夫よ。シュルク味音痴なんだもん。冷めてたって美味しいって言ってくれるに違いないし。
なら今日こそは本気で言ってもらいたいもんだよな。俺はいいから早く行ってこい。
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
あれで終わったわけじゃない。俺はまだモナドを握らなければならん。
He is playing a lot tougher. Some more some more upgrades again, another party member.
リクソンさん。
どうしたそわそわして。
シルクに食事届けなきゃと思って。
シルクだったら今言って。外の風に当たってこいってさっき追い出したからな。
いつもの場所って丘の上の公園？
多分な。
そっか。あれ。
I think that what the game really does well is establish the relationships of the characters, their motivation, even though it is not always completely clearly explained what is exactly going on. And I do need to go down there. Quest target. No, I do need to go. Bloody hell. I had completely forgotten about the fast travel system. Can I? Well, I can't skip to Central. That is going to speed stuff up already. So, do I have you? Not yet. Now I have him added to the affinity chart. So, the battle system is, I think, the largest change from when we saw this meta series, the Xeno series before. When it had a still very much turn-based, if actively choosing your attacks type of combat system. Here it is it's still in principle turn-based, but the changes do make it in such a way that there are that it's basically you are waiting on arts or skills to come and then to come online, and then you use them, and then you try to find the best combination of all of those to defeat the enemies as fast as you can. And it is not a bad system, but it is a system that is easier to immediately to play through. You do not need to work as hard to understand what does which attack do. It is in general lowering the difficulty of the game somewhat compared to the predecessors, which could get quite technical, especially for some of the extra bosses where it was really There's some teasing going on. They're both worried about the same person. Again, we're missing some stuff. But I interrupted myself. So I do not mind the game being easier in this case. Sometimes I mind, but in this case, do consider that it came out for the Wii, originally, and it was a very successful console, but it was originally marketed to an audience that up to this point still hadn't necessarily played a lot of video games, and in order to be able to allow those people to experience the story without requiring a huge amount of effort or investment, this system allows them to have control of the battle without needing to think too hard about everything. And that is to a degree commendable, but for some people it will feel like overly simple, but I have to say that for me personally, it is not an issue. I do find, though, that the story and so is really nice and well integrated into the rest of what they were trying to do. And I just keep walking past the heart to heart here. And we're going to have a small talk here, the Fiora and Shulk. And you learn a little bit about both characters. These moments are really nice. They are something that not enough RPGs are doing, in my opinion, or JRPGs are doing. These moments, like the PA system in Star Ocean, really, it's really nice because it allows the characters to have their own moments where they can express themselves in a part with away from the group. It is triggerable by the player, so it is not anything that you then necessarily need to go through. But it does give so nice. It always gives a nice addition to the characters to not only show who they are, but also go into a little bit of their history. And over time, you can then also have some in which you can take decisions that will influence the characters a little bit more. We can't see this heart to heart yet because the characters that will have it are not available right now. And so we are going on back to the lab, although I don't think that there is any other landmark we're going to be finding. So, Dunban is probably worried about something. I'm talking about wielding the monad again and other things.
なんともないのか、フィオルン。
うん、大丈夫。
ああ、壊れちゃった。
壊れちゃったって？私の体は心配してくれないの？
別にどこも切れてないだろう。モナドは人は切れないんだからさ。そんなことより、ライン、ひどいよ。
すまん。頼み事があったんだけど、いなかったしさ、お前。
僕だって外の空気を吸いたくなることもある。体、まだ痺れてる？モナドをしまい込んである理由、分かったろ？
ああ、骨身に染みたよ。ちょっと触ってみたかっただけなんだ。悪い。にしても、モナドを人は切れないって。
その円の中に書いてある模様。いや、文字かな。多分今のモナドが発揮できる能力を表しているんだと思う。
それが文字？
ああ、この文字を増やす方法を見つけたらきっと。
理屈は分かったわ。でもね、私より機械の心配ばっかりしてるってどういうこと？
どういうって、今説明した通り。
そういう問題じゃないでしょ。
ごめん。
And that bong triggered something.
お前たちを壊し尽くすまで私は戦う。こいつは憎い敵だ。
この刃、あと一歩届かなかったようだ。
やめろ。
シュルク、ねえシュルク。
どうしちまったんだよ。
ライン、フィオルン。
大丈夫？どこか痛いの？
まただ。
Okay, so I'll be taking a very quick break. When we're back, I'll be back with StarCraft 2, and then one more game. I already talked about it, about the last game we're going to be taking a look at. So it's another RPG, a Western RPG this time. Probably the best game in that franchise that had been released. So if you do want to take a guess, please do so in chat, and I'll be letting you know if it's correct or not. I'll be taking a quick break, and when I'm back, I'll be back with StarCraft 2. And I am back with StarCraft 2. I already showcased StarCraft 1, which all in all is still my preferred game to a bigger degree, because it is the tactics and everything feels more complicated. It is a lot more hands-on. You have there's changes. I'll be going into an versus AI match immediately, such that I can showcase them. There have been some updates recently to StarCraft 2 that do change the feeling and the early game economy actually quite a bit. So they reduced the numbers of early workers from 12 by 4 down to 8. The original was 6. But still, it is appreciated from my side. I do prefer a slower start. And yeah, I think I shouldn't have too many problems here, especially against a rather easy AI, if I have seen that correctly. But we'll see. I may not have played in a long enough time, or maybe I have gotten too used to Brood War again that I'm going to be making some silly mistakes, but I don't think so. I don't think so, but we do need to wait for it to load in. That is something that that is a little bit of an issue. But upgraded graphics, upgraded units, upgraded races. It is still remaining the three-way differentiation between the three races. Some units are the same, some units are different, but they're trying to play up with the same core aspects of every race. And as such, you're still going to be warping in stuff as Protoss. You're still going to have your SCVs go build, and as Zerg, your SCVs are still going to be transforming themselves into the building and the larvae into the other stuff. Okay, here we are. It's been indeed a while. We do have much more time until we do need to worry about our first pylon. I have no idea about the enemy. There are some nice features here that are not in StarCraft 1. So, for example, you can see the grid that the buildings are going to be placed on, such that you know how the wall is tight, that the wall is going to be tight, and a few other things that are going to be, in general, very useful.
Not enough minerals.
Yes, that is Diva's voice from Overwatch. I had... so you can get different announcers, as you can get in some other games, and I am playing quite a dark version of Protoss here. And we are up against Terran.
Your probes are getting owned.
Okay, so we have a good idea what is going on. But we also managed to do some damage. You do need to come down and do a little bit more here. The AI is set to easy, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Okay, we are now getting into the weeds a little bit too much, and I want to pull my probe out. We definitely need one of these. I definitely want to go to a next base already, and another pylon is going to come in quite handy.
You have not enough minerals.
Be filling up the gas geyser here. The basic structure of the economy for each of the bases is slightly different. But your basic units as Protoss are still the same. There is one new thing that are the gateways here. No, actually, like this. There's also some really nice additions here. Protoss have a lot more spellcasters. Buildings are doing quite a lot more, and yeah, a really nice thing here. There is the speed up to the Nexus. I had quite forgotten about that.
Glory to the Daylom.
Glory to the Daylom. Thank you very much. And let's see if the AI is prepared. I think there's still one thing about the economy that I prefer if it were back how it used to be.
Executor. The Templar, march. It shall be done. Faith before fear. Let none deter us.
Okay. They've already built a few units there. We'll need to catch up a little. I also do want a forge somewhere, or maybe 2 forges. Transform you into a gateway. And yeah, so as much as the game has changed, as much equally it is still staying the same. Although, that is not to say that the changes were not actually quite drastic. They were. Opening all of those up. Okay. Like this.
Need more energy. Are you
We do need more energy. Okay, none of these. Provide the quick warp in. But it's fine. I'll be needing to send 1 on, needing to send 3 on. There we go. For a weird reason, I do feel a lot more confident in taking new bases in this game. I know this wasn't necessarily a safe one. But let me get double forge.
You can't warp in there. Pay attention.
Just in general, I feel, well, to a degree, it should absolutely not be surprising. The game is, in that degree, quite a bit more simple I haven't researched Blink yet. We are indeed. So.
Watch your mineral line.
They were one base up until now, so definitely not an optimal play there by now. Definitely they should have expanded already. Okay, we have one probe not doing anything. And yes, we are ready for that. So yeah, no, that is working out. The unit, the maximum unit selection has been improved by actually quite a bit. Well, the bases have become actually quite a bit smaller. I think they are still working out actually really nicely. Oh, bloody hell. Like this and this. Okay. Let's remove all of that. I do need to research, or want to research some armor. Blink is going to be very nice, actually.
Mineral field depleted.
Yep. That means that I can go on a little bit more here. I'm not playing the map optimally. I'm not playing a lot of things optimally at the moment.
That mineral field's gone. Looks like we're going to the late game.
To a degree, my dear, we are. Like this. Do give me some void rays. I do know something that I haven't warped in enough yet. Okay, we should be getting that, and I should be getting up a bunch more pylons here. No, actually, you still want you to go over there. Thank you, I know. I do need a few more things. Let's also build the Dark Templar Archive. So, it may seem like mainly a series of updates to quality of life. I don't think so personally. I think that is overly simplistic, and I do want that.
You require more Vespine gas.
Templars now do have, and that is very nice, a very weak distance attack that allows them to stay behind the Templars they need to stay. And that's another one gone. Okay, didn't lose very much, luckily. But that was not terrible nice to get that attack there.
Research is done. That one's been in for years. That field's been mined out. Hope you have an expansion.
And get me a few more of those. Okay. And suddenly you have a huge big ball I'd never be able to control quite like that. That is 4 too many. Let's send them over. There's 1 too many.
Upgrade complete.
And actually, yes, I do want something else built first here. Not sure if I have enough heavy artillery.
That field's been mined out. Hope you have an expansion.
Okay, that is a base that is gone. And also knew the AI knows when to give up. And that is StarCraft 2. There's been a lot of changes, and I do think that you saw some of them. But it's mainly it's changes in some units, it's some additional units. What makes it feel very different for me is mainly the fact that unit groups are actually quite a lot easier to control. You do not need to put in as much time to think about where are all your units, how many groups do you have, what is in what group, which is actually a really nice addition. But on the other hand, let me do another Protoss 1 medium this time. Again, still shouldn't be too much of an issue. It also feels that it is taking somewhat away from the stress, the hectic, that trying to position your unit in such a way that you can quickly access them and pull them together into a single spot. It is rather more broad and more messy, but it is a very good game. It's a game that I have played also a lot, that I have laddered a lot on before actually Legacy of the Void released afterwards. I didn't like the change to the economy so much. That is what mainly annoyed me. That switch in the economy that really didn't feel very good, in my opinion. This is a lot better. It's not great yet. It's still a little bit stronger than it used to be. I'm also not a huge fan of the fact that some of the fields just do not have as much minerals available as others.
Need more minerals, but there are plenty of rocks.
Yeah, I know. I need more minerals. The Vespene gas has been reduced from StarCraft 2. It's small things that annoy me personally. In general, though, it is still a very good game. You're not going to be 4 because 4 is the Nexus itself. Probably 14 is the correct spot to be building this. I have no idea anymore. Again, the economy is going to be growing a lot more smoothly and a lot stronger since everybody has an easy first expansion available to them, and then yeah, these expansions are not the biggest worries. And we're playing another Protoss. He has already put down. He's also whopping in a gateway.
You can't warp in there. Pay attention.
Let's do another pylon.
Pay attention.
Let's do the other geyser.
Pay attention. Your probes are under attack.
Okay, that's a zealot moving out already. Is that the... That's a done cybernetics core, and I missed what that was. Okay, my cybernetics core is done as well. Let's do this research, and I'm going to pull you down. I do want to do an expansion quite immediately.
You're short on minerals. Are you saturated yet?
Yes, I am saturated, at least in mineral probes here. Hop. 3 more. And that looks off-center. It probably is off-center.
Justice speak, we stand as one.
And I do want to be having a few more. I think the rule of thumb was 3 per mining base, unless you're getting into the late game. Very happy to have you. And I'll be pulling in another Stalker. Okay, those mineral fields are all nicely saturated. You're going to be part of that. That research is almost over. Yep. Yeah. Okay, that is definitely a skew.
Research is done. That one's been in but for years.
Okay, I do have my Stalker now. I do want to be focusing on that a little bit. We're getting a second one slowly saturated. No, and let's do it like this. Let's do it like this for now. Oh yeah, and completely forgotten, I do need... I do need some stuff here. Let's add a few more Stalkers. Again, double forge upgrades are quite important. No, actually, you're going to go 5, and I was right, I do want an immortal.
But there are plenty of rocks.
Okay. That was not a big trouble to beat that group back. Okay. You're going to go over, please. Going to be adding a little bit of everything here. Yes, you do. You didn't have a place where you ought to have gone. Yeah, that's actually fine. Let's do a little bit more. Well, cannon fodder in a bad way. Okay, that's an observer. No, you are going to do that like that. No third expansion yet for him. And actually, I should be having... a few more here already, and that is 3, and that is 3. And one of the nice things with the shuttle is that I can have...
Warp in more pylons. Try for a proxy maybe. Not enough energy.
Okay. No. You stop.
This upgrade makes your unit
There are no more huge upgrades to the observers, not as there had been before, and I have another Nexus. Immediately start populating that. For I have also managed to do a little bit of damage here. Oh, bloody hell. No.
warp in there. Pay attention. Mineral field depleted. Try for a proxy maybe. That mineral field's gone. Looks like we're going to the late game. You're engaging the opponent. Time to raise your APM.
You require my skills.
You must construct additional pylons.
But yeah, I think I am doing
Research complete.
rather fair. And that's another surrender. Again, I'm building up too much minerals. I'm not spending everything properly. I'm not the best one. The enemy has a lot less mineral buildup. At least he has quite a bit of gas, but well, I didn't really give him the chances to spend all of that. Okay. So there are some changes in how many units you can select, in general how the game works, what the units do, how the units work, and all of that. That is more detailed, but it does change the Protoss from a more swarmy collapse on the Terran to more of a death ball, where you can really overrun people with if you manage to get out of hand. You do need to keep your AoE and your different attack types in mind. For example, let's do a custom game. On a melee map, that's probably the current ladder maps, fair enough. Why not? Can I open the game without an enemy? Game duration infinite. Faster, yes. I hope that I can stay in the game after I'm getting in. So. I think the main ideas here where we really need to take a look at is the fact that a really large part here of the game focuses on as before keeping your economy up and all of those good things. Expand, keep your economy up. I hate the fact that I need to transfer probes piecemeal. Okay, fair enough. Whatever changes happen, even changes to here, you go out scouting all of the good things. Unfortunately, I cannot cheat.
Not enough minerals.
But that is why I'm loading into a game without
You're short on minerals.
without an opponent, because it is something that StarCraft 1 already did, and yes, I know. No, let's go back for you to gather some minerals. Operate at 150% capacity for a little bit. You're still good. We don't want too much in production already. There we go.
Need more minerals, but there are plenty of rocks.
Ooh, I do have the feeling that I do want to switch her out soon. Why are you not showing my actions per minute? Probably because I'm in a dead game, so to say. Cheese! In reference to the tactic of cheesing, attacking from an unexpected angle very early.
Try for a proxy, maybe. You have not enough minerals. We require more minerals.
Okay. One, two. Oh, of course I'm still short on minerals. I want to showcase something and... Okay. That's actually quite nice. I also still need some others. Actually, you are going to go there.
You have not enough minerals. You're short on minerals. Are you saturated yet? Not enough minerals.
Okay, economy is coming, so I can showcase what I mean.
You can't warp in there. Pay attention.
Okay, one of each. I do need to unlock the tech tree a little bit. Okay. Okay.